and then you can flip to mine, and then we can move it. Yeah.
Take it in, Dickie.
Eh?
Just take it in.
Thank you.
Another one? Yeah.
No. Put the captain there.
Yes. Yeah. Whereabouts is the camera in? Right. Okay. Right. You got it. Oh, really? Yes.
You can go around and find surplus.
Right.
Tell you what, I've got a strong camera.
But the beauty is going to be like that.
Oh, yeah. I can.
Yes.
Oh, I'm not going to be able to if it's underneath, too far underneath. Got it.
I like 3 pounds gold.
And you know, camera is the
Go one way. Get a No, you're all right. Yeah, absolutely, 100%. Yeah, not quite yet, Nicky. You've got a quick single or two you can nick before you get to us.
Wait till after the end of the match, Vicky.
It's just that I've lost my balance. Especially since it's balance. All men of your age will be.
As Mark Newell and Rob White.
Well, now.
Well,
I'm waiting for the basic to fill the hot water. That's it. Where I stand on one leg or something. That's one of those microphones.
yes, I remember Mike Brady saying that.
Yeah.
He was on TV last night and Robin Nelson. Michael Mosley,
Who Roman Germans are looking at Middlesex. And George Hill continuing batting for Yorkshire.
Good morning, welcome from Headingley for day 2 of Yorkshire versus Middlesex in this county championship Division 2 match, which sees Yorkshire resuming this morning on 372 for 5. Johnny Bairstow 107 not out from 130 deliveries so far, and George Hill 58 from 105 after 96 interesting overs on day 1. And again, further interest today. What will Yorkshire do? Will Middlesex be able to snaffle these last 5 wickets pretty quickly? Will Yorkshire get to maximum batting points? All will be revealed. Kevin Hand of BBC Radio London, myself, Jonathan Doidge, BBC Radio Leeds and the Yorkshire stations, and David Townsend is our third voice for the day. So morning to you all. Give him a wave, Kev, over there. Camera.
I haven't done my hair yet.
Morning.
Oh, come on,
Look at the
Doidge.
state of it once again. And so, sun shining, beautiful morning, and all set fair for some good county championship cricket once again. What was the Middlesex mood after day 1?
Yeah, right. I think it was what we expected and kind of what we feared as well. Now we're looking at today to see whenever the end of this innings comes, be it 400 or be it 650. How will the Yorkshire bowlers find this surface? Adam Lyth said at the close of play last night it's the flattest Headingley surface he's ever known. I don't know how much kidology was in that for Middlesex walking out there to bat when they do at some point. And, you know, Johnny Bairstow, Middlesex, I think, fancied. They had him twice yesterday. There was the drop, but they also fancied there was an edge, which very early was given not out. But they thought they had the finest of edges early on as well for Bairstow. But he was put down in the 20s, wasn't he? And it could have been a very different game at that point. And that's the point, isn't it? You know, chances come around. If you hold those chances, then let's see where they go.
Henry Brooks, first ball of the day, right arm over the wicket to George Hill. He's pushed up to mid-on. There's no run. I've been out and had a look at the deck. Those who are privy to the streaming will have been able to see plenty of it themselves on day one. Those who can't, you could almost divide it into 3 sections lengthways, with greenery in the thirds on either edge, if you like, and then the third down the middle looks a lovely batting strip. It is a hybrid pitch, as we mentioned on numerous occasions yesterday, as Brooks is in again, and this one's sliding down the leg side of George Hill. No run, but essentially that's the area in which the seam bowlers are trying to pitch the ball and do something with it. And as a batter, you would think you'd be fairly confident when you walked out that this is not going to do anything silly. Headingley pitches these days play well anyway. And this just looks, it's got that feel of even more of against the seamers in particular, been a really good batting deck. But against the spinners, as Brooks is in, and George Hill just has to check on himself slightly and jab down on that straight delivery. Against the spinners, just in those areas on the edges of that strip down the centre, as we saw yesterday, Kev. There will be further joy during this match, I'm sure. Hence Yorkshire going with the 2 spinners.
Well, the thing with the spin was it was slow, wasn't it? It's a slow pitch, so the turn, they were in position. You had the odd one that ragged, but it wasn't consistent turn for Holman yesterday.
Here's Brooks again, flicked off the legs this time for the first run of the day. George Hill out to the sweeping Luke Holman.
But that's the key to it now, isn't it? As I say, whether it's 400 all out or 650 all out, we're in a match situation now where can Coden Thompson or one of Coden Thompson, one of Bess or Moriarty, can they go out there and just find a little bit more than Middlesex did? When Holman got that first ball to really turn yesterday, we all thought, right, game on, but actually that wasn't the story of the day. There was the odd one every now and again that he got to turn, but it was slow. And it was manageable. Equally, if Middlesex had held that catch in the 20s, or indeed if he'd have been given out based on the one that they felt they had him very early on, then we could be looking at Middlesex batting already.
Brooks again, and Bairstow drops one out into the offside, and there is no run.
Yeah, I mean, I always say if you're 20 for 2 in reply to whatever you're replying to, but if you're 20 for 2 replying to whether it's 400 or 650. It's that start of the innings, and then it's over to the spinners, isn't it? And it might play very differently for the Yorkshire bowlers. They might. Only needs one of them, doesn't it? Only needs one of them to really find something, find a rhythm, find a groove, to find a length.
Here's Brooks trying to do that for Middlesex. This one wide of off stump, punched away into the covers, and fielded there by Mark Stoneman, and there is no run. First over of the day ticked off. Yorkshire, 450 of course for maximum batting points, so I reckon that is still 77 runs away, and they have what now?
You reckon
13
right,
overs. 13 overs in which to get them, if they're of a mind to do that, and of course that would be perfect scenario. Get yourself to 5 batting points. But I don't think...
Do you know, I think they'd almost be advised to do so, because it's hard to see Yorkshire losing the match from here, isn't it? Unless they all of a sudden were skittled for 420 and Middlesex went out and hit 650. But
so if that's what I'm saying. So if you try and go for that, then you risk losing a couple.
But the odds, even if
your innings may peter out, so for one extra point, or the chance to bat long, big, and only bat once, what are you going to do?
Yeah, long, big and bat long, you're right. Take the 27 runs,
if you can,
4 points.
If you can pull off the 5 points and still bat long and big, then obviously that's the perfect scenario, but sport being sport,
well, they've gone to Holman.
Doesn't often happen.
They've gone to Holman first thing, haven't they? And it's an interesting pairing they've gone with, Brooks and Holman this morning. The leg spinner took 3 wickets yesterday Can he make anything happen first thing this morning? He's right arm over from the football stand end. Bless you, sir. Or madam. As this ball's driven away back into the offside by Hill. There's no run. Great hubbub all day on the effects mic for us here at Headingley as Holman in again, bowls. Down the track comes Hill and almost shovels this ball along the ground in the end to mid-on. There was a interesting move. 11:05 on the second morning. Johnny Bairstow's got a smile on his face having a chat with Holman. Holman. Down the track again comes Hill. He wasn't to the pitch of it. The throw goes to the wicket-keeper's end and Bairstow's through. Throw coming in from Noah Cornwall. But boy, oh boy. I mean, Holman saw him coming that time, really dragged it down, so he was nowhere near the pitch of it. Hill gets a pat on the back, but something happening out there?
I was just going to say the effects mic obviously trailed out the front of the box, and although we can't see anybody, the third floor level where a lot of the members sit is immediately below, so you can usually pick up what they're saying. That Kev Hand from BBC London, dear me. Did you hear what he was blathering on about yesterday? And that DT, dear me. Sooner they stick him in home, the better.
It's Holman's a Bairstow for the first time on day 2. Slip crouching down. Oh, we're only just above the committee room as well, aren't we, I think? Here's Holman, flights it up, and this ball's pushed back by Bairstow into the offside. The 4th floor, committee's 3rd floor, isn't it? So
well, yeah, is it committee room? I don't know. I've got the Hawk Suite. I just popped down and had a chat with a few people.
Oh, we're allowed down there?
Well, you may not be. I mean, you know.
Did you bring us anything back? What are they having
There's
for
nothing
breakfast?
on offer, I don't think.
Holman bowls, and this is a little late cut to backward point by Bairstow. There's no run. I wouldn't say an urgency, but there's a positivity. I mean, there was an urgency about Hill charging down the track first 2 balls to Holman, but maybe they have got this 450 in mind. Probably feel relatively safe in the match at 400 in the first innings. Holman bowls and Bairstow defends off the top of middle and off. It's into the offside. He just backed up to that one, stroked it away. Dot ball 3-7-4 for 5. It's fielded by Stoneman in the offside. And that's the key, really, isn't it? The start for Middlesex. You know, with you've got 2 openers like those, former England openers. You're really banking on one of them going big, aren't you? A bit like Lyth got that 50, which set things up for Yorkshire. Little wobble, didn't they? There was that chance just before 200 was brought up. We thought 200 for 5, and this could be business for Middlesex. His partnership's worth 132 though, and has put all of that to bed. 242 for 5 as the fall of Tattersall caught Higgins off deploy for 26.
Brooks then to bowl here to George Hill. 60 to George at the moment, and just pushes one into the offside. First up, there's no run. 521 Yorkshire made in most recent Division 1 season at North Marine Road, Scarborough, of all places. Adam Lyth 183, Johnny Tattersall 180 not out, and lost the match by 4 wickets. So it can be done. Surrey made 515 in reply. Yorkshire then bowled out for 220. And Surrey knocked them off, 6 down on that final afternoon. Chastening experience. Brooks in. Hill punches to mid-off, no run.
This is an interesting spell for Brooks. 1 for 40, 12.2, arrival from Warwickshire last winter, and Bamber not in this side, off to Warwickshire this winter. But Middlesex were excited about the signing of Brooks. They really were. They thought they'd, I'd say, pulled one out of the hat, but you know, he's of an age, he's of height, he's of a pace. If they can get him to click again, like he did in his breakthrough couple of years.
Yep. Hill dropping one into the offside, no run.
And he started nicely here. Again there, you know, everything's been on the spot so far. If he can just leave it there on a pitch like this, you know, he's the kind of bowler where if Brooks becomes a metronome, then you've got quite a bowler. He's got pace, he's got height. I suppose there's an element of a young Toby Rowland-Jones about him, isn't there? Remember when Rowland-Jones came through, although Rowland-Jones was able to really get through some stunning purple patches where he'd rip the heart out of a side. We haven't seen that from Brooks just yet in the Middlesex shirt, but there were indications of it in his time with Warwickshire for sure.
Shirt untucked. Brooks making his way in once again. Straight delivery and dropped into the leg side this time by Hill. No run. Just going back to that Yorkshire Surrey match I mentioned, because you can get 500 and lose, clearly. I'd forgotten, but if you recall, in 2022, Yorkshire went down by the odd point on that final day after Liam Norwell's stellar spell for Warwickshire. And in that match, Yorkshire made 5 bonus points, should have made 7, did actually make 7 bonus points, but then lost 2 for a slow over rate. I don't blame you entirely, Shannon Gabriel, but nearly entirely, as George Hill drops another one into the offside. No run. At time Shannon Gabriel, I think, had preceded it down at Taunton, and he was over 7 minutes and over.
Was it Shannon Gabriel?
Commentating, saying, what was he just done? Why did he do that? And I think that was the reaction of one and all, as Brooks is in again. It's a good over that by Henry Brooks, and George Hill can only defend that final delivery. And we've got these, one thing about the Kookaburra, I think, you know, we are universally against the use of it, but it does actually bring in something a little bit different, and you've got a scattering of fielders in a general. It's almost like your school teacher when the kids are going, "What's points, sir?" And they'll just spread out in a ring. You know, it's a bit like that, isn't it? Really, they're just dotted around.
Yeah, I mean, look, the sad thing is this is a big game, isn't it? Really, really big game, and you've got an attack of Roland Jones, Helm, Brooks, young Cornwall, excited to see him. And it feels like they've all been stunted so far. But again, let's see how Code and Thompson go on it. Hill as well, and then the 2 spinners, Bess and Moriarty, before we get too carried away. But at the moment, it just feels like a little bit of a shame, because there's a quartet of seamers there, plus Ryan Higgins, that you'd fancy usually that have something to say, and that they haven't. 1 wicket between them. 3 to this man, though, Holman. 1 to the left-arm finger spin of Lewis Deploy. I don't think it'll be too long before we see Lewis again. Here's Holman to Bairstow, though, to begin the new over, and he's dropped a fraction short, and he's punched off the top of middle and off onto the length of that early. Bairstow giving himself room, fielding at point on the boundary. Helm. 3-7-5 for 5. Holman again. Hill uses his feet, drives it away in between mid-on and mid-wicket, and he'll pick up 4. Got to the pitch that time. Still was dragging it slightly. He almost met it on the bounce of the ball, so it's very much toe end of the bat as that one was worked away. Let's have a look on the replay. Yeah, look at that. He almost towed it in between mid-wicket and mid-on for 4. The placement was key, and the ball raced away. It's a quick scoring outfield in this one here at Headingley. Slip crouching down is Higgins. Here's Holman's response to Hill. And he lands one a little straighter, which Hill waits on, turning to mid-wicket, and there's no run. 3 balls gone of the over. Can Holman find a little bit of magic for Middlesex? Down the track comes Hill. Oh, and Davies has missed the stumping. Swing and a miss from Hill. Googly perhaps from Holman. It beats the leg stump, and he'll feel pretty rough now. He had Bairstow drop, didn't he? And let's have a look. Yep, Googly beats the inside edge. Davies drops the ball. Stumping missed. And both these batters now have been given a big life. 3-7-9 for 5. Holman in again. Hill waits in his crease this time. It's dragged short, and it's hit away for 4. A missed wicket opportunity followed by a boundary. It's cricketing law, isn't it? But poor Holman, well, he mustn't let his head drop. He's bowled well in this game and perhaps should have had a couple more. There's a replay. We just see the stumping again. Just popped out of the gloves of Davies. Chance was gone. And the short one was a bit of a long hop from Holman, almost waiting for the charge again. He'll cleverly wait him back. And on the last ball of the over, he rocks back and turns a single to deep square to keep the strike. 384 for 5. So Bairstow was dropped in the 20s. And Hill now mis-stumping on what, 64 he was at the time, wasn't he? Dear oh dear. Holman turns away in disgust. Poor old Jack Davies. He's had a good season this year behind the stumps for Middlesex, replacing John Simpson, but this is his first full year, and I don't think the points lost on anybody. That it would have been it would have been quite the step up to all of a sudden. Right, this is your first full season with the gloves, all formats. I wonder whether it's just catching up with them a little bit in this game. This has been the first time, I think, this has been the very first match this season where there's been any attention drawn to the keeper at all for Middlesex.
Brooks bowling to Hill, who pushes one into the offside. First up, and there is no run. The 239th first-class match between these counties, this one. Previously, 83 wins to Yorkshire, 60 to Middlesex, 93 draws. Only one match where not a ball was bowled. That was at Lord's in 1983, which I do remember was a pretty wet summer. And one tie. A tied 3-day match as it would have been at the time, as Brooks is in. Bowling to Hill, who runs it down to third man and will pick up a single. We can investigate that tie. Let's just should we take a trip down memory lane? Tied match, Yorkshire Middlesex, Park Avenue, 1973. M.J. Smith, N.G. Featherstone, J.M. Brearley, C.T. Radley, H.A. Gomes, J.T. Murray, P.H. Edmonds. This has piqued the interest of D.T. F.J. Titmus, K.V. Jones, C.J.R. Black and M.W.W. Selvey, the Middlesex team, as Bairstow pulls a single of a short ball from Brooks.
Funny to think that Selv played in a team with Titmus, isn't it? Selv was the El Presidente up to a season or so ago. It was on the stream down at Lord's as well for a good couple of years.
It was not a match in which he wanted to be a batter. Middlesex bowled out for 102, having been stuck in. Murray top scoring with 21, 5 for Tony Nicholson, 5 for 23. Howard Cooper 3 wickets. Graham Stevenson picked up a couple as well. As Brooks makes his way into bowl to Hill, who's got one wide off stump and just nicely lays his bat on that, but can't get it past cover. No run. Yorkshire then, in response, finished on first innings with a lead of 4, 106 for 9. Colin Johnson top scoring with 33. Played a little bit of cricket with Colin myself years ago. Middlesex second innings, 211 all out. Mike Brearley top scoring with 83. And then Yorkshire 207 all out. David Bairstow, 56 of them. But couldn't get that all-important final run to nick it, as Brooks is in and bowling to Hill, who turns it into the leg side, and there is no run. Selv with 6 for 74 in the Yorkshire second innings. Fred Titmus 4 for 41.
Hey. What year was that?
1973. Don Wilson took 4 for 67 in the second innings for Yorkshire. Tony Nicholson 3 for 38.
What year was it they rolled Fred out of retirement about 10 years after retirement for a one-off game? 1980, there we go. In comes Brooks again, and George Hill solidly behind that as they're dropping it into the offside to finish the 101st overs. A 5 complete this morning. Middlesex haven't yet managed to take a wicket. Yorkshire have advanced from 372 to 386 for 5. George Hill on 70. Johnny Bairstow 109. It's just nice to take a trip down memory lane now and again, Kev. So DT's been rolled out of retirement for this one, hasn't it? Mind you see a lot more of him nowadays.
I do.
A man of the north now, no longer a man of Primrose Hill, as he was when I first met him. Primrose Hill in West Yorkshire, apparently. Here's Holman, slip in place from the football stand end. He bowls, and this is cut away, backward point. That's a lovely late shot, late cut by Bairstow, and he moves to 113. 390 for 5. We're in the 102nd over of the innings, so there is still that chance that they could tick along for maximum batting points. It's tantalisingly close. I wonder was the decision left to these two as to how they felt about it this morning, but then Hill didn't give himself much time to have a feeling about matters because he charged the first 2 balls, didn't he, from Holman. A pause as Stoneman comes to talk to Holman. Have you ever played that game where you try to get as far back as you can? In how far back in Yorkshire history can you get in how few players? So from this Middlesex side, I'd imagine Sam Robson would be the player to go to. Go back to Sam Robson's Middlesex debut. So here's Holman, he bowls, and this is cut away out to deep point for a single. Bairstow moves to 114, 391 for 5. If this match goes as we fear it might, then tomorrow afternoon, or indeed the fourth afternoon, might be a day for doing this. But you know, if Robson made his debut in a side with, let's say, Owe Shah, and you go back to Owe Shah's debut, he made his debut in a side with Mike Gatt.
I see what you mean now, yeah.
There's that length ball from Holman. Down the track comes Hill. I think we got back, that one's defended into the onside. I think we got back about 100 or so years in 5 players, maybe.
It's a good effort. It shows the longevity of some of them.
Yeah. Holman bowls, and this is eased away into the offside. Fielded it, an extra cover, and there's no run. Fred Titmus probably would have helped matters there. 49 was Fred Titmus's debut, so there we go. Yeah. There's always one player, you look at a player in a side and you know, yep, that's the one, he could probably jump 20 years. As here's Holman bowls, he's pushed into the offside by Hill. In fact, I think I did it with Selv. Selv and I sat there and did it last year or so. So he enjoyed that one as well, because of course he'd have played with a few of them either start of his career or end of his career. Here's Holman bowls. Down the track again comes Hill. He meets this one straight to mid-off though, all on the floor. Trap the bat down onto it. 391 for 5. No, Selv didn't jump us back 40 years DT. Stop it.
In this Yorkshire side, it'd probably be Adam Lyth, wouldn't it? Your first go-to man to jump you back to when he was making his debut, and who might have been around then.
Oh, go on, let's do it then. Let's not wait till day 4. Let's do Lythy. Do you want to do it, or shall I? Shall I do it, and then I'll give you the choice of players that you can jump from?
Go on then.
It's a kookaburra around, folks, just in case you hadn't noticed.
You've got, obviously, Illy in the middle of all that, who spans quite a long time, given that he came back, didn't he, and played again
like Titmus,
in 83 when they won the Sunday League, going way back to the 60s. Yeah, Geoffrey Boycott, obviously, would be one of those as well that you'd be thinking about.
All right, TT, it's our game. We're playing with it.
So 391 for 5. Johnny Bairstow 114 has added just a 7 to his overnight score, so relatively becalmed so far. I think probably fair to say, without having the stats in front of us, that George has probably faced a greater number of deliveries so far this morning. He's at the non-striking end though now, and Henry Brooks is going to continue. Makes his way in. Straight delivery, treated with respect by Johnny Bairstow. We're talking about the fact that the pitch is offering little for the seamers, but you still have to defend a straight ball. And so if you can keep it there or thereabouts, you're still going to get treated with a little bit of respect. Decent day 2 attendance again, the majority of whom seem to be down to our left as usual on the northeast and east stands. Hazy periphery once again, and just an offering of cloud overhead as Bairstow drives one through the offside. Good piece of fielding there at short extra cover to deny him a boundary, because it was certainly on its way towards the northeast boundary, and it got through.
So we're going from Lyth in this match, are we? He's what, born 87, 36 years of age, so yeah, that's a fair jump back then. First class debut of Adam Lyth.
2010, something like that.
Oh, no, it was a universities match, 2007.
2007? Okay, when did he actually make his, well, I suppose first class debut counts, doesn't it? So we'll stick with that, 2007.
Right, the players you've got to choose from to jump back.
Another dot ball there, by the way.
Andrew Gale. Might be a fair bet, although I don't know, Gailey would have been relatively young there, wouldn't he? Matthew Wood, Rich Pyra, Chris Gilbert, Simon Guy, David Wainwright, Mark Lawson, Ajmal Shazad, Stephen Patterson and Nick Thornycroft. Who are you going for?
In he comes again. That's driven by Bairstow through the offside. One bounce and hammers into one of the advertising boards down in the northeast stand. Got it to the left of extra cover this time. Well worth 4, 3.95 for 5. Maybe Pato might be.
Yeah.
They're all of a similar sort of
yeah.
era, really. But it could be Pato. 6-wicket partnership, 153 from 226 deliveries so far. 79 of them scored by Bairstow and 70 by Hill.
Patterson's now 40 years of age. How old's Gale now? Gale's 40. So.
Yeah. Once again is Brooks, and that's just dropped out square on the offside by Bairstow. No run.
Who's another one that's likely in that side over 40 now? Gale, Wood, Lythe, Pyra. Rich Pyra? 41, he's 42 in November.
Okay.
Might have been the oldest of that team. What about the bowlers? Shazad, no. Patterson, no. David Wainwright, I think I just said it's 40, isn't he? He's 39.
Around that, as in comes Brooks again, and Bairstow working this one off his legs down to Long Leg, who's he'll be a little chillier than the rest. He's feeling in the shadow of the Howard stand. 1 run. That completes over number 103. So if they are going to get to 5 batting points, and they haven't got to 4 yet, Yorkshire, they need 4 more runs to get to 4 batting points. They'll need 54 more runs in 7 overs to do that.
Okay, Matthew Wood, 47. So his first class debut. Oh, they haven't recorded the match, 1997. It was the debut, but they don't tell us what the match was. So this was 2007, so they jumped back 10 years to the Matthew Wood debut. 1997, so if we can get up the Wood debut match in 1997, then we can go back from there. But you see the game, one for the 4th afternoon, as we say. Let's go. We can come back to it. We've given a little tease, haven't we? A little taste of how you can jump back through the years.
Somebody will be doing that right now. Adam Harper, good morning to you. Says loving it, glorious few days ahead. Looking forward to being in the ground tomorrow and watching Yorkshire take loads of wickets. I'll make sure I hydrate if the weather forecast is correct.
Don't forget your headphones.
In for a hot one then, are we?
Yeah.
Holman just delaying the start of his next over. No slip now for Bairstow as he bowls, and Bairstow drives a single out to cover, long off and long on back, deep cover, deep mid-wicket, so Middlesex anticipating the charge to 450 at the moment. 3.97 for 5 with the single. Hill on to strike. They bring a slip back in for Hill. The slip had moved to backward point, and backward point had gone around to a more orthodox point, or it's a deep gully and a backward point. Let's say they were looking to cut off the late cut of Bairstow. Holman to Hill. Oh, it's edged and it's gone, is it? Higgins says there's no doubt. Hill says it bounced. Higgins looks to the square leg umpire. Well, Higgins is saying I don't have a problem with it. Hill's saying I do, and now they're all going to come together and have a look.
Umpires having a chat off camera.
It went very low. I'll say that. It went very, very low from Holman. We see a replay from behind now. I'm not sure this will be definitive. We need that front on again. There's the edge. And, yeah, so if we slow it down, that might give us an idea. It looks clean enough on that one. I'm not sure side on's going to help unless that camera jerks quickly. We'll see. But a forward defence, edged just past the gloves of Davies, and Davies punches the air quite quickly in celebration. The keeper, we can see that from that shot. It's the front on we need. He's staying put. Not out. Not out is the call. Well, we've got one more replay of it to have a look at from front on, and the edge. Ooh.
Yeah.
Holman's in, bowls, and forward goes Hill defending. There's no run. I mean, it needs a zoom, doesn't it? Fingers, ground, and ball all meet at the same time, don't they? Middlesex look a little bit disgruntled out there. Higgins at slip. I mean, I guess he kind of said, I think I got it. Looked to be his reaction. Davies punched the air quite quickly as if to say he was in, no doubt, but not out. Holman's in, bowls, down the track comes Hill. Oh, and he's missed it, but he's padded it away. Holman inquires politely. There's no chance of an LBW. It falls to the 45 where Brooks fields, but so close again to the undoing of Hill. I think it was the googly once more from Holman, and he came down the pitch, and well, we talk about not playing down the right line of it. What's the equivalent of being on the Piccadilly instead of the Jubilee line? Transpennine Express and the... You should have been on the what? What's another famous train line up here? Here's
the East Coast Main Line.
There you go. Here's Holman bowls, and this is left alone outside of the off stump. Yeah, he was on the East Coast Main Line there when he was looking for the Transpennine Express, wasn't he?
That really is a completely different line.
Slip in place for Holman to Hill once more. A single turn by Bairstow. He's on to 120. 397 for 5. Hold on, has that board not moved? What's happened there? Oh no, it was a dot ball. My apologies. My apologies. This ball's pushed away into the offside by Hill. It's fielded at extra cover by Stoneman. And 397 for 5 it remains. Well, two big moments. One, the drop, which I think we're going to see first, and then padding it away when he was nearly stumped again. So, yeah, the drop first. It was just a forward push. The edge, it very nearly... Oh, I tell you what. I mean, Higgins said, I don't know. They both go up straight away as if to say they've got it. Hill pauses. Square leg umpire was asked to make the call, and the call was not out. I think there's still a little bit of chatter about it, but... Higgins did say, to be fair, I don't know, it seemed to be, I think so, I don't know, seemed to be what he was suggesting.
It was a very muted celebration from his point of view, wasn't it? He just sort of caught it and held his hand up as if it was no great shakes. Yeah. So, yeah, I think, I mean, from the footage I saw, it still felt as though it might just have landed just short. Just, there we go again, very much slowed down for those who can see it. And for those who can't, George Hill gets the edge. It's dying on its way.
Oh, stop. There's the fingers.
Fingers are... Oh,
there we
go.
Oh, yeah, maybe it did just bounce.
Yeah, I think it just bounces in front of him. It just sort of goes into the hand.
It's not so much bounce, that's it. It goes into the hands on the ground, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's only just, but I think there's some weight taken off the ball by it landing on the ground.
I don't think anybody can feel disgruntled about the fact that Hill is still there. I think there's enough doubt on that replay to suggest that, yeah, benefit of the doubt to the batter.
So 397 for 5.
Well done, the square leg umpire.
They have just made sure they batted here, basically, to try and get to this 4th batting bonus point, and there's been no obvious thought of let's just thrash this around and try and get to the 5th. As Bairstow pushes into the offside, no run.
So he did charge thereafter, to be fair.
That setting a stall out to get to the best score they can seems to be the modus operandi. We'll need a change in the com box now as well. We'll get the old boy on. We'll just
Have you woken him up, yeah?
Just get him out of his coffin and see if he'll come on and do a little bit. He's playfully ignoring us and playing on his tablet. Brooks in, and nicely played by Johnny Bairstow with soft hands. He just runs it down into the shadows of the Howard stand for a single to third man. 121 now to Johnny Bairstow, 70 to George Hill. This partnership, 156 the pair have put on. At 242 for 5. Clearly they'd got some runs on the board, but it was in danger of maybe not realising anything like what Yorkshire would have wanted, having decided to bat first on this pitch, but they're up to near 400. So very much justifying that decision, and still 5 wickets in hand as Brooks makes his way in again, and Hill turning this one into the leg side. Leas Deploy doing the fielding. No run.
Could you pass my bins down, please?
Your bins, oh boy. Yours are bigger than mine. You were talking about numbers, I noticed yesterday. Leas Deploy 76. And wondering why people choose certain numbers.
Were we?
Well, I heard what you were saying, even if you can't remember what you were saying. Wonder if you had a fascination with, drought year in this country, something like that. As Brooks is in, that's pulled by George Hill. Slightly unorthodox looking pull shot. George being very keen to use his feet this morning, as we've seen. That single takes him to 71, the score to 399 for 5. Sometimes it's been a slightly ill-judged use of feet and he's not quite made it to where he wanted to be, and sometimes it's paid off with runs or a boundary, but he's still there, and this will be doing him the power of good. He's been through the mill this year in a batting sense. And in comes Brooks, and Bairstow draws further applause from the home support by pushing a single out square on the offside, because that takes the total to 400 for 5, and Yorkshire have comfortably made it to 4 batting points. There is still a 5th available, but at the moment they have just 31 deliveries to get 50 runs. If they're going to do that, and that is looking unlikely given the feel of things out there. But as I was saying earlier, would you rather throw away a few wickets, sacrifice them to try and pick up an extra batting point, or would you try and get yourself in a position to win the match? And I think we know that the vast majority of sane thinking people would want the latter, as George Hill turns one through mid-wicket for 1. 401 for 5 at the end of the 105th over. And is this from Dublin, DT, or Belfast? The 11:36, 10 minutes late.
I don't think they fly from Leeds, Bradford to Belfast. I know they do.
They
Dublin. Do they?
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, so they certainly have done for a long time. They may have removed that option now, but to my knowledge they haven't.
Unfortunately, they don't fly to Derry, which is quite a small airport. Up in the northwest, which would be very handy for me.
Well, surely they put special flights on for you, DT.
You do look around. There are not too many flights going to the city of Derry Airport. It's a cute little airport, though. It's, no trouble getting through the security and whatever. You know, you breeze through there in a couple of minutes.
Morning, Dodgy, says Richard Mallender. Does indeed look a good deck, but I don't think the Middlesex seamers bowled that well yesterday, and the fielding wasn't great at times. At some stage today we'll see the best bowler in the game, Ben Code, so we'll get a good idea of the pitch then, he says.
So new over from Holman, down the pitch comes George Hill, and hammers that over the top of a long on for 6. So they're not going to go for 450 obviously, but another aggressive shot, and
dropping out long on and long off.
Himself. His mum's here today. I bumped into her earlier on my way up. Next delivery is played to short extra cover, which probably means Dad Kevin's here as well.
Richard goes on, if Code can make early inroads, our spinners could put the visitors under a lot of pressure.
Holman again bowls, driven down to long off by Hill, who moves on to 79. 122 to Bairstow, 408 for 5 if the board's ticked over. 408 for 5. Very, very strong position this for Yorkshire. Holman's been, I say unlucky, but he's had a couple of chances of just gone begging this morning, one not quite carrying to slip. Or did it? And he missed stumping as well. This delivery is played backward a point by Bairstow. He's settling in again, looking for another big, looking to add to that century he got yesterday. He's up to 122. Holman bowls quicker delivery, and that's pushed square of the wicket. Bat and pad perhaps. It certainly wouldn't have got out there just off pad on its own. Yes, no signal. 123 to Bairstow. Lovely sunny morning, lots of chatter in the crowd, as you can hear. And our effects might sitting outside enjoying themselves. Another delivery just short of a length. dragged it down a little bit to Hill, who plays it up to long on and moves to 80. I was also shared the lift with Harold Bird this morning as well.
Yeah.
Looking reasonably well, the old chap. Well into his 90s now, Deutsche.
Did he give you out before the third floor where he gets off, or did he say you could stay until he got to the fourth?
Well, one of the lights seemed to be off in the lift, and he's a bit concerned that it might not have been sufficient light to actually continue. But, we persuaded him to go on, just give it one more floor and see how it went. Got off on the third floor, of course. Thing here, they're always confusing. The first floor there was the ground floor.
Yeah.
So
I think that's why they don't call it the ground floor. They call it level 1, don't they?
Level 1, yeah, but it's a ground floor.
Well, it is ground floor, yeah, but they don't call it the ground floor. They call it level 1.
Oh, first floor, surely. No. It's levels instead of floors.
Hang on a minute, first floor or ground floor? You just.
Oh, I see. So I suppose you can have level 1. That's legitimate, but you can't have the first floor being the ground floor. 410 for 5.
Picked up the wrong tablet, says Kev. So, change of bowling. Tom Helm from the Kirkstall Lane end throws one down the legs. Well, not throws, but drags one down the leg side. First up, George Hill has a waft and a miss. Jaffa Chauhan, says Jonathan. He's emailed on BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. You can do the same. He says, it's interesting to hear that Jaffa Chauhan was warming up with the team yesterday and presumably near or nearish selection. Middlesex probably chose at least one too many pace bowlers yesterday. Would have been interesting to see him play, even perhaps as the third spinner with Moriarty and Bess. Until now seems to have been a white ball bowler, so great to see him develop further. As Helm is in, that's dropped into the offside by Hill, and there's no run. I know he's got ambitions to play red ball cricket again. He was just saying this morning actually that he's not played a red ball game of any sort since the spring of last year. I think he's obviously had that thumb injury which has kept him out of the entire 50 over competition. Broke his thumb, and it wasn't one of those, I don't know if you can have an easy break, but it doesn't sound like it was the best, and needed a bit more time to heal than maybe some do. As Helm is in, and that's down the leg side, and George Hill has a flick at it and misses. So you've got to make sure you look after your players, haven't you? Get them spot on before they get back out there on the field, so that don't do any long-term damage with something like that might never properly heal. It'll be interesting to see if we do see him in any red ball cricket between now and the end of the season. But if he's been out there warming up, then yeah, Jonathan, I think fair to say that he's closing in on his next match. Here's Helm, and Hill solidly behind this one. And there is no run. Message from Belfast. In French, there's a first floor and a second floor of a house, but there's no ground floor.
That's very helpful, but we're not in either France or America.
Nor Belfast. Sylvia says she's on her way over, which is great news, Sylvia, from Bradford. Helm is in. Meanwhile, that's a lovely shot by George Hill, who has pierced the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on. He's not going to get 4 for it.
Oh, yeah.
He's going to get 3. Which takes him well into the 80s, and Yorkshire on to 413 for 5 now. George on 83. Morning to you, Marty, who says there were some top-class cricketers born in 1976, our kid. Chris Slack has messaged in with regard to the steps back in time for Yorkshire. And in comes Helm again, full, driven down the ground. That's going to be 4. Lovely shot by Johnny Bairstow this time. Just over pitched by Helm, and almost hitting the stumps at the bowler's end as it made its way down to the boundary beneath our feet. So 417 for 5 now. This partnership worth 175 for the 6th wicket. So Chris Slack says he sent us a link to Matthew Wood's debut in 1997, and from that, without having clicked on it, Martin Moxon presumably was playing, and he would go back the furthest to 1981, and from that point John Hampshire would go back to 1961.
That's not a bad one.
So Lythe, Wood, Moxon and Hampshire goes back 63 years. So well done there, Chris. We're not checking the provenance of that, but well, you know,
I can probably beat that because Lythe would have played with Darren Gough. And Gough, he made his debut, I think, in 87, 88, something like that, around that time, 89 perhaps. Holman starts a new over, bowls, and back on his stumps is Wood, just defending. Yes, he would have. He'd go back into the 80s, and I wonder whether Gough actually played at the Gough at the start of his career actually played with Boyks. Would be an interesting one. Next ball is cut away fine, late cut, speeding away to the boundary, down to our right for 4. So Hill's motoring, isn't he?
That's a cracking shot as well, isn't it? I love the late cut. I think that's probably because it's one of those shots that I never quite managed to master. It was always a hang the bat out and hope shot, but when you watch somebody play it well, he got right over the top of that. Super shot.
Is the list of shots you never mastered longer than the shots that you did master? Or?
Yeah. Reams longer.
Was it? That's Doidge's shot. Don't feed it.
No, but it's just that was one. You know, the one that if you play enough cricket, you can play it now and again, but just it's not one of those where you'd have been saying to somebody, "Don't bowl it there."
The secret to the late cut is the first word, isn't it?
Late.
You have to leave it as late as possible. Almost take it out of the keeper's gloves. But,
I remember growing up scoring for Horsforth Hall Park, and we had a player called Tony Armitage. Tony, if you're listening, hope you're well. And he was prolific run scorer in the Headingley and Wharfdale League.
Holman bowls, no run.
And he had, clearly as a prolific run scorer, he had a fair few shots, but he was a great exponent of the late cut, and he'd just dab it, and often there'd be third man would be a bit too fine or something like that, and he'd run loads of runs down there, 4s and whatever else.
Holman from the Howard stand end, and that's played out to deep square leg for a single by Hill. Yes, it's one of those. It's a sort of deflected shot, isn't it? Years ago, we've been covering Ireland for far too long now, but they used to have an opening batsman called Michael Ray.
Do they play cricket now?
And one game down at Sussex, I think at one point Sussex had 7 fielders between cover point and the keeper. So everything. Next delivery, Bairstow plays that out to the man sweeping on the cover boundary. You have to be a little bit careful there because that ball running over the cut wickets, the practice wickets.
27 needed off 2 overs to get to the maximum batting point. I think we can fairly safely assume they're not quite going to make that. Mike Scott makes a good point, actually, which I think we discussed maybe, or I was discussing at some point this morning before we came on air. 410 for 5 or 423 for 5 now means 4 bonus points to 1. So Yorkshire could do with keeping their wickets intact for a few more overs. I.e. don't lose another wicket before these next 2 overs are through. And Middlesex can't pick up any more than the 1 bowling bonus point. So there's that aspect of things as well.
There is indeed. Thanks for that, Mike.
Tom Helm is going to continue at the Kirkstall Lane end. They're just bringing in a fielder off the cow corner boundary. So a ring of 3 in the offside plus a sweeper out at cover, squarish. Fine leg is being moved squarer, and he'd probably be 10 metres or so in from the boundary edge. Square leg on the boundary. Leah's deploy mid-wicket has now come up on the 1, and Helm bowls to Bairstow, who opens the face, but it hits it straight to point. Jack Dudman says, morning JD et al. Speaking of lifts, has there been any thought of Howard Ferguson voicing the in-lift floor announcements at Headingley? It will make the lift even more tempting.
The golden voice.
Good morning. You are rising from level 1 to level 2. With a bit of echo, of course, just to make it even more authentic, as Helm is in and Bairstow turns that one to mid-wicket, where the fielding is done by Luke Holman. They pick up 1. Chris Slack says fair shout by DT. I was just going debut game to debut game with the above. Lyth and Goff did play together, and Goff's debut was 1989. What are the exact rules here, Kevin Hand? Well, he's just disappeared out of the box, so we can't get a definitive on that one at the moment, Chris. We are distracting from his work. Well, we're quite pleased about that, Chris, I'm afraid. Sorry to not sympathise there, as Hill's in and... as Helm is in and Hill punches to mid-on and there's no run. Also, morning to Charlie Hall.
He's the bloke with the bike, isn't he?
Charlie Hall pointed me in the
Chris
direction...
Sharp, not him, not Charlie Hall, Chris Sharp.
Yeah, Charlie pointed me yesterday pointed me in the direction of a joke that he'd apparently come out with on social media. Let's have a look back for that one as Helm comes in and Hill turns that one to mid-on, and there is no run. So he said, you can have this joke. This is the sort of thing you'd say to me, that you can have that joke, JD. As if it's going to be a sparkler. And
probably only after I'd used it a good few times, don't you?
The joke is this. Leeds United have just signed Danish international Lurpak. Looked him up on YouTube. He plays like Jorginho, and he even looks like Jorginho. I can't believe it's not Rutter. There you go.
Well, it would be if it was Lurpak.
Do I want that one? As Helm comes in, it's turned to mid-wicket by Hill. Deploy doing the fielding. And there is no run. Hope you're well, Charlie. There you go. You got the groan that I'm sure you anticipated.
Another Yorkshire fan I was having a chat to on the way to the refreshment hostelry last night. Dave Goodchild collecting from out Hull way somewhere. He's collecting autographs and waiting for a couple of Middlesex players.
In comes Helm. That's turned down backward of square leg by George Hill for another single. They've negotiated that over without a loss of a wicket. 6 balls more, and Middlesex will just have the 1 point after the 110 overs, and Yorkshire will retain the 4 they've got. 425 for 5. Partnership now worth 183.
He was talking about how Dave Goodchild talking about how difficult it was to get to Scarborough last week from Hull with all the problems on the train lines, which one of our colleagues encountered as well, getting out to Scarborough.
Not easy on those trains.
Holman then, with a slip in place. Shortish extra cover, straightish mid-wicket, and a backward point deep gully. Those are the 3 saving a single, so plenty out. What's Hill going to do? He'll probably just... oh, you think they're conscious of that, not giving a wicket away in this over, Doidge? I think there might be a...
Yeah.
Just have a quiet little word. That denies Middlesex a point.
I think Kev's come back with coffees for... oh, no, he doesn't appear to have, DT.
That next ball is just stroked up to mid-wicket. I was just mentioning a Yorkshire fan looking for 3 Middlesex autographs last night. Sam Robson and Ryan Higgins, which I thought he may well get, but the other... next one is played out to the sweeper on the cover boundary. And the third one he wanted was Stevie Eskenazi, so I thought he might struggle. I doubt if Eskenazi's up here for this game, is he? Oh, hope you got him last night, Dave. There you go. You got all the others, got, you know, one of those sheets with all the sort of names printed and whatever. The next ball is tickled around the corner for a single by Bairstow. Always good to see a bit of enthusiasm. autograph hunters don't do many autographs these days. It's all selfies, isn't it?
What with you?
Holman bowls, and that's turned by Hill to deep mid wicket, and no run. No, they said the dear old Shane Warne was saying that he couldn't remember the last time he signed an autograph, but in his last few years it was all selfies. Big grins. I got a selfie with Warne actually. Did you know that? Holman bowls and a quick delivery and played back to him by Bairstow, and applause around the ground. The crowd were aware of that little 110 over. What would you call it? Just a little nuance in the game.
Yeah.
I found myself in a lift with Warney, just the two of us, on my 60th birthday. So, and I said.
You were singing, were you?
I said, Shane, I wouldn't normally do this, but it's my 60th today. Any chance? Oh, yeah, good on you, mate. He said, click, click. Away it went.
I thought you were going to say you'd got in and said to him, which floor are you going to, Shane? And he said 5, and you said, so am I. And then you started to sing, just the two of us, we can make it if we try.
Ah, dodgy. I'm not that sharp.
No. Helm bowling here to Hill, who's worked that one through the leg side for a single. Toby Rowland-Jones at mid-on doing the fielding. 429 for 5.
Poor old Warney. He never discovered it was me who used to lock him in the stairwell at the SCG when he snuck out for a smoke, which you're really not allowed to do anywhere at the SCG. And he used to put a wedge of cardboard in the door so he could get back in. And me being me.
I mean, one run to Bairstow square on the leg side, gone.
And me being me, I just surreptitiously took the bit of cardboard out and wandered off, and he had to go all the way up and all the way back down again to get on the floor. Well, I shouldn't be smoking anyway, should he?
Ah, you've now finally discovered self-awareness. Those watching the streaming are, yeah. Well, okay, I'm not quite sure how to describe that from an English dictionary. Let's just say a gentleman and a bin, as George Hill pulls a single down to long leg.
What was he doing with it?
No idea. 431 for 5. Hill 93 now. Bairstow 131.
Oh, he's wandering off now. Look.
Elsewhere, by the way, Somerset.
Caught in the act there.
Somerset 465 for 7 against Durham down at Taunton. Kent 156 all out yesterday. Warwickshire 262 for 4. Lead by 106 at Edgbaston. Division 1 matches, of course, as Bairstow punches to mid-off, and there is no run. In this division, Sussex 457 for 6. They've got maximum batting points, so they've got 1 on Yorkshire and 4 on Middlesex so far in this match. At the top of the table, they're playing Derbyshire, of course. Worcestershire 266 all out yesterday after that terrible start. That was a pretty good recovery, but Essex 106 for 1 in reply in Division 1 at Chelmsford. Leicestershire 251, Glamorgan 152 for 2 down at Sophia Gardens. Short ball pulled by Bairstow. It's not going to have the legs to make the boundary because it's going to be cut off by Holman, and they pick up 1. Surrey 402 for 5. After 111 overs, so they've picked up 4 against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge.
Not necessarily, it's 111 overs.
Well, yeah, they may have just, dotted up after they got to the 400 DT.
They might have ended up on 399.
They could have done.
Yeah.
They could have done.
398 even.
Shut up. Hampshire 384 for 9 as Hill flicks one square on the leg side and moves on to 94. That Hampshire Lancs match, by the way, taking place at Old Trafford.
End of the over.
Yeah, I think I might just hang around a little bit with George being on 94 and then disappear if he gets to that mark, because I've got to go do some 12:30 and 12:45 updates off commentary, if that's all right with you chaps.
Good with us. We'll natter on all day as we did yesterday. Lev was good yesterday, wasn't she? A very enjoyable day.
Yeah, always is.
Yeah, some days go better than others, though, don't they? You know what I mean? And,
I do.
That was very good indeed. Apparently she's training or something today.
Training?
Practicing.
What's all that about?
Something or other.
There was an utterance from the back of the box there, not quite sure what.
Getting heckled. Do a lot more training these days, Kev, than used to in the old days. What was it Brian Statham said his pre-season training consisted of a cigarette and a cough? Something along those lines. Cigarette and a good cough. Didn't do bowl too badly on it, did he? Holman from the Howard stand end bowls, and that's just eased out to Helm in the distance, away in front of the empty Western Terrace, not open today. You do get the odd photographer in there from time to time, but it's the eastern side of the ground you'd want to be if you came today out in the sun. Bit of shade, go down in the Truman enclosure. Next ball from Holman, nearly gets through Bairstow as he plays back, but Holman's hands went up. He thought he just got through, but Bairstow's hands came through quickly. Again, played it out to Helm, another agreed single. 4:35 for 5. Holman's now changing his field right now. He's going to come around the wicket. It's interesting, but if you're going to come around the wicket, shortly you've got to. He's got a deepish leg slip, I think you describe that as. And now he's going to have Higgins going back from slip to a, well, probably third slip to a quicker bowler, that sort of position. No, he's sent a little bit wider. So Middlesex definitely adopting a holding pattern here. There's a deepish mid-off, a long on the boundary, along with deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square all on the boundary. So there's acres of space on that leg side. Probably push and run too. And he's pushed. Are they going to run too? No, I don't think so. He'll quite fancied it, but Bairstow said no. Settle on the single. Hill moves to 95, 96. Where are my glasses? 96. He's not on strike, Doidgy, but when he comes on strike, I think he could sort of dance down the wicket.
He could.
Survived a stumping chance this morning. To be fair to Jack Davies, it did spin between bat and pad, and they're never easy for keepers. Quick delivery, this one from Holman. And it's played to extra cover. And no run. Rocky Stoneman there. Next delivery. He's pushed in that direction again, but Holman moves over and does the field. Sorry, Mark Stoneman is Rocky. Rocky Stoneman. Holman bowls, and down on one knee goes Bairstow, and just tickles that very fine for a couple of runs. So he moves on again. 135 now, 438 for 5. Doidgy hanging on to talk us through George Hill's century if he gets there. 96, batted very well. He's needed the runs this year. He's had a difficult season with the bat.
Yeah. 3 previous first-class hundreds. And on strike here and on this pitch, and having got himself in yesterday and then in again today, he will very much want to cash in. What are they going to try and do to just play with his mind a little bit before he gets to the landmark? Well, they're bringing the sweeper in just to close that door for the easy single.
But it actually opens the door for a boundary out there, doesn't it?
It does.
So maybe he should have had a slip as well.
4:38 for 5. Helm in then, and Hill gets a full-length delivery. You can tell by the way he twiddled his bat, flicked it in the air afterwards, that was maybe a ball he could have put away for 4. Couldn't get it past the infield on the onside. Johnny's just had a good long walk down the pitch, done a bit of gardening. I'm not entirely sure what he's gardening there because there's not a lot to garden, but I suspect it might have been more along the word in the shell like of his colleague. Helm coming in again then from the Kirkstone lane end. Short ball pulled by Hill. Is this going to be the moment? Not quite. Yes, it is. A diving miss at long leg, and George Hill gets his first-class century since June of 2023. It's been a fair old time between drinks. It's been a difficult season for him with the bat this time around for one reason or another, and he looks up at the heavens and says thank you. Gets a big hug from Johnny Best. So 180 minutes, 169 deliveries, 2 sixes, and that was his 10th 4. And it is very, very good to see him back.
Yeah, it's a very good innings it's been, hasn't it? He's he had a little bit of luck this morning with the miss stumping and the edge that didn't quite carry to first slip, but he's looked good. He's looked back on form.
And there's Helm bowling to him again. Flicked to mid-wicket this time. And no run. So 4:42 for 5. That also brought up the 200 partnership for this 6th wicket. On for 77 for Tom Helm, halfway through his 19th over. And it feels like a very tough gig if you're a seam bowler on this pitch in these conditions this week. He's in again, and Hill with a back foot punch straight back to the bowler, and there is no run. I shall disappear come the end of the over. I'll leave you two boys to it for a little while. I might even go and get an early lunch.
What time of the lunch has been delivered?
The microphones will all be switched off in a minute, and there'll be a dash out the back. They're already there. Ooh. Goodness me. Helm in. It's a Yorker length delivery, and George watches it well and plays a solid block. No question of Middlesex having any struggles on the over rate, by the way, folks. They're +4 at the minute, having seen so much spin in the match so far, and that will continue, of course.
There's a donut at the back there for you as well.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much. And in comes Helm to Hill. Elbow up, punches it to mid-off this time. Henry Brooks doing the fielding. That completes the 113th over. It was an over that brought up George Hill's 4th first-class 100, and Yorkshire are 442 for 5.
Just heard in the background there, Howard Ferguson imparting news. Details of the Hill century. Now having a few drinks just after midday. A chance for those of you looking at the stream to see the few views around the ground. We're back on the middle there with the batsman. Oh, stomach's in, Kev.
time the stream appears on the big screen to our right, the comms cam. Quickly sit up straight. We need a little red light, don't we, to alert us that we're going on comms cam.
Apparently this is a record 6th wicket stand for Yorkshire against Middlesex.
Oh, beating.
Yeah, just went up on the board, I think.
Beating the last one, there we go. Oh, have we got an early morning sleeper? No, he's on his phone. Stream's picked up somebody in the crowd tapping away. Well, we are on a drinks break, aren't we? So it's allowed.
Well, it's +4 on the over rate, which is good to see.
Oh, could be finished by 6 today.
Oh, might be. It depends how long Yorkshire bat. If you were in the Yorkshire dressing room at the moment discussing tactics, Kev, what would your input be?
Bat and bat again.
Yeah.
Not even lunch on day 2. Just keep batting. There's no point leaving runs for the second innings when there's runs to be had in the first. Just keep going.
Yep, I think...
You've got the absolute freedom in this innings to do what you want. If you want to accelerate, you can accelerate. In the second innings, you've got to go out and build the innings again, haven't you? So, yeah. Very simple game for Yorkshire from here, I'd suggest. Bairstow, they can have his eye on double ton. What is his highest first-class score, Johnny Bairstow? Doiji, any rough idea? 200 and something. So it's not a 300 anyway. For Bairstow. There it is. Oh, no, that's George Hill, sorry.
Career best.
What did I say?
200 and something, you said. Which
no, what did I say? Oh, I thought you were correcting my terminology of career best.
Oh, right.
100, no, 6 tests. 246.
Yeah.
Well, it's on, isn't it? 250 for him, first 250 for Johnny Bairstow. 135. It's his game to play it as he wishes, as his Sam Robson, as if to further emphasise the point that they've missed some big chances, haven't they? The stumping of Hill, the drop of Bairstow. Potentially. They had him even earlier than the 20s. They felt they had him very, very early on. Nick him through to the keeper, but...
Was that off Holman as well?
I think it was, yes.
There was one where... Was it Holman or was it Robson later on in the day? Sort of appealed for the catch behind, but I don't think it was that one.
No, there was one very early in the piece. So he was dropped on 20s. That was the one that hit the keeper's thigh guard, didn't it? Edged onto his thigh. But yes, that missed stumping this morning. They're both looking very costly now, aren't they? For Middlesex, and that's the danger, isn't it? That's why this is Yorkshire's game. They go to anything they want here, and then it's just over to Middlesex. Don't get yourself in a pickle at the top. Here's Robson to Bairstow. This could be fun. Part-time leg break bowler. He's right arm over the wicket, bowls, and that's driven away through the covers. A lovely shot, deep cover will slide. Oh, and it's a tackle from Helm. Right-footed tackle, no yellow card for that. He kept his foot down, didn't he? Wrapped his leg round it, and they're back for 2.
Yeah, there's no point going in shin high on the boundary, Kev, because the ball's going to go underneath, isn't it? Studs up. Oh, no, good slide round and saved a couple of runs. Robson would appreciate that.
Robson to Bairstow again. Long off and long on back. Deep cover, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square leg. 4 on the single. As Robson's in, sunglasses on. Reverse sweep from Bairstow, and he gets it away fine. It's a lovely shot. Gets it away very fine. Leas Deployer gave a hard chase to begin with, but soon gave up. In fact, no, Cornwall, my apologies, not Deploy at all. It was quite high on the outside edge, actually, but the reverse as it was, you don't particularly say top-edged a reverse sweep unless it's skied it, because with the reverse you are kind of bringing that angle in, aren't you, the way you bring the bat down on it. There he is, snapping down on it as we watch the replay, gets it away. There's a little chip past the keeper. Maybe a slip could have been interested, but it went at a fair old pace as Robson comes in once more, and Bairstow backs up to this one, eases away into the offside. You'd almost suggest to Bairstow, don't get too carried away against Robson, because you want him to have a long spell here. You can probably milk him for a few.
Yes. Certainly that option, isn't it? And what are the other options for Middlesex bowling? Obviously, we haven't seen Cornwall or Higgins on this morning, or the skipper himself, of course. But anybody else have a little?
Max Holden off break, but there's two right-handers out there at the moment.
Of course, deploy as well. So
Robson bowls shorts. It's cut into the ground to Stoneman at extra cover. It was one of those that you could have felt that he might have offered it up. I was just questioning about Bairstow there. I was going to look something up about him. Here's Holman again, bowls, and this is driven away straight of Stoneman on this occasion, and around goes long off. He really is playing a game of his own out there, Bairstow now. That's the 450 on the board, outside of the bonus points. They've missed it by 4 overs. 114th over completed, Yorkshire 450 for 5, Bairstow 143, Hill 100. And soon to be 35-year-old Johnny Bairstow. Do you remember the days we used to say you don't get into the Australian side till you're 35, do you? The old Aussie side. Made your debut as an Australian batter at 35, didn't you? Breaking into the great team. Oh! Doigy's brought the lunches back for his good man.
Oh,
no pork, please. We're British. Here's Robson. And the football stand end is in, bowls, and this ball's cut away out to deep cover for a single. 451 for 5. What were we looking up about Bairstow? There was something, wasn't there? That was the end of the 114th. I'd gone too early on the end of the over, hadn't I? Little premature, DT.
Yeah, you don't want to be getting out, do you, to the likes of Sam Robson. Sam Robson's not the worst, but it's when they bring on somebody like Alistair Cook or someone who's got a test match wicket, doesn't he, and things like that. But any sort of batsman getting out a real part-time bowler as an occasional bowler rather than a part-time bowler just doesn't want to do it.
That last test of Johnny Bairstow is exactly his 100th. 100 tests for England and dropped. Usually you celebrate your way, don't you, to the 100th test. Here he is making his 100th test, and that was it. There's Dickie Bird on the stream. Who else is what other great and good are in there to be seen? Helmsley in bowls. This is worked down to long leg for a single by Bairstow. 145, 452 for 5. Did you catch anybody else on the balcony there? Dickie Bird.
I was telling Doidgy earlier. I was in the lift with Dickie this morning. He said, I spotted 1 or 2 turning yesterday. And I said, oh, well, I think 1 or 2 did turn.
Well, he's right. And that was
fairly slow.
Yeah, and actually they didn't turn as regularly as Middlesex would have hoped. It was occasional turn, which was the oddity of it. Helm up to the stumps, he bowls, solid forward defence from Hill. This is the whole thing about the seamers, isn't it? They're not allowed to leave that spot with a Kookaburra. If you are anything off that line, you're going to go for runs. So it's teaching them good disciplines for bowling overseas, I think, is the theory, isn't it, with the Kookaburra? And you're having to bend your back with it and try and bowl 90 miles an hour. Break your back in the process, but you can't. Having Kookaburra balls isn't just all of a sudden going to produce 90-mile-an-hour bowlers, is it? It's his Helm in, bowls on the back foot. That's punched into the onside, fielded at mid-wicket. Hill remains on 100.
Well, I've said many times, Kev, that we could end all this nonsense about Kookaburra balls if we just put a consortium together to buy the Kookaburra company.
And then close it down?
Well, no, start making the balls to Duke standards.
Yeah.
And then there would be no sort of, these Kookaburras don't do this, that and the other. They would, they'd be the same ball. Well, why nobody's thought of that, I've no idea. Can't be that. How expensive would it be to buy a...
Forward goes Hill to Helm, pushes back in the snow. You can have a GoFundMe page to buy Kookaburra and end this nonsense.
Obviously, it's going to be more than that, but a cricket ball producing company, it's not going to be, sort of $500 million or something, is it? I mean, it's going to be, put a bid in. Yeah, it's probably less than the Oval entertainment budget this year.
Helm And again he bowls, and this is short. Doesn't get up though, that one, but Hill sees it sweetly enough and pulls it down to deep backward square for a single. They're going to win it again, aren't they? Surrey. To the
bowlers all around.
chagrin of both Yorkshire and Middlesex for varying reasons.
Yeah, well, they're the
Manchester City.
yeah, they are, aren't they?
Apart from their finances aren't in question. They are an outstanding club, aren't they? They're you have to say now, for all the fun we have over the years, you look at it now and say fair play, sorry, they're a brilliantly run club. This is Helm in bowl, short, and this is pulled away down to deep backward square for a single. 454 for 5. And there is an element of luck to it.
It's not hard to, when you got whatever it is, 30-odd million quid in the bank, and every time a player becomes available, they just.
I was going to say there is an I said club, not just the team. There is an element, obviously, of great fortune that their location is, well, possibly it's undoubtedly the best of any sporting venue in the greatest sporting city in the world. You know, it's just opposite Millbank, isn't it, and Westminster, and they do great business out of the government, I think, booking all the offices, booking all the meeting spaces. They're forever full, aren't they, all year round. The turnover they make in the winter at the Oval is just incredible.
Yeah, but is it to the good of English cricket?
Well, to be honest, where would English cricket be without Surrey? They were the ones that really stood up against the 100, weren't they? They were the only ones. Could have done with a few more of them. Wouldn't be in the mess we're in now.
You could argue that the reason that Surrey stood up against the 100 was that because they could afford to stand up against
Well, exactly, but you can't argue them for running their shop well.
Yeah, but if
you run your shop too well.
If the funds were more equally distributed, then more counties would have been able to stand up to that.
Well, it's not Surrey's fault that they make money, is it?
No.
And the funds are equally distributed otherwise.
Well, you get a guaranteed test match every year, which Lords do as well, but that money doesn't go to Middlesex, does it?
Round the wicket comes Robson bowls. This is short, pulled away into deep mid-wicket for a single. 4-5-5 for 5. I'd imagine, and again I say there's an element of luck in their geographical positioning, sorry, because I'd imagine that the money that they make annually from off-field matters far outweighs probably even the test matches themselves. Robson over the wicket to Hill, bowls, and that grips nicely, doesn't it, in turns. Always finds a little bit of turn, Robson, but it's about the variation as well with the leg spinner. It's not just ripping that leg spinner, is it? It's the...
And also, if he after 3 or 4 overs, he's very good for his first few overs. But then
that's a full banger that Hill gets a bottom edge in down into his toe and it falls away into the offside. He could easily have dragged that on. His eyes lit up there.
He nearly bowled Middlesex to a victory last year, didn't he, Robson? Or was that the year before?
He's in now, bowls, and short, wide, leg break, cut away to Higgins at cover. Goodness me, they've got some work to do after a day in the dirt. That's the other thing about Yorkshire staying out. They tire them out. You can almost see it in the faces of all of them. They're very keen to get this innings over with. They know they're at the mercy of Yorkshire now as Robson bowls and Hill on the back foot turns into the onside. There's no run.
Little wristy flick, that one, trying to get the ball into that space. Acres of space, aren't there? On the leg side, there's nobody anywhere near the bat. That's very much it.
Robson bowls. Oh, that pops a little, and a leading edge all on the floor into the covers. As Hill was just looking to dab a single into the onside. End of the over. 4-5-5 for 5. 24 minutes past 12 on this sunny Friday afternoon in Leeds.
It's gorgeous. It's gorgeous. Little haze over the city away to our, well, as we're looking at it, sort of 10 o'clock down there. Lots of tower blocks going up at the moment in Leeds. Lots of apartment blocks. A lot of investment going into the city at the moment.
Of course, that was one of the great things here, wasn't it? Rebuilding this stand with the university and office spaces here, I guess, to have meeting rooms here to let out. But yeah, as you say, plenty of construction going up in the city now. This, that and the other.
Good spot to live these days, Leeds, Kev.
Here's Roland Jones down below us at the Kirkstall Lane end. Right arm over the wicket. There's a deep third, deep cover. Long leg, deep square.
Live in Headingley, you've got Kirkstall Fisheries nearby, you've got lots of good pubs with good beer. City not too far away.
Roland Jones bowls. This is eased to backward point by Bairstow on 147.
It's got a young vibe about it as well, Headingley. So I like spending time up here. You've got the university nearby. This time of year you get lots of young idiots running around in fancy dress, collecting money for this, that and the other, in and out of pubs. Roland Jones bowls again, that's defended back to him. No run to be had there. There's just a sort of quietness about the play at the moment, isn't there? There's no great excitement, they're just quietly moving towards the luncheon interval. 34 minutes away. Middlesex is over 8, +4. Pleased with that. Roland Jones bowls again. That's hit in the air. One bounce to Helm at mid-on. Didn't time that quite right, Johnny Bairstow. Very nearly is undoing. That shot was just checked a little bit. Helm took it on the bounce. Bat's probably 5-6 metres in front of him. Bairstow 147. Hill on 101. He's been quiet since he's reaching his centre. Next delivery, just a little bit of shape there from Roland Jones. Very little and wide of off stump anyway. Bairstow plays it to backward point. No success so far this morning for Middlesex. No sign of the young left armour, Noah Cornwall. See, and the other bowlers who bowled yesterday, no release deploy either. It's next ball beautifully timed, wide of long on for 2 runs by Bairstow. Oh dear, and a bit of a fumble there from Helm, and that's Bairstow's 150. So it should have been 2 runs, but Helm didn't get his slide right, didn't get control of the ball, and Johnny Bairstow goes through to a well-deserved 150. Very classy 150. And that's his runs have come off 178 balls, 14 fours and 2 sixes. So splendid innings from the veteran. Another veteran on his way in, 21 on his back bowls, and that's pushed up to mid-on. Indeed, both of them are 21 up. The old firm of Bairstow and Roland Jones. It does sound a bit like a solicitor's. What you got there? Howard just confirming the figures for Bairstow. Another decent crowd in today. Delighted to see Yorkshire putting this very big score on the board. Whether it's going to bring them a victory here is questionable. One thing it almost certainly doing is ensuring they don't lose this game against second place Middlesex. If Sussex and Middlesex both won this round of matches, then Yorkshire wouldn't be out of it, out of the promotion race, but it would make things a lot tougher.
Here's Robson, he's around the wicket, bowls, and Bairstow cuts away out to deep cover for a single, 151 for Bairstow. 4-5-9 for 5. The score ticks along too. I'll look at some of the scores elsewhere in a moment as well, I haven't done so for a while. England powering on against Sri Lanka. As, this is short and cut away. Out to deep, point for a single Bairstow. apologies, Hill. Ticking along, Bairstow back onto strike. England 4-2-7. Sri Lanka 4 without loss. And Gus Atkinson, 118 from 115 balls. Bairstow dabs to gully. There's no run. Root 143.
Atkinson's got 100. Good Lord.
Another one off the Surrey conveyor belt, which again, they have to be praised for at the moment. It is strong Surrey, strong England at the moment, isn't it? As this ball's short and cut away. Out to deep backward point. 4. A couple scoreboards frozen over there. I think that's going to put Bairstow onto 153. 462 for 5 by my reckoning. Pakistan's taking on Bangladesh. Former Yorkshire coach Jason Gillespie, now the Pakistan head coach, as Robson, sunglasses on, bowls. This is pulled away down to long on for a single by Bairstow. Division 1 of the Championship, 4-9, 2 all outs. Somersets against Durham. 124 for Tom Abel. Rue got a century as well. 4 for Parkinson. 4 for 136. Robson bowls, and this is pulled away out to deep mid-wicket by Hill. Moves to 103. 464 for 5. Kents were at 156 all outs at Birmingham, where Warwickshire 288 for 4 in reply, 129 for Rhodes. Kent desperately diving down towards Division 2. They skimmed it from Middlesex here last year and survived. Middlesex sent down. Compton managed 70 of that 156. Only Everson made it into double figures as well with 28.
Haven't heard too much about him of late, have we?
No, he fell away a little bit on point, but
had a great start. Was it last season, I think?
yeah. I think he scores a little bit too slowly, doesn't he, for the thought of an international step up. Warwick, Worcestershire, 266 all outs at Chelmsford. I believe that was something of a recovery, wasn't it? Yeah, it certainly was. From 10 for 4, 46 for 5, 118 for 6, 133 for 7. Goodness me. Quite a recovery. 62 from Taylor and 42 from Verdi down the order. Roland Jones in, bowls. That's a good line and length. Forward defence from Hill into the onside. Bat and pad very much together, but that was challenging the inside edge as it angled in from Roland Jones.
They were everyone's favourites to go down. Well, favourites as in as in betting terms to go down. Rather than nobody wanted to see Worcester should go down at the start of the season, but after the last round of matches, there's some big clubs below them, Kev. I mean, Kent have gone, so it's really one from about 4 to go down. Worcester might still go down. But
Roland Jones bowls. Oh, inside edge challenged again on the back foot. Hill, inside edge. It rolls down the pads into the offside. 464 for 5.
Notts are in danger of going down.
Notts are yet to bat. Surrey 423 for 6. Burns 161. 50s for Patel, Jacks, Siddharsan and Clark so far in that for Surrey. Cameron Steele, formerly of Middlesex, out there now, formerly of Durham as well. Roland Jones past the umpire, bowls, and length ball driven into the onside for a single by Hill. Moves to 104. Last match in Division 1, Hampshire 389. All out. Middleton 109. 75 for Gubbins, 104 not out for Dawson. And Lancashire in reply, 4 without loss. Wells and Jennings opening. It's Kyle Abbott. Division 2 scores in a moment. As Roland Jones turns to bowl to Bairstow. Mighty couple of names these were for England in their time. Bairstow with a much longer career. Roland Jones made a huge impact before injuries took hold. This one's down the leg side, scuttles through to Davies, steps across to take. Leicestershire 251 all out, Glamorgan 187 for 2 at Cardiff, and that a recovery from 27 for 2, 96 for Ingram and 80 for Carlson. 4 for Van der Houten in the Leicester innings, 4 for Douthwaite as well, who I think player looks good.
Leicestershire must win that if they're going to stay in the hunt for promotion.
Roland Jones onto the pads, it's drifting down, it doesn't look good to me. Hill backing across, but it didn't get up. But the angles didn't look right. He looked as though he was wide on the crease on delivery to me. We'll see on the replay in a moment. But
it also looked as though he's forgotten how to appeal. It's been so long. So ran to the umpire and asked the question. Going well down, wasn't it? I think Bairstow would have been very disappointed if he'd seen the finger raised for that one.
There's Roland Jones again. He's in. Bowls. Bairstow on the walk on this occasion to meet the ball. Drives it to mid-off. 4, 6, 5 for 5. End of Roland Jones is over. Hill will have strike on 104. Elsewhere in Division 2, there's only one other game, isn't there? Which is Sussex 485 for 6 now. Hughes 144. He's gone to Pavillon. Court Guest 72 for Haynes. 37 Clark. Allsop 70. John Simpson not out on 80 for 118. Will the Lancashire lad be the bane of Yorkshire or Middlesex, his former county, come the end of this season? Robson in, bowls, his cutaway, gets through into the covers. Sweeper holds. Hill to a single, Bairstow on to strike.
Saw him at Scarborough last week, had a natter, reminded him of his great achievement in Scarborough from 2016. Winning Kelly's quiz. Good night that was, wasn't it? Said he's very much enjoying himself down there. Thinks it was the right move at the right time. I don't think too many people could disagree with that.
Robson to Bairstow. Around the wicket, the right-hander cuts to deep point for a single. A big game in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint as well today, that one. Brewing up nicely, Sunrisers and Northern Diamonds. Both in with a chance. Middlesex and Yorkshire both having stakes in both of those regional sides. This is Robson bowls, and this is driven back by Hill to Robson. There's no run. Sunrisers beating Diamonds on Monday. The table has Diamonds second behind Vipers, who are 34 points, 32 Diamonds, Sunrisers 30. South East Stars 27, Blaze 23. This is short, pulled away, wide of long on for a single. 4, 6, 8 for 5. I didn't linger on this too much yesterday with Casey Levickson as it resulted in a defeat for the Diamonds at the weekend, but the Vipers are 127 for 5 in the 35th. Elwes has 30, Harmon 13. 4 wickets for Arlott. In that, Emily Arlott. Oh, now overthrows. Oh dear. What happened there? Was it overthrows or was it the ball was bowled? Is it? Sorry, missed that one. Cut down to deep point. I thought it was still being returned in.
Oh, what? If I missed something, it's overthrows. No, it was a wide ball and very nearly got it to the boundary.
I
Chopped
think
away.
it'd been returned from the ball previous.
Why would you call a team Vipers? Don't like that.
Is Robson, it's swept by Bairstow to short fine leg, and there's no run. 470
It's not a very
for 5. Southern
nice
Vipers.
thing of Viper, is it? It's
Come with a bite down south there. It's
yeah,
where all the snakes are, isn't it, around there? Dorset and New Forest.
yeah, but he's not a sort of animal you'd want
Kevin
to name your
Howes.
team after.
Kevin James, I mean, sorry.
I mean, you wouldn't, you wouldn't name a team the Southwest Skunks or something. Would you? I mean, or you know what I mean. There's certain animals you wouldn't name a team after. I'd have thought
Vipers
snakes would be one of them.
Have a bite, have a sting.
Yeah, they're not very nice animals. Reptiles, you know, southern reptiles or something. No, I don't like that.
Reptiles are kept as pets.
Sunrisers. That's a nice image.
Roland Jones in, bowls, Hill defends in the zone run. Well, the Vikings weren't.
Vikings were. I mean, Vikings were.
They looted, they pillaged, and did other things.
Well,
Worse things than Vipers did.
actually, if you speak to people in Scandinavia, they're not too happy about that image. They actually just came over here basically trading goods. The idea that they came over here and
It wasn't just here, was it? The Vikings were founded in North America. Extraordinary.
yeah, because they were seafarers. They went abroad, took things, sold them, bought other things back.
Roland Jones bowls as he dragged along the floor to mid-on. 470 for 5. Hill has 106, of course. Middlesex were the Crusaders at one point, weren't they? Which had to be moved along to the Panthers. They became the Panthers. And Pinky, their great mascot.
Yeah, the Crusaders has got a sort of swashbuckling image to it, hasn't it? The Panthers, that's a nice animal. It's not a viper, it's not a snake, it's not a nasty slithery thing that's going to bite your ankle.
In comes Roland Jones. This is clipped away down to long leg for a single. 4-7-1 for 5. The Yorkshire Vikings. Where did they get Vikings from for Yorkshire?
Well, because the Vikings sort of came up, came
Well, I
over
suppose down the coast, yeah.
this coast and. Seafarers over time.
And 20 minutes to lunch on the second day. Roland Jones heading in. Lull before the storm here, you'd fancy, as in comes the bowler, and this is pushed to mid-on. Roland Jones to Bairstow, just forward he goes. Middlesex will hope there'll be no storm. They'll hope it's a lull throughout, but
A lot of those
Yorkshire will hope.
A lot of those old stories are great fun to hear about, or very interesting and very whatever, but they're not necessarily based in the truth.
Never let the facts get in the way of a good story.
Well, it's like that monkey that was supposedly tried and hung in Hartlepool, because they couldn't understand him.
Roland Jones bowls. This is pushed to mid-off. Oh yeah, Hill, no run.
He was a French monkey or something. So. Just how true that is open to debate. So I'm told.
Roland Jones in bowls, and this is driven away as far as cover by Hill. No run again. 4-7-2 for 5. And that was the end of the 121st over.
If you were going to hang everybody you couldn't understand in the northeast, there wouldn't be many left up there, would there? 472 for 5. This partnership has gone on for a very long time, Kevin. No, I'm not talking about you and me.
I'm keeping quiet because I might have to interview Mark Stoneman if he goes out there and scores a lot of runs today. Rocky, saw him last night at the hotel. Good form.
Not sure he'll have that much time to bat today if this goes. Would they bat past tea? I can't see that.
Probably a lot to be said for just batting and hope that this pitch deteriorates and they've got 2 days for the spinners to bowl them out. I mean, I'd imagine Bairstow, he could even have his eye on a triple century here, couldn't he?
100, what is he now? 100 and it's disappeared off the board. Always used to annoy Callie if he went into one of his updates. The board changed. You could see him sort of flapping.
He's 158, but if he were to really let rip, he's in passage maybe just before tea, hour before tea, might really open up. He could score 100 in no time, couldn't he? Here's Holman from the football stand end. He's right arm over, he bowls, and forward goes Bairstow, dabbing this back into the onside. 472 for 5. Sun glinting off the top of that new stand now, the bold roof. Little saucers, little bowls all sat atop the roof, which backs onto the rugby field behind. Bairstow delays matters for a moment as he scratches away at his crease. I can't imagine there's much chatter out there trying to distract him. I think they poked the bear yesterday. Something that Adam Lyth said in his post-match interviews last night about you don't upset Johnny Bairstow. And I think he was more in reference to the fact that Bairstow's lost his test place and he's very keen to prove a point as Holman's in, bowls, and Bairstow pushes his way into the offside. There's no run. Well, a triple century for Bairstow would certainly prove a point, wouldn't it? Against one of the stronger bowling lineups around, Middlesex, certainly in Division 2. Quite at the peak of their powers at the moment. Roland Jones obviously is just past his as Holman's in, and this is cut away towards extra cover. Holman just 23 as well as a leg experience, no age whatsoever. There's a young wrist spinner. Lots of learning still to come for him. There's a bit of flight in that, and that beats the inside edge. The googly from Holman. Can't believe that that's missed the top of off stump. How has it? We'll have a look at the replay. But that was a lovely ball again from Holman, and he's been impressive in this game. He has 3 for 139. He's had a drop. He's had a missed stumping. What more did you want me to do, he says. Well, both of these actually had them both, didn't he? In he comes. Balls, and Bairstow forwards this one, pushes away into the offside. Dot ball. Haven't seen a replay just yet of the previous ball that beat the... I assume it beat the inside edge of the googly, but how on earth it beat the stump as well, I don't know.
I think Deutsche was saying there's not too much movement off the very middle. The spin comes from...
This is dug out into the offside by Holman, and there's no run. 4.72 for 5.
To have a look this morning and said, if you like, the strip down the middle from the wicket to wicket is a narrow strip, and nothing much is moving off there. You can almost see it if you look at it from our position. It doesn't show up that well on the TV screen, but if you're looking at it live, you can almost see down there, can't you? The
2 strips of grass either side.
2 strips either side. And that's where the turn is coming from.
Who said that?
Deutsche. Hill checking his spikes. Mum's in the ground today. She'll have been pleased that he's got the century. I'm sure Dad's here as well. Follow him all over. Roland Jones bowls, and that's driven back to him quite fiercely. Did he get anything on that? If he did, he hasn't managed to prevent it going for 4. There's not a lot of energy out there at the moment, is there? From
well, that's the reason to keep
Middlesex,
batting, isn't it?
You can understand why, but there's needs just that little spark from somewhere.
Yep, the reason to keep batting, at least until tea, you'd have thought.
Roland Jones bowls, and that's clipped firmly to a mid-wicket. No run there.
Second new ball. Halfway there, aren't they? This one's 40 overs old, roughly, give or take.
It's just gone past it, hasn't it? 42 overs old.
It's almost... Well, they didn't take it bang on 80, did they?
Ah, good point.
But it's almost, again, it's a mental milestone, isn't it? Keep them out there for a third new ball.
Roland Jones bowls, and it's defended back to him. He's doing what he did yesterday afternoon, just keeping it tight, isn't he, Roland Jones? Not giving too much away. Obviously, that boundary earlier, very good shot from. He's bowling neatly there.
Kicks the ball away in disgust.
Yeah, you say it
is
is
a follow through.
It is a mental thing. Deutsche's come back with another lunge. No, is that one for me? Is it? No, he's shaking his head. I'll wander along and get mine in a minute. Roland Jones bowls and defended. Got spare thought for Don Bess, I suppose. He's been sitting padded up, waiting to come in. Imagine he'll be in next. He could add a bit of acceleration to the innings.
Is that what it needs? Acceleration?
A bit of spark, perhaps. They're going along, but they're not. Oh, a quick one, single up to mid on. Helm can't pick the ball up and shy. George Hill's very quick between the stumps. And 1 run.
Are you a man that needs a lot of excitement in his life?
How come I'm on again and Hand has disappeared again?
Well, I did suggest to him that he took over from you, but I don't think he got that. I think his hearing is similar to yours.
Sorry?
So Toby Roland Jones from the Kirkstall Lane end, bowling here to Jonathan Bairstow, who opens the face and runs that one out in front of point. and will get through for a single. Lovely man bag that I think probably is yours, Kev, is it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Just been off elsewhere and doing those updates, and I've heard the trail. It's weird hearing your own trail because I'm not used to hearing that, I've got to say, Kev. But, heard the trail for the smart speaker thing just now. They played it on BBC York as I was just coming off the back of the update.
Yeah. So you trailed into yourself?
Well, it was a bit, I don't know. Anyway, I did the update
Unnerving.
and then suddenly a trail, yeah. And then I was on again. 478 for 5. That was the end of Toby Roland Jones's over. Luke Holman will continue while DT doubtless rattles some crisp packets in the background.
Holman it is then. There's a, well, I'd say a backward point in a deep gully, but he's more than that. He's almost a short third, isn't he? As well as the deep point for the late cut of Bairstow, which he backs away to the first ball from Holman and punches a single out to Helm, who's at deep cover. There's extra cover, long off, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square. Singles everywhere for Yorkshire. Push it around as you please. It's their game to play now. Middlesex playing a waiting game, really. One a mistake or two. The charge from Yorkshire, which might bring the downfall of a batter or two, as Holman's in, bowls, and this is pushed down to long off. I suppose it's dispel as little energy as you can right now and save it for that innings, because you don't want to walk off the field absolutely exhausted. There's no point bending your back at this stage, is there, as a fielder, as a bowler? Conserve that energy. The battle is still to come for Middlesex. They've lost this one, and it's Yorkshire's game to play and dictate as this ball's short. And oh, he's bowled him! Goodness me, Bairstow looks to open up, and we said wait for the mistake. Well, there it was. Looking to charge, he backs away and looks to heave that into the onside. Now, whether it was a drag down, I think it was. We saw a googly unnerve him a couple of overs back from Holman, beat the inside edge. Rapturous applause for Bairstow as he's bowled for 160, 301 minutes, 198 balls, 14 fours, 2 sixes. It looked as though he really wanted to make a point yesterday when he celebrated that century. He celebrated it fiercely. And he's pushed on today. As I said, I think he may have had his mind on something very, very big today. So he'll be disappointed with his demise there. Probably a bottom edge onto the stumps. The wicket-keeper just blocked off the point of impact for us. But yeah, backing away, looking to pull. Whether he'd completely missed the googly, but I'd fancy it was a bottom edge. So, 480 for 6. Well, we said whether it was 450 or 650, whatever it is that they post, Middlesex have got a lot of work to do. And they can't get anything excited about this at all, but I mean, my suspicion was Yorkshire had batted at least until tea and just really worn Middlesex down, exhausted them, and then had a blast at them this evening. Here's Tom Betts, who's going to have a very big part to play in this game. Firstly with the bat, but the Yorkshire will hope for a couple of innings with the ball. And he goes to join Hill.
Yeah, jumping at the bit after missing out last week at Scarborough. So he'll also have a point to prove, I guess. And he's got the sort of pitch with which, if you are a tweaker, you will be delighted to take round with you, I would think, every week. Dry, barely a blade of grass on it. It'll certainly hold up. Looking at what I saw earlier on, you'd expect there to be some form of wear and disintegration as the match goes on, but I mean, just looking at the footholes and that sort of thing at the end, which normally after a day are pretty well worn already, they were in almost perfect condition this morning without so much as, well, without a great deal of work anyway being input there, I don't think, by the ground staff by the looks of things. So that just gives you an indicator of the way that these hybrid pitches take the wear and tear.
Holman it is then. I haven't quite seen a replay just yet of that Bairstow dismissal. Holman steps in, he bowls, and forward goes. Bess dabs a single, just fine of extra cover. He's off the mark. First ball, 4-8-1 for 6. Have you seen a replay of it just yet? I assume it was a bottom edge.
No, we're still writing all the notes down, I'm afraid. Got to keep the notepad up to date, Kev.
The what?
A notepad. Yeah.
Have you seen this?
I noticed you're anti-notepad, aren't you?
Yeah. Think of the planet. Holman in bowls, and that's left alone outside the off stump by Hill. Have you seen there's 2 Luke Holmans? Look at the top of his run up there. LH and LH. He's got 2 marks, hasn't he? Why has he done that then? Do you think he got it wrong first time? Holman's in, bowls, and forward goes Hill. Do you think he marked it and then he ran into bowl? Oh, I don't know, I got that wrong.
Maybe
Let's go and mark the second one.
Maybe just a longer run and shorter run up. You know, when he bowls his bouncer, it comes off the longer run, perhaps.
It's one step more, isn't it? It's extraordinary. LH. Is there another LH of Yorkshire? Yorkshire haven't got an LH, have they? They're marked out.
No.
Maybe one of his scallywag teammates have done it to mess with him. Just and they got bored out there in the field all this time, so they stuck another one down. You can imagine that happening. He's an AFC Wimbledon fan. Luke Holman, they had a big week this week, didn't they? Knocking Ipswich out of the, what's it called now, the League Cup? The English Football League Cup, is that what it's called? The EFL Cup?
They called it the Carabao. They're sponsoring still or not? I have no idea.
The Carabao. Sounds like a funky dance, doesn't it?
The League Cup.
Sounds like something
there was the Milk Cup on it at one stage, the Littlewoods Cup at one stage.
Sounds like something to see you doing in Headingley on a Friday night.
Carabao,
Carabao.
Yeah, you would probably. Yeah. Like a merengue as well.
Oh, I think we're having those for dessert, aren't we?
And do the chow-chow, but we'll not go there any further. As Bess faces Toby Rowland-Jones, who turns up, or is turned into the leg side by Bess. No run. The field again is one of those interesting ones. Long leg and third man notwithstanding. Point, square leg, both up on the 1. Catcher at extra cover. Short extra cover on the Hessian of another covered pitch. Then there's a regulation cover as well, mid-wicket, mid-on and mid-off. All walking in as Rowland-Jones delivers one wide of Bess's off stump, and that's not taken cleanly by Jack Davies.
I'm not surprised. Kept low on him, didn't it? Horrible on that one for the keeper. Yeah, thoughts for the keepers in this match. A long time out there. Well, best all hope he won't be out there for long. Rattle through Middlesex and, well, he'll be out there for a very long time, because I guess if he rattles through them, then Middlesex will be batting again, following on.
Rowland-Jones, leisurely amble up to the wicket, and that's a lovely shot by Dominic Bess, who's turned it through the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on, and it bobbles over the boundary rope for 4 runs. Just presented the full face of the blade and timed it really well. Jim Green pointed out, by the way, that with it being 4-1 in favour of Yorkshire on the bonus point front, that they're now level on points, the teams.
What's the next deciding factor then if they're level on points?
Well, clearly it will be Yorkshire in the driving seat on that front, because it'll go down to who's won the most championships, as Rowland-Jones is in, and that's pushed into the offside by Bess and fielded by Brooks. No run, so that's a no contest, hands down.
Touché. Yeah, what Gat and them lot doing in the 80s? Should have been neck and neck with Yorkshire by the end of the 80s, shouldn't they? The 90s. 90s weren't quite as good, were they? Started off well, and then that was the beginning of the barren run through to 2016 for Middlesex.
Yeah, here comes Rowland-Jones again, and Bess pushes into the offside, and there is no run. Jim also says, "Hi Jonathan, can you inform your colleague Kevin about Jorvik Museum, and lots of individuals in Yorkshire have Viking DNA. Also,
nice.
A large number
Where's
of place names are Viking in origin."
Where's don't say Jorvik. Where's Jorvik Museum then?
In York.
In York.
Yeah. Yeah, in York city centre.
Nice.
Go have a look.
Well, my family's
take
Irish.
a nose peg. On my previous visits, you'll get authentic smells as well as other things when you get there.
Well, my family's Irish, so similarly there's obviously a huge Viking influence there as well, isn't there? You may have been out of the room for this. I was saying, where did Yorkshire Vikings come from? Well, that's where the nickname came from then.
I think that's where it's, where the message from Jim has come.
Thanks, Jim.
Ball short of length here, and Bess just strokes it. A short extra cover to complete the over at 485.46. Yeah, plenty of Yorkies with Viking in their DNA, although Saxon, I've got to say, in my own.
What's Durham's nickname then? Because they'd have been closer, I guess.
They don't have a nickname, do they?
Well, Yorkshire aren't Vikings anymore, are they? Or are they still Vikings?
Yeah, still Vikings, yeah. 20 is plenty. The Durham 20 is plenty, apparently. But that is lunch, by the way,
at one
folks.
point? Durham Dynamos at one point, were they?
Can't remember that.
Would that have disgruntled a few if they'd have taken Durham Vikings, because they're a little bit closer up to Scandinavia?
Yeah, probably. I'm not quite sure whether you'd particularly want to fight too much over your moniker.
I thought you were going to say there wasn't much to fight for up there, so that's why they came down to Yorkshire.
Lunch, George Hill 113 not out, and Don Bess have taken it off the scoreboard actually at this moment in time, but
was he 5? He got that boundary away in a single, didn't he? Applause for Hill though.
Yeah, he's giving a
Leads
wave
him off.
over to the right. I would imagine that might be family who are on their feet and applauding him off the ground. Don Bess 5 not out.
What, all of them? Big family.
And 485 for 6 after 125 overs. I think it's time we drew this nonsense to a close for the first session of the day and say we'll see you once again after the lunch break.
George Hill and Don Bess continuing the batting.
Welcome back from Headingley for session 2 on day 2 of this match between Yorkshire and Middlesex, which sees the hosts having won the toss and decided to bat 485 for the loss of 6 wickets. George Hill 113 not out as he returns to the crease. He's faced 204 deliveries so far, 233 minutes stay at the crease, 11 fours and 2 sixes, and that I am sure will do him the power of good after a difficult year with the bat so far. In fact, 75 against Middlesex at Lords in April had been his highest first-class score this season up to that point. 2 half-centuries in first-class cricket, including that one, and 1 half-century in the 50-over competition. So we're all to the positive in this knock for George. Don Bess, 5 not out at the non-striking end. And it's going to be Luke Holman who's going to start things off for the afternoon. I've zero idea where my colleagues are, but neither of them have shown up for this afternoon session, so you've got me. Record partnership, by the way, that for the 6th wicket in matches between, or for Yorkshire in matches between Yorkshire and Middlesex. 238 it was. George Hill just 1 ball into the session, through to the gloves of Davies, and there is no run. And he comes again, and Hill turning that one off his legs. Bit of bat, bit of pad perhaps. No, just a bit of pad. Leg by. We have got some colleagues.
Hey up, Doigi.
When you're ready.
Dodging DT.
Fifth leg by of the match so far. 23 extras on the board in total. Holman just moving his cover about a foot to his left, and then delivers one wide of Bess's off stump, and he leaves.
A little bit of chatter at lunch in the press room there about would Yorkshire declare now. I don't see the point. I think go on, ground them into the dirt.
Yep. Holman in again, and Bess just propping forward.
And you know,
half-hearted appeal.
The innings for Yorkshire really came together with the partnership of Hill and Bairstow. If Middlesex's innings would come together with a partnership of Robson and Stoneman, for example, then all of a sudden Middlesex might be eyeing 600 themselves. So, yeah, don't declare just yet.
No, Bess goes back foot, just pushing this latest back to the bowler.
But from a neutral perspective, we all sit here with bated breath to see how Code and Thompson, and Bess and Moriarty go on this surface, and Hill as well. But I just feel it's going to take those strike bowlers, be it seam or spin.
Holman again, paddle sweep played by Bess. He's got it through the circle. Will it have the legs to make the boundary? It is being chased down by Henry Brooks, and he hasn't got that. So for the Bess to complete that first over back, 490 for 6. He's on to 9. Partnership now worth 10. Yeah, I'd be the same. Just keep going, because
I don't see any reason to pull out at this stage.
No, I mean,
and I see quite a few reasons not to pull out at this stage.
Yeah, and we mentioned at the moment the team's level on points. I'd probably be back in Yorkshire to pick up more than 1 bowling bonus point in 110 overs, even on this surface.
Yeah, but
and
you
then
never
if they don't get out with anything but a draw, then at least they've got the psychological boost of moving into second place. I know there's still 3 games and lots of points up for grabs, Kev, but you know, it's theirs to lose then, if you like. But yeah, clearly, I think there's no doubt they're still pushing to try and win the match, and hence carrying on with the bat and just hoping that they're good enough with the ball to create enough problems to take 20 wickets.
Well, you know, you score enough runs, then at some point the scoreboard pressure does start to get to the opposition, doesn't it? And find a little bit of trouble at the top in replying. Could be game on, but yeah, at this stage, they're at least 60 runs, I'd say, away. 550 maybe, but even 600, I think. put on the board. Yeah, maybe a bold Middlesex for. Well, I mean, what's the follow-on? 650, a follow-on of 400. 450, I should say, isn't it? It's 200 in.
No, 150, isn't it? 200 in Test cricket.
Yes, sorry, I've gone the wrong way with it. Cornwall's in, bowls onto the hip. Backward square on the leg side for a single. 491 for 6. Goodness me, it's been so long since we've had a first-class match. And of course, last week there was no danger in a low-scoring game of thinking about follow-ons and things. Yeah, 150 in first class and in Test 200. So yeah, if you get 550 follow-ons 400. Yeah. But still, you know, go to 600, follow-ons 450. You skittle Middlesex for 400. Well, might just about leave you a day to win the game then. Bowl them for 200 in the final dig. On the final day. Cornwall around the wicket. 2 Bess on 9. He's in now, bowls. Bangs one in short. Doesn't get up. Oh, and it bounces nastily on the way through to Davies as well. Really did dig that one in short, didn't he, from around the wicket. And Bess attempting to pull, but it was the Trans-Pennine Express and the, I'd say the Great North Eastern again, wasn't it? It was nowhere near it, but I'm not surprised. It was nowhere near it in terms of it was too far south, that one, wasn't it? Just didn't get up at all, and the bounce was unkind on Davies. They get through for a bye. 492 for 6. It's Cornwall around the wicket, bowls, and short pulls away out to deep backward square for a single. 493 for 6. You got hand sanitizer?
No, it's just a bottle of water.
Ah.
Just getting rid of a bit of donut stickiness off the fingers before I stick the contact.
Oh, did you go for the donuts at lunch? Saving mine for tea.
Very sensible. I noticed the sandwiches still stuck in the bag at the back.
Well, there's loads of sandwiches in there.
Well,
I
right,
shouldn't say that. We'll get less tomorrow, won't we? Yeah, there weren't many sandwiches today. So you had to scamper. Cornwall's around the wicket, he bowls, and this is hooked away down to deep backward square leg. They've got 3 fielders on the hook. Long leg, deep backward square, and deep square. So Cornwall's going to be asked to go and bang it in short, which actually is the first time in the match we've seen this tactic.
Yeah.
And perhaps a little bit of a surprise that they haven't so far, but maybe they didn't want to take on Bairstow with this kind of battery of bowling. We saw a bit of it. Well, obviously England led the way, didn't they? Here's Cornwall, he bowls. That's pulled out, steep mid-wicket. Oh, Stoneman didn't pick it up, and it beats him for 4. He was wrong-footed. He went to his right, then he had to run to his left, and he hangs his hands up in the air just as if to say, well, I didn't see it. Thumped in short, and yeah, really hooked powerfully in front of Stoneman, and as it goes over the rope, shrug from Stoneman. 498 for 6. There's a deep third as well, in case there's any thought of an uppercut. But Cornwall is the man charged with bending his back at the moment. Off he goes around the wicket from the Kirksall Lane end. He bowls short, and that's pulled straight to mid-wicket along the floor though. He was dragging that really, wasn't he? He didn't get up at all, that ball. Hill throws the bat up in the air afterwards and then catches it, as if to say, yeah, that didn't come out quite as I intended. Bess has 10, he'll have the strike, Hill 119. 498 for 6, Yorkshire, having won the toss. What, 27 hours ago now?
Thereabouts.
Good toss to win here at Headingley. They've made the most of it. Was that one edge, wasn't there, from... Was it live yesterday morning, or... Was it Bean that chopped short of second slip?
Yeah, Finlay, wasn't it? Yeah.
But other than that, nothing really to talk about, especially for the seamers. It was the one edge from Bairstow. They believe they perhaps had 2. Hill with an edge just short of Higgins before lunch, and the mis-stumping. And he came down the track, beat the inside edge, and Hill survived. He's still there on 119. He's got onto his century since then. And now Middlesex really do have it all to do.
So Bess just waiting for Luke Holman to sort out his field in conjunction with Toby Rowland-Jones, who's doing a bit of manipulating in that respect now, moving his cow corner round more central at mid-wicket, and his man backward of square leg a bit more 45 degree-ish than he was. Allman tossing the ball left hand to right. And first delivery wide of off stump. Bess happy to leave that. Still chance for this pair on a good pitch to show us what they can do. Just under 65 overs remaining on day 2 as Bess props forward to 1. And there is no run. Don Bess, he showed us on several occasions already this season his capabilities with the bat. Number 8 here, still Jordan Thompson who'll be next. Ben Code and Dan Moriarty to come for Yorkshire if they need to use them, as Bess gets an inside edge on this one. Backward of square on the leg side. Brooks doing the fielding. Plenty of lunch been munched during the last hour or so.
What did you have, Doichi?
Same sandwich as you two, whatever
Coronation
it was.
chicken.
Was it what it was? It wasn't as coronation-y as some coronation chickens.
Not
in terms
curry
of flavour, yeah.
Not enough curry powder in there for you.
That was a dot ball played out down to backward point by Bess.
Like it spicy, do you, Doichi?
Not DT style. Then there was an apple.
Stick to the sandwiches,
Bottle of
Doichi.
water, packet of crisps, appeal for LBW. That wasn't part of the lunch, nor was it a wicket. So still 498 for 6. Bess 10. Hill 119. Luke Holman with 4 for 146 against his name so far. This will be the final ball of his 39th over. He's going to do plenty of work.
That wasn't
Bess owns the face, runs it to backward point, no run.
That wasn't far away, that one, actually. The Holman LBW, I think we're going to see it again now. Probably was just sliding down, but from Middlesex perspective, they'll just hope the umpires are consistent and they're not givers. Googly just... Oh no, we're a ball behind, I think, on the stream now, are we? How did that happen then? We've stalled on the stream. It was perfect. I've never seen a stream so in sync with the live action down below, but we're now a ball behind it.
I think they were holding back the stream for you to come back into the commentary box in time for the start of the afternoon session.
Yeah, had a position at the back of the media centre, the media gallery. Right up at the top there. It's a long way up, isn't it? Kind of looking down from the back. I suppose that's not really meant for press during the match, because you don't have much of a view up there, do you? You need to be on the rows down the front. So it was a nice little perch though for lunch. Cornwall around the wicket, 498s for 6. It's a deep third, long leg, deep backward square. Cornwall's in, bowls a bumper, which is pulled out to, I've missed deep mid-wicket. Stoneman was hiding away from me there. Just a single.
Beluga caviar, was it?
Yes. Yeah. Pinot Grigio on the go.
Yeah. Smoked salmon, no doubt.
Declined the prawn sandwiches.
I noticed you put the green wellies on just to be authentic.
Cornwall. He's in now. Bowls, it's short and it's pulled along the floor to mid-wicket. Rinse and repeat now, can't we? He's just going to bang it in. Miss Kookaburra, and it is a little bit of a surprise that it's taken this long to get to this point, actually, for Middlesex. Obviously something they discussed at lunch, right? Come on. Done the same thing over and over again for 4 sessions, quite rightly, plugged away on a line and length. It's not working, we're going to have to try something different. And they've got a battery of 4 seamers. Short spells, all go in, bang it in short, and say to Yorkshire, well, go on then, you're going to have to find a way to score runs. So reinforce the onside. There's now a square leg as well as the mid-wicket as a bouncer, which goes down the leg side. That is signalled as a wide. Stepping away outside leg was Bess, looking to access the offside. And Cornwall followed him in applause for the 500. 500 for 6.
Probably the only time Cornwell's going to get applauded for a wide in his career.
I did hesitate for a moment to see if they were applauding the umpire raising his... You could say it's a defensive field, you could say it's an aggressive field. Middlesex are actually hunting a wicket here, aren't they, with this field? 2 backward of square, the long leg in the deep backward square, deep mid-wicket out. So square leg, mid wicket and mid on, also in position as Cornwall round the wicket, bangs it in short, and that's pulled to mid wicket all along the floor. No run. Roland Jones fields, just the 3 on the offsider, extra cover, point, and deep third there for the uppercut if Best does try to step back outside leg and attack the short ball. Battle of patience now, isn't it? Battle of wills. Middlesex, you can't imagine, will come off the this length unless he bangs one into the or sears one into the block hole. Cornwall, he's in again, bowls. Actually, that was a line of length. That's a brilliant stop at point by Higgins. Rolls to his right. He's saved 4 there, and in this match situation, when you're trying to build the pressure by blocking the runs and bowling it short, was it no ball as well? Oh dear. 502 for 6, and well, comes an even better stop by Higgins then, preventing that boundary. Again, a few concerns about his knee. I think they're hoping that he'll be back to close to full fitness next week as Cornwall bowls, and this is short outside the off stump and left alone by Bess. That was there for the uppercut, wasn't it? And he replays more a late cut. 502 for 6 it is. 5-2 this Friday afternoon. Where will we be by stumps tonight? Yorkshire will hope they've rattled through a couple of top order wickets. Cornwall in, bowl short this one. He does back away and flays the shot through the offside. Bess moves to 14. 506 for 6. I'm not quite sure they've picked the right bowler for this tactic, because the batter knows what Cornwall's going to deliver, and it feels like the youngster needs just that little bit of experience to help his guile in this situation. Bess backed away relatively early there, didn't he? Helm springs to mind. He's usually been the enforcer. That was what Tim Bresnan used to be called here, didn't he? And
he feels like he's got a bit more zip.
Now here's a ploy. Left arm over Cornwall as he bowls, and that's played off the ribs defensively to mid-wicket, and there's no run. 506 for 6 it is. I think Cornwall may well push it through the quickest of the lot.
Really?
If you were to put it on a gun. I think so, yeah.
Okay.
So.
Well, I'll go with that. You see them more than I do.
No, well, this is his first class debut.
Felt like Helm's been hitting the pitch a little bit.
Well, Brooks should be the 90-mile-an-hour man, but he's just lost a bit of pace, hasn't he, since his breakthrough a couple of years.
Something about Noah Cornwell's body language as he walked away there that said he was kind of, getting tired physically and mentally of this situation. There was a bit of a sigh, and he's just had a drink taken out to him, maybe a bit of a G-up. So Luke Holman going to continue from the Howard stand end of the ground. Mighty Mariners says, afternoon all. Has Kevin not got his feet on the table today?
Not yet. Time yet. After lunch, really, isn't it? You need to get your feet up after lunch. Sitting down all day, you can't have the blood getting stuck down in your feet. Sat down all day.
Holman in. Hill gives himself some room outside off stump and just lays his bat on that one out to cover.
Who's that?
Fielded.
Was that from Marcy
Tom
Emerson?
Helm,
Marcy Emerson, was it? Well, also, it's a great position to put your feet up and just watch it on the big screen next to us, because that's perfectly in line. And obviously, when the bowling's from the far end, you can watch Holman from behind, which is far more useful. Great screen we got here for this, isn't it?
Has Kev not got his feet on the table? As Bess is in, open face. Bess drives, I should say, to Holman's delivery out to the square cover. 1 run. Yorkshire supporters well becalmed at the moment.
Yeah, look, there's the Jonathan Deutsch flat going up in Leeds on the screen next to us. They've got a zoom through to the city, the Deutsch penthouse.
Yeah. £500 million that. Yeah.
Just your expenses, Deutsch.
I don't think I've got £500 million in Monopoly money at home. As George Hill again stepping away to leg to create some space outside off stump, playing with the spin out towards extra cover, will pick up 2. Takes his score to 123. Yorkshire to 510 for 6. And we'll all start to wonder when they'll pull out, if they'll pull out. If they'll just keep going as long as they can, or if there's a plan in mind based around having a dart before tea or something like that. As he steps back, George Hill, Opens the face again, gets it away back at a point. Another comfortable 2. 125 to him, 512. 4-6, that over 8 was just steadied slightly. It was +4 at one stage, I seem to recall mentioning, +3 when they returned after the lunch break.
In the horrific nature of the Kookaburra rounds, you have to think about second new ball more so, don't you? It's almost an inevitability.
Yep, as George Hill gets a tickle on this one, it would have gone to first slip's hand. He's going to go for 4 runs. Instead, again, stepping away, giving himself some room. A little bit straighter this time from Holman. But still a desired effect, and it just feels like they're starting to squeeze the foot down on the pedal a little bit more here. Run rate has gradually increased during the day, 3.97 now.
Well, were they to have 8 overs before tea, then that's 40 overs on the ball tonight. So it's just after lunch tomorrow you get the second new ball.
All those things will be taken into consideration. Holman in, and Hill cuts to point, and there is no run. 516 for 6 at the end of the 130th over of this Yorkshire first innings.
It's breaking up the workload for the seamers, isn't it, if the innings were to play out like this one. So seamers have a quick blast before tea, hour after tea, then over to the spinners through to stumps. Another blast in the morning for the seamers, over to the spinners, and then bring back the seamers for their third spell just after lunch tomorrow, I guess. To have another go with the second new ball. Yorkshire, by that point, will be hoping that they're wrapping the innings up and forcing the follow-on. Well, although, if they got it that quickly, you might not take the follow-on. They might not enforce it. All to come. All to come. Middlesex might flat bat it all the way to 650 themselves. And then we're thinking about the next Kookaburra round. Oh, joy.
Which for Yorkshire is at Leicestershire.
That could be a flat one, couldn't it?
It's a Monday to Thursday match, that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is that right in saying that the diary says travel to Leicester on the Sunday?
Middlesex at Lords. Their final home fixture, then away to Derbyshire, away to Sussex. But goodness me, a rare glimpse of Lords for Middlesex and their fans in the second half of this summer. Quite sad, really. So I'm going to look back at the last games there. We had one one-day cup game there. So prior to that, the last championship game at Lords. Cornwall's around the wicket, spin the new over. Bangs it in short and it's left alone outside the off stump. Eyes on the umpire for that one, just to see if it was too short, but I think they're okay. Checking the fields. Best looks around to the leg side, see the 3 back.
And no square leg umpire, he's at point.
Yes, indeed. So, why would it be at point? I guess it's just such a packed offside, onside field, is it? Although he's now got point in his way. Cornwall around the wicket, bowls, and another bouncer outside the off stump. That one was well below chin height, I'd say, as it passed, but resisted by Bess.
Yeah, Yorkshire seamers will be bracing themselves, won't they? Hopefully they'll have been, consuming a bit of spinach during the breaks so far. Lots of protein, some carbs as well. Get them through a few overs.
Cornwall onto the hip, steered fine for a single. Deep backward square, getting there ahead of a long leg. I'm still just looking back for Middlesex's last Lords Championship match, 23rd of June to the 26th of June. They played Derbyshire, won by 194 runs. That was in mid-T20 season. And then you have to go back to May. Middlesex, Sussex at Lords. 27th of May, that game finished. So goodness me, really has been a rare glimpsing of Lords coming up for Middlesex since end of May. Around the wicket goes Cornwall, and this is cuts over point for 4. Backed away, smeared it away, and 4 runs it is for Hill. Moves to 133, 521 for 6.
Yeah, a bit of a tennis shot, wasn't it, really? Took it very high, as I can see it. Get a second attempt. Yeah, an uppercut, really. Launched it way out into the distance on the east side.
tennis fan, Doiji?
Yeah, I like a bit of tennis. I mean, it's not like one of those sports that I watch all the time, but I certainly try and keep up with the Grand Slam stuff.
Alcaraz in the
Yeah.
news morning went out, didn't he? Here's Cornwall bowls. It's clipped through mid-wicket. Lovely shot. Mid-on and mid-wicket giving chase. Roland Jones giving the hardest chase. Going to interest him all the way, and the poor old skipper has to dive forward and flick it back in and roll over. And is Stoneman concerned about Roland Jones there? Let's have a look. No, he's all right. He's up. Thought Stoneman at deep mid-wicket, who'd run round as well, was just signalling to the dressing room. He had his hand up, but Roland Jones picks himself up. 36 years of age, not what you need, is it? An old warhorse bowler like he is now. Tough old game in the dirt for Middlesex so far. Will it be as tough for Yorkshire? We shall have to wait and see. Cornwall around the wicket, he bowls again. It's full and it's driven away. Oh, and it gets through. Extra cover rolls over the top of it. Elias Deploy. That's just fatigue, isn't it? Tiredness. Holden is at deep cover, comes around and holds them to 2. But yeah, it's just not bedraggled, far from it, but tired from Middlesex out there at the moment, and understandably so. 131 overs, pretty hot couple of days so far, and it's as much as anything. They've been run down by it, haven't they? Really, the Kookaburra ball hybrid pitch, quite soft, is our understanding of the surface, which is why for both the seamers and the spinners it's a bit slow, and it hasn't really offered any reverse either. 5, 2, 6 for 6. Hill 136, Bess 18.
But apart from all that,
well, we just wait now, don't we? I mean, it has been a waiting game for a while now. It's really, I think I said to you at one point yesterday, whether they get, even yesterday or so, and said it this morning as well, whether they get 450 or 650, it's almost irrelevant. It's about the start of this Middlesex innings already, isn't it? Can Middlesex get off to a good start? And if they do...
Yep, here's Holman to George Hill, turning one off his legs into backward square. They pick up a single. George, this is second best first class score. So he'll be pretty happy out there, whatever we're saying about the surface. Still got to get him.
If they do get off to a good start, Middlesex, then we're all looking at our watches, really, aren't we? And thinking, well, time left in the game, a lot's going to have to happen for it to be anything other than a draw.
Yeah, bet on strike. Pushed back to Holman. No run. Yeah, we say that.
Kookaburra rounds need a 5th day, don't they? That's the top and the bottom of it. 5th day, and all right, maybe then there's something in it, but Kookaburra over 4 days. Oh. Who was at the dentist yesterday morning pulling teeth? Was it Lily's?
Here's Holman, and Bess driving through the covers will pick up a jog of a single. He's on to 19, 528 for the loss of 6 wickets. Let's just check in on what we have going on elsewhere while we've got the opportunity during this over. We'll make a change in the comm box soon and bring in DT and the rest of his juvenile colleagues. As Holman's in again, and Hill turns that one in front of square on the leg side. Mid-wicket got a long chase in, and well, George has a bit of a dive into this coastal lane end of the ground, loses his trousers around his backside for a moment, but he got in safely amid a puff of dust. 530 for 6. 50 partnership now for this 7th wicket. And they've pressed on the accelerator to some extent since that lunch break. Holman just wants that same mid-wicket fielder to come in all of 2 yards. That could be the difference between a run out and not, who knows, as George steps back to this next delivery and punches it to short extra cover. And there is no run. Somerset 492, Durham 70 for 1 after 17 overs.
70 plenty.
At Taunton. Kent 156 all out, Warwickshire 351 for 4, getting themselves into a very strong position at Edgbaston. Sussex 551 for 6 against Derbyshire, having been stuck in this division, of course. As George Hill steps back and waits so long, they ends up turning a ball to long on, and will pick up 1 to take his score to 140. Total to 531 for 6. Worcestershire were bowled out for 266, as you know. Essex 185 for 4 now, so Worcestershire working their way back into that Division 1 match. In this division, Leicestershire 251 all out. Glamorgan are nearly level, 229 for 4. That's down in Cardiff. Surrey 478 for 8 after 137 overs against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge. And Hampshire 389 all out. Lancashire 27 for 1 after 14 overs of their initial response at Old Trafford.
Oh, slip, slap, slop on the stream. Suntan lotion going on out there. Sunblock. Need a bit of it today, a few red faces.
Here's deploy coming on from the Kirkstall Lane end.
Binoculars out. Look at that fella, he's looking back at the camera.
Do you want to do a swap with DT?
Oh, is it my turn to go? Sorry.
Well, I've got to be on for 2:30 for an update. DT, intending to bowl a long spell, I think, has removed the long sleeve sweater. So Elias Deploy has a slip in place, and then a 6-man ring with a sweeper out square on the leg side and a cover sweeper, and George Hill just dropping this first ball out square on the offside. 140 now for George from 223 deliveries and a 263-minute stay at the crease. And in all sorts of ways, this knock will have done him the power of good, I'm sure, as he's leaning into this next one and pushes out to point, no run, coming at number 7 in this innings, which I think at the start of the season you would have been scratching your head had you seen his name that low down in the batting order. Been at number 8, of course, in recent weeks on an occasion or two, as he just misses out on a cut shot there. Ball that turns fairly sharply away from him.
Sussex had taken a few more wickets. He'd have been coming in at number 10 last week.
Deploy again, sharp turn for the leggy, but plenty of time for George to play that up to long on, 1 run.
Yes. You were mentioning it's hard to get spin off the middle of it, so pitched a little bit wide with his left armers. Went quite wide of the crease there, didn't he?
Yep.
Thought Helm used the crease quite well this morning as well. Mixed it up a little bit. There's very little for them to do though, isn't there? Got to keep plugging away.
Here comes Deploy again, and that one pushed down into the offside by Bess. Picks up a single wide on the crease, and his left arm's not quite bang over the top, is it, either, DT? So he's sort of got a slightly slanted trajectory, which shows that there is definite turn, because he got it to go pretty much back at the same angle as it came in from. And this time he's strayed down the leg stump, and he's been deposited along the deck into the nets out on the western side of the ground by George Hill. Can't bowl that really at a player of George's quality, even when he's on 0, let alone 141.
No, it was just dragged it down and got what it deserved, didn't it? So the crowd no doubt enjoying these Yorkshire runs, but they'll be thinking like we are. When will the declaration come? How long do Yorkshire bat? Will they be bowled out? At the moment, if Jordan Thompson comes in, the end isn't exactly nigh, is it? But you know, with Jordan Thompson, he'll probably bat for. You know, he's not going to bat slowly. He never dies wondering. So Holman then from the football stand, Howard stand end. That one goes to outside the off stump. No run. Bess obviously reading that one, because if it had been the googly, he might have been embarrassed. Murmur of voices down below. It's Holm and bowls again. That strikes Bess on the pad, dribbles out on the onside, no run to be had there. Similar crowd to yesterday, Georgie, perhaps a few fewer.
Yeah, just a few.
Holman, reverse sweep, or attempted reverse sweep. Almost a switch hit, that, wasn't it? And he decided very, very early. Did Dominic Bess and Jack Davies whip the bails off?
I think he decided in the last over.
Yes, it was.
So premeditated. Jim Green says, think we'll declare at tea if we have 550 on the board. Any view?
Well, I think they probably have more than 550 on the board at tea, aren't they? Not too far away now. Holman bowls. And that's again through outside the off stump. Best not tempted this time. 5:37 for 6. I mean, they could be close, still batting, and especially if Jordan Thompson gets going later, they could be close to 650 at tea. Holman bowls again, and Bess makes room, eases that one through the offside. 1 run. Where would you be sitting today, Doige, if you come along to watch? What would your preferred seat be? Down below us somewhere?
Somewhere on the top tier of the northeast stand for me.
Yeah.
Nice elevated view. Not a million miles off the straight.
Next delivery is clunked up to wide-ish long off for a single. That's the end of yet another over from the seemingly tireless but nevertheless grumpy Luke Holman. 42 overs, 7 maidens, 4 for 163.
I know, but you'd be probably privileged and be able to get a seat in the padded seats immediately below us, at somewhere near the Dickie Bird balcony. But I'm not sure I'd managed to qualify for that.
I don't know, Georgie, you're the man these days.
I did get a great view in those seats, those same seats, on day 1 of the 2019 Ashes test here, when it was a bit gloomy all round, and I remember Stuart Broad opening up, of course.
You were there?
For England back in those days. I was there.
You
Nothing particularly significant happened that day. It was the
4th day, was it?
Yeah. I was at Trent Bridge. As you do. I'll just drive to another ground while Ben Stokes is going to play one of the great knocks in history. T20 game down there that day for the Vikings. So 539 for 6. It's continued left arm spin of Lewis Deploy, who bowls that one full to George Hill. Pushing back to him in his follow through.
On a few of the, I think they're cable TV boxes around the, dotted around the suburb of Headingley or around the ground here.
Deploy gives that one a little bit more air. Pitches wide of off stump and Hill leaves.
Some of them have got famous performances here, and there's one that I walked past last night that just simply says Stokes 135, Leach 1.
Yeah, just out to the right, isn't it, of where we're sitting, really. The other side of the wall, as George Hill turns one into the leg side. They were thinking about a single, but didn't take one. I say, nothing particular happened on that first day. I do remember getting wet. It came down in the rain at some point during the afternoon, at which point we disappeared up the hill to a bar and then came back in later on. When play resumed, as George Hill cuts one out to deep backward point, they get a single. Jofra Archer played, I think I'm right in saying, and bowled pretty quick in that match on the opening day. 540 for 6, Hill 147, Best 21. And I've mentioned that conversation I had with Raymond Illingworth about what you do when you win the toss on those sorts of days here. That was that very morning. Just down to our right in one of the hospitality suites. So Deploy is in, and that is pulled straight to the cow corner boundary by Don Besson. Look at how he stretched right across there. Big gap between right foot and left as he waited for almost an eternity to get bat on ball, but the important thing was that he waited long enough and he struck it firmly. he's picked up 4. And that means that straight mid-wicket has now been dispatched out towards the boundary. Not quite on. Deploying again. There is once more further evidence of turn, and Best cutting this time. And he's hopping as well at the same time as he arrives at the non-striking end. Hopefully that's not anything of a serious nature, given the job he's got to do with the ball later on. But they're 5:45 for 6 come the end of that over. 135 now bowled.
Yeah, he's having a bit of discomfort there, isn't he? Don Bess. It looks to be his left leg or knee, maybe. He's got his. I think the physio is going to come out and apply the magic sponge or whatever they do. The 2024 version of the magic sponge.
What's that?
Well, I don't know. It'd be something in a can or something. Where they do a spray that's been through various
battery
tests.
Operated.
Yeah, through various tests. Battery operated. Sports science approved.
I remember standing on the other side of the Howard stand back in the day, watching rugby league games as a nipper. In the wind.
You weren't standing on the other side.
The winter days.
You were sitting the other side of the football stand in those days.
Of rugby league. And the Leeds RL, as we used to know them, physio Harvey Standhaven, complete with typical 70s handlebar moustache and a Buckter tracksuit, would hair out onto the field when somebody there'd been a punch-up or whatever, as there was quite often, and somebody had got a black eye, and he'd nip out there with his magic sponge, and he really was quick off the mark. He'd have been pretty good in the first 30 metres of the Olympic 100 metres final. I'm not sure how he'd have fared over the other 70, but he was pretty quick off the mark with that bucket and sponge, and magically, whoever it might have been, Steve Pitchford, Roy Dickinson, or probably somebody from the opposition if Tony Fisher was playing for Leeds, just quick wipe down on the face, the bloody nose, whatever it might have been, and hey presto,
away they
back
went.
In action with the next drive.
Yeah, some of the stuff pops up occasionally on my my YouTube feed or Facebook feed is the replays of that 1970 Cup final, was it, with Chelsea and Leeds, and it was brutal. How on earth there weren't more injuries in those days? I don't know. Perhaps they were taught how to ride the injuries a little bit, but
Somebody reffed that, didn't they? I think we talked about this with Harmsy when I was down at the Hove earlier in the season, and they put one of your big name modern referees on it went through the match.
It was Graham Pole.
Was it Graham Pole?
Back in the day went through the match. I think it was 17 bookings.
Yeah,
and
4 sendings off or something like that. Yeah. Under modern, under then modern rules, and probably tightened up again since. We have got a stoppage for those who can't see play because of an injury of sorts to Don Bess, who made a run and was hobbling as he got down to our end of Kirkstall Lane end of the ground.
This could be significant for the game, if he has damaged his knee, because
I think he's just taken the routine aspirin. Like nurse at school used to administer the aspirin if anybody complained that they had anything really. The teachers just shouted at me, "Here, have an aspirin, you'll be fine."
And you were a bit like the magic sponge in those days. A lot of these injuries are in the head, aren't they? A lot of it's psychological. Obviously, there are genuine injuries, but Don Bess has decided that he's going to carry on. You see, you talking about rugby league. I mean, the instances of players carrying on with sort of dislocated this and popped back in, and a couple of fingers fractured or something. I think Wally Lewis played a whole grand final in Australia with a fractured forearm or something, didn't he? Didn't seem to stop him. Holman bowls and started with new over. Bess is all right. He's hobbled down to the far end, having pushed that square leg for another single.
Yeah, there was a famous Rorke's drift test in rugby league.
Where did they play that then? Wasn't in Rorke's Drift, was it? They play rugby league in South Africa, do they? Holman bowls and pushed into the offside, no run. Is that in the days when they weren't allowed substitutes or whatever?
At the 1914 Great Britain Lions Tour of Australia and New Zealand. As part of it, there was the Rorke's Drift test.
Next ball is played out down to Cow Corner. Go on, tell us more.
I was just trying to think of I should know the name. The name would have been on the, straight out there at one stage, but I can't remember now who it was who famously played on with a broken everything for Great Britain because they didn't have enough players left in the first place. So it was called Rorke's Drift because they were backs to the wall already going into the match.
Talking about backs to the wall, there's a reverse sweep and a missed field. And 4 runs there. That's gone straight through poor old Luke Holman, who hasn't looked happy despite taking the only wicket to fall today. He's not too chuffed with that, and that's I think that's young Colwell out there, isn't it? He's explaining that it took a bobble. Holman bowls again, another reverse sweep, but this one actually goes to mid-wicket.
So the story of it, Great Britain won 23-5 in the first test. Second test, the Aussies levelled the series with a 12-7 win, and by the third test, think of the length of the tours in those days, just the same for sort of rugby league as they were for cricket. Due to injuries, there are few personnel left to play with.
Holman bowls, and Hill chips that up to wide, long on for a single.
And whereas now it had been, who's the next cab off the rank? Oh, DT. Well, he's back in England. So, well, we'll just stick him on a plane and fly him out. You couldn't do it back in those days, could you? So, having had the match rearranged to maximise profits in the first place while they were out there, Great Britain were a man down due to the injury to Frank Williams early on. Forward Arthur Chick Johnson, Widnes's first international representative, was shifted to the wing to take his place. They were leading 9-3 at half-time, then lost 2 men early in the second half when we were reduced to a 10-man on-field side playing a 13-man game. But they managed to Chick Johnson dribbled the ball over to score a try. And they managed to hang on somehow to win 14-6 for an heroic 2-1 series win against them, their Aussies. Meanwhile, back in 2024, and it's Leas Deploy bowling to George Hill, who's 2 up to long on, takes him to level with his highest first-class score and on to 151 for this match, 236 deliveries, 15 fours and 2 sixes. And he gets a well-deserved handshake from Don Bess out there because he continues in cracking nick and taking his opportunity on a very good surface here for batting to now make it to his highest first-class score outright of 152.
And quite a few in the crowd are obviously aware of that, especially those down below us. Probably got a double century in mind here, Dorji.
Well, I think there's time, by the look of things. Don Bess, he waits at the striking end. Deploy with a delivery wide of off stump that can't tempt him into a rash shot. 76 this partnership for the 7th wicket so far. We'll have an update for BBC Radio Sheffield any moment. There's Bess, lovely drive through the offside. It's been chased down by Henry Brooks, and he's done really well actually to flick that ball in. Must have been no more than a foot from the rope when he made contact, and he got it back before he made contact with the rope. And they got back for 2. 34 Bess, and if the policy is grind the opposition into the dirt, well, there's a fair bit of dust around out there, pretty dry surface, and they're doing their best to do that. Deploying again, and Bess flicks a single into the leg side.
Very long-limbed, isn't he, Henry Brooks? He's sort of gangly, is that the right word?
Yeah, arguably. Deploy in, and Hill just taking the simple option, bang it along the deck up to long on. There's singles there all day long, and he moves on to 153, 560 for 6. Come the end of the 137th over, so stand by for a very short cue from Toby Foster. As and when. Norman Eastwood, good afternoon to you, says Jonathan. Surely batting on and using up as much time as possible for as many runs as possible is the way to go. Demoralise Middlesex and hope to bowl them out at least once without their tired players getting batting bonus points. It's definitely a philosophy that I think plenty in here would consider. It's just that mental thing, is that you've already been out there, 137 overs in the field. I know it's not a red hot day, but it's still warm enough, and you've got to suddenly flick the switch, particularly the opening pair, and go out there and try to do something productive with the bat, staring down a massive score. Here's Holman, and that's turned into the leg side by George Hill, who'll pick up a single. 561 for 6.
Too easy at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah. Just knock it around, really. One of those innings, really, not just days. Yesterday I'd include as well, where pretty much if you're out, you're getting yourself out most of the time, aren't you? Not really being got out here, but that's the way cricket goes, and so many dismissals are down to batsmen error on whatever surfaces you play on. Just feels even more exaggerated on here. Bess on strike, and was not the most aesthetically pleasing Bess stroke as he hauled it away along the deck through the leg side. He's picked up a single though. Yeah, Yorkshire 562 for the loss of 6 wickets so far. Well into this second day now. We earlier had a partnership of 238 between Johnny Bairstow and George Hill that came to an end when Bairstow was bowled by Luke Holman for 160 off 198 deliveries, 14 fours and 2 sixes included in that. They started the day on 372 for 5. They got to 4 batting bonus points and managed to keep Middlesex to just the 1, so they are now effectively level on points, these two teams, without yet knowing what they're going to earn from the result of the match. George Hill is out there still on 155 not out. That's his highest first class score, which is a great fillip for him, having had a tough time with the bat this season. Don Bess with him is on 36. They've put on 83 so far for the 7th wicket, and Yorkshire trying to grind Middlesex into the dirt are 563 for 6.
That told him.
And now, time for a bit of House of Fun. As Holman
Certainly
is in, and that's pushed into the offside by Bess.
Not House of Fun for Middlesex out there, is it? They just seem to be waiting for something to happen at the moment. You want to see perhaps something tried.
Yeah,
that delivery from Holman pushed to extra cover. I mean, we had a couple of overs. Didn't we, where they tried the short ball theory, the bouncer theory, but at the moment Holman just trying to keep things quiet. He's got 4 wickets. He turns and gives a shrug at the end of that as he's into his 44th over. You know, you would like to see the skipper at least perhaps maybe bringing in a bit of the Yorkshire wall that they used to have. You remember on slow pitches, you've got a couple of fielders in to sort of extra cover, mid-off catching. plug away, maybe get a false shot from the batsman, maybe tie them down. It's just, at the moment, you look at it and you say, well, where are they trying to get them out? And it's hard to see.
Yeah. That you?
I think it was, yeah.
Graham Orange and Richard Mallin are both pointing out that George Hill's previous best was 151. Northampton in 2022, and you'd be surprised, DT, to know that I was there for that.
Not surprised at all, George. You're always there. You're always there when these things start.
Rich Mallin reckons bat to 600 and declare, so we can have a dart before tea. Hope Bess is okay? Question mark. Well, he's back up on his feet and seems to be moving freely enough from one end to the other when making runs, so we'll take that as a positive. And we've got a change of bowling. Leicester Ploy has had a go with his left arm spin, and now we're going to see Sam Robson from the Kirkstall Lane end. 9 overs for 37 so far, none of which he's managed to join the dots in, and he's been swept for one first ball, so this another where he'll be conceding at least one run as he rubs his hand in the dirt at this Kirkstall Lane end, having delivered the ball. Get any natural grease and sweat off it, try and aid that grip. Only 53 overs and one ball old, this one, so a long time before another new ball can be used, as that next delivery does turn quite sharply out of the follow-through footmarks. Best pecked at it, backward of point, no run. Here he comes again, launches it deep down into the crease area of Bess, who just pushes into the offside, no run. Floppy hat in evidence out there in the covers. Robson in again, another leg spin delivery, turning away from Bess, who stretches and pushes it out to the cover sweep at one run.
Yeah, you've got to say he's getting plenty of turn, but it's a very slow turn, Sam Robson.
Robson in again, round about leg stump this time, and George Hill will just push it on its way up to long on for one. Jim Green says, is the aim of a hybrid pitch for it not to wear? If so, this takes something away from the game. I can understand the philosophy on a football pitch, where it's also to promote grass growth, but not sure what they're hoping to achieve.
Good point, George.
Or even Jim.
Jim, sorry.
As that is driven into the covers by Bess. Final ball of the Robson over. He'll finish it with 10 overs for 41 against his name. That run rate is now up above 4.08 for the innings at 567 for 6 from 139 overs.
Yeah, tough old day in the dirt out there for Middlesex. Will they bring them out for after tea, even back to tea, and then come out for another quiet little 15 minutes? It's something that happened in a game I was watching with Ireland a few years ago. They were trying to demoralise Kenya, and they deliberately went out and batted just for 4 overs after tea, just to send the Kenyans walking out to field for a 6th time. Taking all the spirit out of them. They won that game on a very flat pitch in the last hour, so maybe it's a tactic that works, I don't know. You wouldn't want to be opening the batting after fielding for this long. There was a man who will be opening the batting, Rocky Stoneman, fielding that one, fierce drive at extra cover. And his opening partner, Sam Robson, at least he's having a bowl. It's sort of giving him something to think about, isn't it? Giving him some. Not having a bowl this time. There's Luke Holman bowling, and a swing for in the air, wide of long on down to. Wide long on. I'm not going to call that cow corner. It's getting round to cow corner, but just picked that up and swung it away, Bess. And another boundary, 571 for 6. Just the one wicket to fall today, Johnny Bairstow. Not before he'd made 160. He looked nailed on for a double century. Here's Holman again. Bowls, and that's cracked away backward a square. tumbling stop out there in the distance by Tom Help, just 1 run. Sorry, they've come back for 2 runs. Stops the boundary. 5.73 for 6. Gorgeous afternoon. Holman bowls, and that's again played out to the sweeper. This time it is just a single. Doidge is off, he's seen the sunshine, he's going to go and sit outside, I think, and put his shorts on and a knotted hanky or something. Just to rest his eyes for a few minutes, perhaps. Holman bowls again and forward watchfully this time. Here comes George Hill, who's showing no signs of getting, what should we say, losing concentration or anything like that out there. Holman bowls and defended back down the pitch to him. Luke Holman has now completed his 45th over of this innings, 4 for 181. So you don't have to be a great mathematician to work out that that's almost exactly 4 runs and over. He's bowled well, he's created chances, he should have had a stump and he should have had George Hill earlier today. Not the easiest of stumpings, never are when they go between bat and pad, but Jack Davies will be disappointed that he missed that one. Batsman having a little natter. No urgency out there amongst the Middlesex players, but doesn't need to be, of course. They're +3 on the over rate, which in all the years Kevin Hand has been following them is probably something of an anomaly or rare occurrence. Got relegated due to their tardy over rate back in 2017.
Yeah, the over rate would be great for our hourly rate, wouldn't it? It says Robson bowls. This is smeared down to long leg. I'm not quite sure. The Kookaburra is great for our sanity, though. But all that will be judged when Yorkshire do pull out or are bowled out. And Middlesex head out there with Stoneman and this man Robson, who's in now from down below us at the Kirkstall Lane end, and a leading edge falls short of extra cover. A little shovel into the onside attempted by Hill.
A bit worried about you for a minute, Ken. A bit of static energy on the seat or something.
Robson again, deep mid-wicket, long off, long on, deep cover, and this is turned to deep mid-wicket, which is what Hill was looking for last ball, and they're almost offering in that, saying that, well, go on then, play against the spin and just see if you chip up a leading edge, but that short extra cover probably needs to be a little bit closer then. They've got 2 backward, well, they've got a deep gully and a backward point, then a deep cover, extra cover, deep mid-off. It feels like you do need another catcher in on the offside if you're going to offer them the single to the onside to close the face against the turning ball. As Robson's in again, bowls. This one's short down the leg side, and that will just be ushered on its way. There is a deep backward square leg, so it's just a single.
It's a T20 field there on the onside, isn't it? All the fielders out. Take a single wherever you want to. Get the pace right on the ball. You might scamper back for 2.
5.77 for 6. Hill on 158 on strikers. Robson bowls. He backs right up to this one and plays it off the back foot right in front of middle stump and turns a single out to deep mid wicket. 5.78 for 6. 6.50 roughly be on my mind, but equally I do think that they might well think about tea now. Give it another 8 overs and have 8 overs at them before tea. 6 overs before tea or so. Here's Robson in bowl, short down the leg side, and it's hooked away down to deep backward square. Helm's done very well to hold them to a single there, actually. 579 for 6, end of the over. Bess 48, Hill 159. Middlesex will rue 2 missed opportunities. The stumping of Hill, which Davies dropped, and the edge of Bairstow that Davies really didn't get a glove on. Hit him on the leg and then fell short of slip. Ryan Higgins.
Helm does like the sliding block, doesn't he? I don't think you'll probably find it in the MCC coaching manual, but seems to work very well for him on the boundary.
I think he's a football fan. Manchester United, maybe.
You've contradicted yourself there.
Saw a Manchester United top along Kirkstall Lane last night. Surprised me.
Well, you get them everywhere.
Brave that in Leeds. Couldn't have done that 20 years ago.
There's a lot of things you couldn't have done 20 years ago.
Where are Leeds now? Are they Championship?
Mind you, a lot of things you could have done 20 years ago. Holman bowls, and that's just tucked quietly into the onside for a single. Yorkshire quite happy just to accumulate. Applause there. A 50 partnership between these two. So those 50 runs have come pretty quickly. In fact, that's the 100 partnership. I thought that was rather ecstatic applause for 50 partnership. Oh, that ball from Holman just outside the off stump, allowed through, and I think Hill is starting to read him well now. Yes, 100 partnership between the two of them, of which Hill has scored 46 and Best 49. Hill on strike to Holman. Holman backs away, doesn't really time that to extra cover. His highest score, George Hill. Next delivery from Holman, driven away down to long off. One run there.
Desperate hope for Middlesex here is obviously that this game's going to play out exactly the same way from 11 o'clock on the first morning to 4:50 on the final day.
Holman bowls, and that's mistimed by Bess. He's just looking for that one run to reach his half century.
335 scored by Sam North East at Lords in that first game of the season, the Kookaburra round. Now facing something similar here in terms of the team total.
This next delivery from Holman is driven back to him, bobbling, spinning. He keeps an eye on it, stops it, and that is the end of the 142nd over. So 581 for 6. It's not been a bowler's day, or days for that matter.
Yeah, and sadly I don't think it's going to be a bowler's day next week either, next Kookaburra round. Lords and Gloucestershire in town for Middlesex. Grace Road and Leicestershire for Yorkshire. It's not too late for the ECB, I guess, to scrap it. So go on then next week, you can have the Dukes back. Because quite frankly, this is a nonsense.
Well, it's also a nonsense of...
but then Middlesex might be 50 for 5, so we do need to be careful.
Well, we don't, because it would still be a nonsense. It's a nonsense because you're changing conditions of a competition halfway through, you know, and for some rounds and not for other rounds. If they said half the games are going to be Dukes and half of them are going to be Kookaburras, then yes, there's logic to that.
Robson bowls, it's short and it's pulled hard out to deep mid-wicket, single taken.
There's a certain logic to that, and you could say, well, okay, yes, that would work in the second division, obviously, where you play each of your opponents twice. Again, it would be a bit complicated in the first. Not an equal contest.
Robson, a little short. It's wristily worked down to long on for a single for Bess. 1 to 50. 583 for 6 Yorkshire. And Bess, 75 minutes, 65 deliveries, 6 fours, and 50 runs.
I think as we were saying yesterday, I mean, it's you can't see the FA suddenly decided to play a couple of rounds of the Premiership, the Premier League with a rugby ball or something, can you?
A lot of flight. And this from Robson. It's driven square. Just felt as though he was stretching for that one. Slightly hill, but full control all along the carpet. And car come around to points. 2 taken.
It'd be quite interesting though. They did like to play with a rugby ball.
I think it'd be more interested in playing with a Kookaburra in a championship game in England.
Indeed.
Not difficult though, to be fair. So here's Robson bowls, and it's a googly from Robson. Starts a little wide.
Or, introducing some traffic lights into a Formula One race or something, but just for a couple of rounds. Introduce them for all the rounds, then fair enough.
Robson bowls and short. Once again, he's pulled this time and he's got it through. This time in front of mid wicket, wide along on for 4. Just too short there from Robson. He's going to have to toss it up a little bit more on that leg side. He's got to be bowling really at the leg. Yeah, I guess he does have to bowl. He's getting enough grip, enough purchase out there to bowl straighter and fuller than he is.
There's a couple at the start of this spell really did turn from on or just outside leg stump.
Here he goes. Robson, well, short outside off, and it's cut away. It's just long hops at the moment, but they're nothing balls at the moment from Robson. He's going to be tired as well. Only is he bowled now 12, and for 55, he's got to go out there and open in a bit. Middlesex slightly going through the motions at the moment. 4 for 183 for Holman, though. He should have had a couple more. Stumping in a drop. Could have been a different innings, and that'll be the fear for Middlesex, is that Yorkshire hold their chances. And with scoreboard pressure, then there's a game to be had of it, but yeah, crucial toss, that's for sure.
So, if it was your choice and you had to either go to watch a game with a Kookaburra ball or
a rugby ball in a Premier League match.
No, I was going to say just a regulation Formula One race. Which would you go for?
Oh, Formula One.
Would you?
I mean, you pretty much go for anything other than this. It has been farcical, the Kookaburra experiment. It is. Holman bowls outside
the
off.
The other thing is, Kev, when did the county championship become the sort of plaything of the ECB for experimenting for test
Well, there was
cricket?
the pink ball, wasn't there? There was the day night.
Yeah, but where does that come from? It should just be a competition. It always used to be who's going to win the championship. It didn't used to be let's mess around with it. Next delivery is Holman's getting grumpier and grumpier, isn't he? And understandably as well.
Well, we all are.
He's into his. He's into
I mean,
his
at 5,
47th over now.
If Middlesex are 5-9-1 for 6 themselves in a couple of days' time, then Yorkshire will be pretty grumpy as well at this, won't they? At the moment, obviously, Yorkshire have the hope that Middlesex get themselves in a mess.
Indeed.
Reply, but if that hope falls away, then I think we'll all be pretty grumpy together.
Next delivery, just occasionally Holman gets one in the right spot, and that was one, but Best had plenty of time to play it.
I mean, as soon as the fixtures came out, Middlesex at Yorkshire, that'll be a good match, no matter what the table situation is. And then as the season transpires, it's a crunch top of the table match, and we're being denied that, really.
Holman bowls, Best swings, and that's many a mile over to the east stand. Big 6. So down on one knee, picked it up, thank you very much. And retrieved and sent back.
I don't mean this disrespectfully for a moment to the Yorkshire batters, nor Sam Northeast or Nathan Fernandez's century at Northamptonshire in the second round, but the Kookaburra matches have been not much more than glorified nets for the batters.
Ooh.
I don't think that the bowlers have really learnt too much, other than please let's not do this again.
Next delivery has Best back, trying to force it through the offside. A good tumbling stop by young Noah.
Those first 2 rounds for Middlesex, Glamorgan at Lords, Northamptonshire at Northampton, the relief, right, 3rd round's here, the season starts. Right, now let's get on with it, because that was just a nonsense. And now we're at that stage again.
Holman bowls, and important games as well. That ball's in the air, and well, I thought for a minute Max Holden was going to take a spectacular catch. Had he been on the boundary, would he have taken a spectacular catch? But then again, he never really feels right on the rope, really. So picked him out at cow corner. He's diving effort there. Holden, he can't quite get hold of it.
Oh, it's a declaration. 601 for 6. Yorkshire have declared. Well, well, well. Let's have a look. What's the chat out there? Bess and Hill are having a chat with Higgins. It's all, I think, pretty amicable. I don't think there's anything in it. I thought he was going to go and shake their hands for a moment, but a little bit of chatter. But there are 48 overs remaining today. Lose 2 for the change of innings. 46 overs, so I have 14 of them before tea. Huge applause for Hill, 169. 257 deliveries, and Bess 60 not out from 69 balls, and Headingley happy to say the least as the players drag themselves off. And well, here we go, 14 overs. This is what we've been waiting for. We've been waiting pretty much for this since Bairstow's innings got going and curtailed any Middlesex hopes of pulling back Yorkshire in that first inning. 6:01 for 6 is the declaration then. 14 overs to tea. Join us back in a couple of minutes on the stream when we'll see how Code and Co go on this hybrid surface with a Kookaburra ball. Yorkshire will very much be hoping for a couple of early wickets, and that will be Middlesex's greatest fear, I should say, for them. But join us back in a few moments and we'll find out how the reply goes.
yourself on leads. Well,
Well, a very good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to Headingley, where the Middlesex innings is about to begin. After nearly 5 sessions of Yorkshire dominance with the bat, Mark Stoneman and Sam Robson are out there for the visitors. And Ben Code has the ball in hand at the Kirkstall Lane end with 2 slips and a gully. Point, cover and a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg, a 6-3 field, which I'm slightly surprised there isn't a third slip just to begin. Robson, the right-hander, on strike first up. Short mid-wicket and short extra cover in there immediately. You'd be very surprised if Robson chipped one early on, but we shall see. Code.
Bob Hunt moment coming up.
Well, quite possibly, but it would encapsulate, though, wouldn't it, the extraordinary nature of it. As here's Code. Past the umpire, he bowls, and Robson gets right in behind this one to defence. And, well, everybody's watching with bated breath now to see if this Yorkshire attack can get anything out of the Kookaburra ball and this hybrid surface at Headingley that Adam Lyth described last night. It's the flattest Headingley he'd ever seen. Maybe mind games a little bit, suggesting to Middlesex, yeah, go on, you'll be fine, get out there. We shall see. 2 slips in the gully go down. Robson, the right-hander, awaits. Right arm over. There's Ben Code, and he bowls now with a little bit of swing away from Robson, who follows that one into the offside, just pushes gently. I have to say I'd have a third slip him. There's been a little bit of shape about both the first 2 deliveries. Gully comes in and has a natter with the 2 slip fielders. Whether he will tighten up to a third slip, let's see. Sun belting down here at Headingley. Code turns again. 46 overs left today, 14 to tee. Code's in, he bowls, and Robson chops down on this one, looking to ease away into the offside, but Gully runs up to collect, and there's no run.
The Yorkshire slips, if they do come into play, George Hill at first, Adam Lyth at second as ever, and Bean in the gully. I think probably 5 years after he's retired, Adam Lyth will be fielding at second slip for Yorkshire.
Bean away from our commentary position, he bowls a little straighter, and Robson and Middlesex are off the mark, although the throw comes in, and goodness me, had that have struck, it could have been tight for Holman. One-handed throw. They're going to come back for overthrows as well, and Stoneman's got to get a scamper on. He's overrun it at one end, but it was such a long way down to the old pavilion there that it was a comfortable second in the end, and it's 2 without loss.
Don't take liberties to James Wharton though, because he's David Lloyd Bumble did a day up at York recently, and he reckons he's one of the best young fielders in the country. So,
looking at it, Stoneman was safe, but only just. Had it was struck, there would have been an almighty appeal, that's for sure. Code to Robson, 2 balls to go, the opening over of this innings, and he wobbles that one into Robson. They've shown a little bit of shape away. That one suggested it might shape back in. 2 without loss, full defence from the former England opener, who fields at slip for Middlesex, second slip for the other former England. One of the other former England openers out there, Lyth. Stoneman at the non-striker's end yet to face, all partners of Sir Alistair Cook. In his time, he could probably put an entire team together of Alistair Cook partners post Strauss. Is a full delivery to Robson. which he defends, gets right forwards, that gets the bat right down in front of the pad as well, and kills the ball into the onside, and a dot ball to end the opening over. 2 without loss, Middlesex, who trail, it says on the scoreboard over there, by 599 runs.
Yes, it's not a great sight, is it, looking up there, I must say.
Well, I don't think they can really, can they? I think from a Middlesex perspective, as Jordan Thompson will open up from the football stand end, they've just got to think about batting here and batting points. You know, it's going to take a long, long time. There's no rush whatsoever.
No, I mean they'll obviously not want to go too slow, but because you know, batting points are important. They want to do what Yorkshire did. They want to get to 400. They get to 400. I won't say the game's safe, but you know, it would take them until probably Stumps tomorrow to get around 400.
Tattersall is keeping wicket. Somebody said to me that Bairstow would be keeping wicket in this match. He was looking to get his England place back, but it's Tattersall.
Jordan Thompson bowls and just plays across that one a little bit. Stoneman goes down into gully. Yeah, I think the fact that Johnny Bairstow was out there for sort of 6 hours batting would have affected that. He kept wicket at to Scarborough last week. Did very well. And yeah, he's here. Next delivery is whipped away by Stoneman past square leg, and chase out there for mid-wicket, who sends in a good throw. Bairstow's prowling around, and I say prowling around in the covers, he's in the covers. Four for no wicket. See what Thompson can do with this. Next delivery is outside off stump. Stoneman plays and misses. He's driving at that one. You've got 2 very experienced batsmen out there, Kev. They must know that you know, they must know surely that they've got to make sure just these first few overs, they've got to get Middlesex off to a good start. 20 for 2, as I think you were mentioning before, it's a long way back there when you're chasing sort of 600 or 450 to save the follow-on. Thompson bowls again, and this time Stoneman again tucks it past square leg, and he's going to pick up another couple of runs comfortably enough. Moves on to 4. Robson's got 2. And I think I've discovered the problem I had with my computer earlier on. So here's Thompson, that's through outside the off stump. No run to be had there. So same field really. 3 saving, 1 on the offside. 2 slips and a, call him gully or fifthly. He's a fine gully, isn't he? Man either side. Short-ish catching. As forward defensively goes Stoneman. That's fielded by Bairstow, who's one of those close-in catchers. The other one's James Wharton. And that then is the end of the over. Solid start, although that waft outside the off stump, and Robson chopping a delivery down into the crease will give the Yorkshire bowlers just a bit of encouragement, as will that slight bit of swing for Ben Code. It was very slight. A vital little spell this, going up to tea. Robson just flexes his knees as he does, waiting for Code. Right arm over Code, 2 slips and a fine gully. Number 10 on his back. Bounding in.
He's in now, bowls, and Robson eases this one back up the track to mid-off. Standing up tall, it's going to need all the experience of Robson and Stoneman here just to shut the match situation out of it. Indeed, the season pressure out of this situation. They have a lot to do and a long time it's going to take to do it as well. Look at the change in field already. There's no mid-off, no mid-on. Orthodox, that is. There's a short mid-off and a short mid-on now. As this is onto the legs of Robson. He clips through mid-wicket for 4. Lovely shot, beautiful timing. And one thing we've been able to say about this pitch all the way through is that the bats can have full faith in it. It is 10 without loss. I'm looking over my shoulder because I feel like I'm about to be hooked. Do you need to be on it imminently, or should I finish the over? Jonathan Doidge is back. I'll finish the over and then get out of the way. Mind you, it's barely started. Are you sure you're all right for time, old chap?
Yeah, he's fine. These days, he only has
75 updates to do.
No, he doesn't. It's not. Poor old Callie, he used to have to do 30 updates.
Was that all it was? 30?
It wasn't.
Oh, I just thought it was 172.
Poor old Callie. Look
A slip and a gully, down to 1 slip already. 1 slip, 1 gully, and there's an umbrella field in front of Robson. Only in what code's second over. He's in now, bowls. This is clipped to mid-wicket by Robson. The first of 2 mid-wickets. Then there's a silly mid-on, a silly mid-off, short extra cover, short cover, slip and a gully, and a long leg. Extraordinary field in the 3rd over of this innings, which answers all questions that we've had about this pitch so far. Yorkshire have made their minds up already.
Yeah, it's what used to be known as the Yorkshire Wall. This field, Steve Patterson used to bowl to it on a flat, slow pitch.
Code to Robson, swings that one back in. There is movement through the air in these early overs for Code. It's in a couple shape away. That's the second I've seen shape back in now.
Well, he can make the ball swing on the moon. Ben Code doesn't need any atmosphere.
Yeah, swinging Kookaburra. Oh, we had a tweet actually from Peter Mead, who was tuning across from the test, so he's probably now gone again.
The venerable Mead.
Short mid-off is slightly wider than the short mid-on. He's very close to the track. This swings back in again from Code. It's turned to the second of the mid-wickets by Robson. Peter Mead, if you are still with us. Hello, Kev. After England finally were dismissed, thought I'd see how well the Kookaburra was flying to the boundary in your game. It's been flying merrily so far. Middlesex will hope for a similar flight path throughout this game.
He's got a merrily in there as well, hasn't he? That's a Kookaburra. Merrily, 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 merrily. Happy as can be, or something, isn't it? Kookaburra. Oh, Kookaburra.
This ball's full outside the off-stump. Code to Robson, left alone. It's 10 without loss, and I'll let you recite that one more time, DT, as I make way for Jonathan Doidge.
Is Georgie coming in here? It's me, is it? So I think it's you here, Kev.
You can certainly tell you've been here, DT. There's some leftover lettuce on the floor to accompany that over there, and the crisps, as usual. Although not down your front this time, which is a change, a welcome change. I thought I'd better come back, chaps. It took me half an hour to update the bowling analysis for Middlesex.
Steady.
8 bowlers. Who's this one? Jordan Thompson.
In a bowls, pushed to mid-off by Stoneman. There's no run.
I did have a pen with me somewhere. There it is. I've got to the DT stage where I've got the pen on me, but I can't actually find it.
So a little bit of early movement. We saw some early movement. I mean, Cornwall got one to swing, didn't he? But there wasn't much. Will Thompson be able to get any movement? 1 slip, 1 gully. Point cover mid-off, mid-on, 2 mid-wickets and a long leg. As this ball's full and carved away by Stoneman with an open face for 4, backward a point. Now, I thought it was in the air for a while, but there was no excitement out there, so I'm going to assume it was a bump ball then. But it really leapt up past backward point. It just waved out a hand at it. Yeah, it was a full bunger, actually, looking at it. It's a full toss. Open face into the ground, bumped up past backward point, and a boundary it is for Stoneman. He's on to 8, 14 without loss. They're only 587 behind already, Doidge.
And we've still got the seamers on after 3.2 overs.
Yeah, I know.
Can you believe it?
Bess and Moriarty, where are you? Here's Thompson. Around the wicket from the football stand end. Bowls full straight on the top of off, and it's ease to backward point by Stoneman, and that, as we learnt from the Middlesex innings, is a spot that the seamers cannot leave if they want to get anything out of this. 587 runs, so only, 438. Have we lost the line, Doiji, there? No, we're okay. Something seems kicked in my ear. Maybe anybody wandering outside just kicked the FX mic? No. Something sounded dodgy.
Just your brain dislodging again.
Well, I think a few are after the Kookaburra exploits. This is full from Thompson and ease by Stoneman into the offside, and there's no run. Sorry, that distracted me. I was saying something there. I've completely forgot. Oh, that was it. I was doing the math of it. So only another 438 to avoid the follow-on. Are we going with that?
If you like. Edward Harland says, JD, has anyone taken into account thunderstorms are due on Sunday?
Oh, really? Oh. Ah, well. Thompson around the wicket, bowls, full straight, spun back by Stoneman. No run. Trickles through to Bess at mid-off. So it's a battle of the bonus points then, unless Middlesex capitulate in the first innings here.
Weather forecasts can change, can't they? 2 days out.
Sadly, the pitch and the ball can't. It's not the pitch's fault, I should say. It's the combination, though. And again, you know, I said this first round of the season at Lords, and everybody said, you know, pitch was too flat. Well, it's a Kookaburra ball. If you had a Duke's ball in hand on that pitch, it would have been fine. Thompson, slower ball. Very well delivered slower ball indeed. Stone digs it out.
He did say to me this morning, JT, when I was having a chat boundary edge, he said I could see me coming out with a few variations fairly early on, looking at the state of this pitch.
Yeah.
And there you go.
What did he say about the state of the pitch? I mean, Middlesex said it's very soft. Used a couple of times in the 100, but it's a hybrid, so it'll hold together. It won't break up.
Yeah. Just pretty dead, I think. So just, you know, a lot of hard yakka as a former Middlesex player once entitled his book.
Indeed.
14 without loss, 6 of them to Sam Robson, 8 to Mark Stoneman, formerly briefly of this parish.
Aye. Did you have a chance to interview him when he was here?
No, I don't think we did, because he didn't really
T20 player, wasn't he?
score much in the way of runs. Cody's in and solidly blocked by Robson into the offside. No running. I'm not saying he got nothing, but I think he might have had a couple of 20s, something. Not the sort of scores that you generally are sent down there with a microphone to celebrate.
No, exactly, yeah. It almost felt like Robson was going to be through that too early, didn't it? And the bat almost, as a result, felt as though it was coming from almost second slip to mid-wicket, or to mid-on, rather than coming down straight. He's lined it up again a couple of times since.
Yeah, Code making his way in again. This one flicked to the man just in front of square on the leg side.
We'll almost say it like that. You know, that has come down to gully to mid-wicket, hasn't it? 'Cause it's where he's turning the ball, but as the last one stopped at him, it felt as though he was almost going to have gone through the shot and the ball was going to beat that outside edge and take the stumps, but he just about managed to check that previous one.
Yeah.
Challenge for the batters, even on a slow surface, you've got to get the pace of it, haven't you? So Middlesex must be careful here at the top.
And then could make hay. Here's Code. Straight delivery, worked off the legs. Square on the leg side. And returned for the concession of 2. I'm just looking out there. I thought it was Ben Cliff. It is indeed Ben Cliff who is on and fielding deep backward square leg. Not sure who has not made it out there onto the field of play. Looks as Adam Lyth occupying first slip. Finley Beans at gully. What else have we got? Looks like Luxton in front of square on the offside as Code's in again. Solid block from Robson to mid-on, which is fielded by Jordan Thompson. Dan Moriarty is going through his bowling action already at short extra cover. Johnny Bairstow is just off the cut strip at mid-off. Also wearing, is it 21 or 23 on his back? James Wharton. Should be 23. He's at a catching position at mid-wicket, so it looks as though there's no George Hill out there at the moment. That was the process of elimination I was going through as Ben Code bowls that delivery and it's fielded just off the straight by Jordan Thompson.
Tattersall keeping as well. Not bad.
Yeah, good point, actually.
DT attributing it to the large number of runs that Bairstow scored. Wasn't required then to. He feels he's made. I guess DT's point being that he's made his point then to England. Doesn't need to go out and keep as well, having scored all those runs.
Here's Code, and that is flicked away into the leg side by Robson. He'll pick up 1.
Would it work that way? I mean, that feels a little harsh on Tattersall. Yeah, I don't need to now, so you can get on with it.
It does, doesn't it, really?
But I mean, that's why I think, was it perhaps then ordained before the start of the match that it would be Tattersall? But
not sure. He was certainly given with the keeper's cross. Was Johnny on all the information that we had, wasn't he? Scorecards and all that.
Although not on the big screen to our right here. Remember, he was walking out, wicket-keeper batter, Tattersall.
Well, they always know the streaming team, you see. Always one step ahead of us.
They knew ahead of time. Tattersall came in 1 below Bairstow, didn't he?
Yep. 6. End of that 5th over, 17 without loss.
So thinking about it then, yeah, that was Bairstow wouldn't have been that long into the innings at that point, would he? When it was the stream team were already ordaining him the keeper. Thompson's in, bowls, and Robson on the back foot. Waits on this one, just turns off his legs, steers into the onside, straight to square legs. There's no run.
George Hill is out there on the field now in the floppy hat. He's just gone to rub his hands in the dust and dirt at the back of the stumps at this Kirkstall Lane end of the ground. So we are to assume that Ben Cliff has now left the field of play.
Yeah, Tattersall came to the crease 2-4-2 for 5. So here's a full ball pushed back by Robson. There's no run. There were 2 bite points in that innings for me, really. Well, there was the Lythe 105 for 2 when Holman looked as though he was going to get something going, and then the next point was 184 for 5. If they'd have picked up Bairstow early there, and he was dropped in the 20s, wasn't he? But even at 2-4-2 for 5, I think Middlesex are a little disappointed they weren't able to force it more from there. The next wicket's full, 480 for 6 Bairstow. Thompson's in, bowls, and Robson up on his toes, defends. No run once more. Who's running up to have a chat with Thompson? He's charged from
George
Hill. There you go, Hill having a word with Thompson. Oh, Thompson looks a little achy.
He's probably just saying, look, I was out there a heck of a long time with the bat, so please, for goodness sake, just keep it on the money for these first few overs so I can have an extended break rather than needing to come straight on.
Hill back to slip, gully, points, short cover, mid-off, silly mid-on, or short mid-on I should say, 2 mid-wickets, and Robson steers this one off his legs. In fact, it might just be leg buys. Umpire, no, runs it is, steers it fine for 4. Robson's into double figures, he has 13. There was also a deep backward square, he wasn't going to get anywhere near that one. So 21 without loss, Middlesex. 580 runs behind. So, economy of 3. I think they'd probably be looking, if they can get in, to be going at 4 and over, wouldn't they, Middlesex? So by tea time tomorrow, they'd be 400 and close to avoiding the follow-on. As here's another one, full down the leg side to Robson, through to the keepers. That's a long, long way to go, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, to think that's going at 4s. So at tea, you might just be close to avoiding the follow-on by tea time on day 3. That's why Yorkshire went on as long as they did, and quite rightly so. I think you can see that evidently already now.
Yeah, it's a mental battle, isn't it, from a batting point of view?
Well, it is, because it's very hard to win the game from here, and that's that adds to the mental fatigue for a side who are looking then to save the game, really. And not even at tea on day 2. Full straight, pushed back up to mid-off by Robson. This one from Thompson. There's no run, and then of course there's bonus points, as you mentioned. Yorkshire shuffling up to second with their 4 batting points and just the 1 bowling point for Middlesex. 21 without loss, and we have 8 overs until tea.
Yeah, chat between the umpires for a moment between overs, which Dan Moriarty was keen to get involved in. He'll have a big job to do here, and it remains to be seen how long Yorkshire will persist here with the seamers with the new ball before they throw it to both their frontline spinners, Bess and Moriarty, because Adam Lyth can turn his arm over in that respect as well. And has got some wickets this season when doing so. Odd ones here and there. So you wouldn't put it past seeing that, given the attritional feel to this match. But Ben Cody's continuing for the moment from the Kirkstall Lane end, and he's going to be bowling here to Mark Stoneman.
Our topless,
now coming round the wicket.
Our topless chap down below, he's filled up that bag today, hasn't he? The bin bag that he was messing with earlier. It's absolutely packed, that bag now.
Cody in from wide on the crease, pushed into the offside where Thompson fields.
He's just appeared on the big screen next to us again. He's put some money into Headingley today, hasn't he? The amount he's been thrown away in that bin. Fish and Chip Friday.
Well, that's an idea. That is an idea.
A bit hot for fish and chips this afternoon, though, isn't it?
DT's buying.
Oh. Might get a frozen fish finger from Iceland if you're lucky.
Here's Code again, worked off the legs by Stoneman. Down to long leg. They're thinking about 2, but they're going to settle on just the 1. 21 without loss, so no early alarms here for Middlesex. Left-hand, right-hand combi might just be, well, it is just an extra thing for the seamer staff to try and sort out on what is a benign pitch as far as they're concerned. But if anybody can get anything out of it at all, this fellow would be very high on your list. Ben Cody's just asking George Hill to move himself round to leg gully.
Roland Jones was wicketless in that Yorkshire innings, of course, wasn't he? So he remains on 37 wickets to Code's 35.
Here comes Ben, and he's flicked off the legs this time by the right-handed Robson, who's going to pick up 2 to Bess, sweeping out on the deserted Western Terrace side of the ground. There were, I noticed, a couple of what looked like construction-type workers. They had the orange high-vis jackets.
I thought you were going to say they were leaning on a shovel with a cup of tea in the other hand.
Well, they appeared earlier in the day at one of the little walkways, the little holes, if you like, that people walk up and into the Western Terrace on from beneath at ground level. And they were just having a gawp at what was going on. They weren't, I don't think, part of the stewarding team, because they seem to wear their own fluorescent yellow high-vis. Cody's in, Robson blocks. Bairstow fields.
Although no, in the Western Terrace it could have been a stag do, couldn't it? Dressed as builders.
Could have been, yeah.
Oh,
2-man stag do.
It's shut today, get out of it.
Not quite sure it'd have had the same atmosphere as some of those stag do's that we've seen on the ground.
Where's your next stag do, Doige?
Here comes Code. Robson, ooh, edge, but along the deck all the way to Finley Bean at gully. No run, but on a day when there have been few in the way of edges, there was a bit of an ooh round the ground.
Mine was go-karting. Upset me, mates, but I was teetotal, so what were we going to do? Good time to be teetotal when you're having a stag do, isn't it?
Well, it certainly saves the despair that you feel the following day. So Cody's in, and that's worked through mid-wicket, and will be 4 for Sam Robson. Going to skip away over the practice strips. Adam Lyth in vain chase. 7 overs complete. Robson now on to 19. Stoneman on 9. We're seeing nothing here that we didn't see during the Yorkshire innings in the 7 overs we've seen so far. Precisely 4 and over. 28 without loss. 573, though, is still a fairly sizable deficit. And here we go, first sign of spin in the Middlesex innings, because Dan Moriarty's coming on at the Howard stand end.
Oh. Do you get it every single time he comes on to bowl? The game is afoot.
What time is it? 3:30.
Earliest
Times
in
are
the
closed schedule.
28 without loss. Stoneman on 9, Robson 19. Short leg. Padded up. Helmet goes on for Tatzel. Pads, slides at slip. Leg slip as well, Bairstow. There's Bairstow there, isn't it? Yeah, it is.
Yep.
Dragging on earlier. I quite believed it, would he? Dragging on to Holman. 4th wicket for the Middlesex leg spinner. What has Moriarty got? The former Surrey man, now with Yorkshire. Left arm over the wicket from the football stand end. Bowls now, and full outside the off stump. It's driven by Stoneman with an open face to point. No run.
Puff of dust.
How dare you? Moriarty again. Bowls, and this is left alone outside off, and there's no run. Oh, it gets through, does it?
Yep.
How's that got through?
It's going to be 4 byes.
I thought I saw it go into the gloves. Must have just dipped down below them, did it? 4 byes signalled. Oh, wait to see a replay of it. 32 without loss. Stoneman has 9. Robson 19. Tatzel tired. No doubt from his time in the middle also. All the bowlers are fresh, aren't they, apart from Hill. 3 go down around the bat. Moriarty in once more. Bowls and Stoneman forward over the top of this one defence.
Moriarty coming into this match, Kev. 12 wickets to his name in the championship this season at 48.16.
He's in now. Bowls and Stoneman forward, reaching for it a little as he drives, but all along the floor into the covers. Point comes round, holds him to a single. Bean doing the fielding. The first of the wickets to fall in this match. A drag on. He'll feel he's missed out. Only Bean, as Lyth will as well. The runs really racked up, and, well, by noon on the first day, it looked as though there was centuries set for both Bean and Lyth. Moriarty. Bowls, and this ball's turned just in front of short leg by Robson, and ooh-na-na from the field. I think it was quite safe though, into the ground, but nonetheless, yeah, bumped straight up to the fielder, straight down into the ground from Robson. Moriarty, a lot of flight. Oh, now that one squirted in front of short leg. Pushed at that one more, didn't he? Not in the air for a long time, if any at all, but 34 without loss then. Robson has 20, he'll keep the strike. Stoneman has 10. We have 6 overs to tea.
Yeah, we're going to see more of Ben Code at this stage, or no bowler appearing at the coastal lane end, or is Don Best going to get his first go of the match? He's looking like the latter as he approaches the umpire and starts to gesticulate as to where he wants his field. Finlay Bean being sent off into the right-hander's offside to Sam Robson. So he's going to go here with a short leg, an orthodox slip. Johnny Bairstow under the helmet at a leg slip, come leg gully. He's got a point. Will Luxton just been brought in off the cover boundary to save 1. Mid-on, mid-off, straight mid-wicket is George Hill, and Ben Code, well, he's having probably what will be a fairly extensive breather back at off square leg.
You could almost imagine this is it for the rest of the match now, to stop Moriarty and Bess. Will we see a bowling changer again?
Best then off spin, of course. First delivery, evidence of a little bit of turning towards the right-hander. He'll certainly be interested against the lefties.
Holden, Deploy, Davies, Holman, a few of them for him to go at.
Stoneman, who's at the non-striking end as Robson drops one into the offside.
A very good point, well made, Doiji.
Well, just in case Mark, was playing the video back and you got into trouble
Forgot
for missing him out. Bess again. Floated up outside off stump, and Robson pushing into the covers will pick up 1. Good test this for the bowler as well. As I mentioned earlier, jumping at the bit for opportunities, Don Bess. Just his 3rd championship match of the campaign. So they've been few and far between. He's wide on the crease as he floats this one up. But he's not going to challenge the outside edge of the left-hander's bat by dropping them down the leg side, as he's just done. 2 down to fine leg for Stoneman. A bit of fielding out there in the deep.
Going to a fair lick here, aren't they?
Yeah, 4.27. Maybe thinking about 850 and declare and set something up.
Yeah.
37 without loss. They're a fair way off it just yet, as Best floats one up again and worked into the leg side by Stoneman for Luxton to field.
Well, I said 4 and over, and they'd be close to avoiding the follow-on by tea time tomorrow then. But, yeah. Shame. Well, you never know, there might be more so coming out, but it's a solid start by Middlesex, isn't it?
Yeah, here's Bess again. And that's dropped into the offside by Robson to complete Don Bess's first over for the concession of 4 runs. 38 without loss. 37 overs remaining in the day, so just a 5 now to go before they take tea.
Yeah. Oh, looks like your tea's arriving on the stream, Deutsche.
Yeah.
A box being walked in.
That's just the starter box.
You went early on your donut today, didn't you? It's gone, isn't it?
It has, yeah.
I've saved mine.
Yeah, I thought I'd better just get it out of my sight, really, as much as anything.
I'm thinking
best way to do it.
Sugar rush after tea. It's going to be a long evening, a long few days, I think, unless Yorkshire can really make something happen. Moriarty to Stoneman, very wide outside the off stump. Stoneman not interested in that one. How are we behind on the overs today, bearing in mind the spin played bowled so much? Here's Moriarty again, bowls, and this is defended back up the track.
Well, they were +3 the last we saw on the board at the end of the innings, weren't they?
How many wickets fell today?
1.
Yeah. Spin all those overs and tea's late. Moriarty in, bowls, and forward goes Stoneman, pushing back into the offside, no run. I suppose the ball had to be retrieved from the boundary a lot, didn't it? Thumped here, there and everywhere by Bairstow and the gang. Leg slip, and short leg crouch down. And Moriarty steps in. But I'm very wide outside the off stump again. Stoneman having nothing to do with it. Will there be an even better crowd in tomorrow, Saturday? I mean, it's a football day, isn't it? So
yeah, I think we were saying last week at Scarborough, Saturday crowds seem, or weekend crowds seem to be worse than weekday crowds.
Stoneman on the back foot, steers Moriarty down to deep backward, square leg. Chase for the fielder, they'll take 2, I think 3, but it's just the 2. Yeah, so many factors, isn't it? But especially when the football season's on. All the different teams to draw them away from Headingley. And then just all the other bits and pieces that need to be got through in life. Moriarty. He's in bowls and tighter line there. Stoneman defends back up the track. 40 without loss. 4 to tea on day 2 here. In the County Championship, Division 2. Have you looked to see how Sussex are getting on of late?
They'd got the thick end of 600 last time I saw it.
Ooh. So they got big bonus points with the bats. And they have Derbyshire 31 for 4. Goodness me.
Dear me.
Well, it's a battle for second, Doige. Undercat, Hudson Prentice. Unadcat, sorry. Hudson Prentice with wickets.
Here's Bess bowling to Robson. Defends into the bowler's follow through. Yeah, so, I mean, we don't know what the results obviously going to be in the next couple of weeks, but Middlesex against Sussex in the final match. Here's Bess. That one turned into the leg side by Robson. George Hillfields, no run.
Simpson 121 in that game.
As you know, a good player. Bess again. A little bit too straight this time, and he's going to be worked away for 4 through cow corner. Not a cow shot. Nicely played by Robson, and got enough on it to get it through a fairly sizable gap in the leg side. 25 to him, 44 without loss. Jim Green, good afternoon again to you. I think we should have got another 50 runs, he says. They were looking demoralised in the field. I agree with the view about the Kookaburra ball experiment being a fiasco. I think the use of the hybrid pitch hasn't helped. Any good reason why these are being trialled? Do the Aussies use a Duke ball? Well, no, they use a Kookaburra.
Yeah, well, I think he's
As, this is a defensive push from Robson up to Finlay Bean at mid-off.
Yeah, you don't see anybody else around the world doing this, do you? Why is it always us?
Yeah. Here. Here's Bess. Oh, is this a catch for Bairstow around the corner? It is a catch, but it's not off any part of the batting equipment. Got into the official. So Robson survives. First slight semblance of an opportunity. As Bess is in again, and a solid defensive push from Robson greets the end of the 11th over, 44 without loss, and the 15:51 going in there from the Faroe Islands.
Turned too much, that one, from Bess, beating the inside edge and looping up off the flap of the front pad. Too short leg looking at the replay. So what have we got? 3 to tee.
Shall we stick it out? We might as well.
We may as well.
Yeah.
Here's Moriarty. Slip, leg slip, and a short leg. And in comes Moriarty to the left-handed Stoneman. His left arm over, and it's pushed back to the finger spinner. Stoneman's got something in his eye by the look of it. Seems all right now.
Nice bit of xylophone music going on.
Aye.
Probably DT's alarm reminding him to take his next set of tablets.
Moriarty to Stoneman, pushing back up the track, or he's in the sensory room next door playing on the xylophone in there.
I've not seen anybody yet in the sensory room, apart from the people who were decorating it when it was being done out. Have you?
I've been trying to find the key. It looks pretty comfy in there. Good for the break. Go and have a little lie down. I'll fly on this from Moriarty. Oh, Stoneman goes to sweep. Nearly got bowled, leg stump. Pirouetted in the crease. But quite a full ball by signalled as that flies through down the leg side, beating leg stump. 4 byes. Stoneman went hard at it. Almost fell across to the off stump, which exposed leg and, well, beat the leg stump, beat the keeper as well. 48 without loss. We're in the 12th over. Middlesex rattling along here at the start. Moriarty in again. Bowls and Stoneman forward. Pushes this one into the offside, no run. Almost backing up Lythe's statement last night, the flattest Headingley he's ever seen. Flattest track he's ever seen at Headingley. Moriarty in bowls, and this is turned into the onside for a single. 49 without loss.
There'll be somebody out there, won't they? Who'll do a Duckworth Lewis Stern like mathematical calculation on the value of runs that have been scored in terms of match situations, venues, that sort of thing. But also they could take into account things like historically the Headingley pitch was much more difficult to score runs on than it is these days.
Moriarty bowls, forward goes Robson defending.
Much more difficult, wasn't it? You know,
Yeah.
if you played Test cricket here and somebody put up 250, whereas at lots of places you'd think, well, I'm not sure that's enough to have a real go in this match. You'd certainly be fancying your chances of coming back with something in response with the ball. Steve Carmichael says, Kookaburra, you're having a laugh.
Yeah.
Afternoon all, Kookaburra, you're having a laugh. He says, the game reminds me of summer holidays long gone, with cricket being played on a concrete wicket with a tennis ball, 2 fielders, no LBWs allowed. The biggest lad batted all day and you couldn't go home until it went dark.
Yep.
Which is about the long and short of it, Steve. As Bess prepares to bowl over number 13. Mark Stelman just making him wait for a mo.
The one thing about the amount of runs.
Here he is, first delivery blocked by Stoneman. Just let me finish his email, which says if there's no duel between bat and ball, the game becomes a 4-day net and a chance for batsmen to improve their averages. Batting records will no doubt be set, but are they really deserved? Does anyone know what the ball is? What ball is being used at Scarborough for the second 11 next week? As that's pushed out into the offside by Stoneman and no run. I wouldn't know. If
That's what they should be trialling the things in the second 11, shouldn't they? Not in the firsts.
yeah, if anyone does know what ball's being used at Scarborough in the 2s next week, by all means give us a nudge. As Stoneman defends again. Chris Addy says, entitles his email Excitement. JD, good banter the last couple of days. Was the hybrid stroke Kookaburra experiment designed by people who find accountancy too interesting? Silly Mid-Off was brought in there, and it's not going to make any difference because Bess is too wide with his delivery, and Stoneman's able to run that one very nicely down through third man for 4. Does the 100 seem better now, he says? P.S. I thought Luke Holman's efforts were excellent. Let's hope our spinners will do the same.
Yeah, well, they're going to do a lot of work, aren't they? The key thing being there's turn out there, but it's slow. It's a slow pitch. There's not the bites that a spinner needs with that turn. No bounce, even for the finger spinners so far.
There's Bass in again. Stoneman cuts this time out to the sweeping code. We'll pick up 1. John Ver, second team scorer, has just pinged in a message saying 2s at York versus Surrey are 185 for 3 at T, needing an improbable 408 or to bat all day to save the game. Yash Vigadia made 58, Noah Kelly 74. JV, if you are listening, which I doubt you are if you're still scoring out there, but if just in case on the off chance you are, ping us a message and let us know what ball's been used at Scarborough for that 2s match next week. Here's Bess to Robson. He's just stroking one up to Jordan Thompson at mid-on to complete the 13th at 54 without loss. Robson 25, Stoneman 21. And I should imagine tomorrow and Sunday probably all bring, you know, your favourite long book, something like The Hobbit, Lord of the Rings. You might have plenty of time to read that in between.
War and Peace, I'd imagine.
War and Peace, yeah, that's
Tolstoy rather than Tolkien.
Oh, The Joy of Knowledge, remember that? No, you're too young. Encyclopedia Britannica. Or maybe your entire collection of wisdoms. Get through those.
Moriarty beginning the new over to Stoneman. Forward he goes, pushing back. No run. At noon on day 1, we were talking about centuries for Bean and Lie that look that flat out there. And Robson and Stoneman need to be thinking of something similar here for Middlesex, don't they? Neither Bean nor Lie got to 3 figures. That came later in the innings, but Middlesex would dearly love that it was a top-down reply here as forward goes Stoneman, pushing back. And both of these will see it as an opportunity as well. They hold the record for the first wicket for Middlesex, which they took down at Hove a few years back in a match where Luke Holman took 10 wickets in the end and Middlesex won the game. Moriarty bowls and forward goes Stoneman, driving out to deep cover, single taken.
Crisps good, DT?
I was about to say, he does make some noise eating them, doesn't he? Not sure what's louder, the rattle of the bag or the chomp of the open mouth. Noisy eaters, they're popular those, aren't they? Moriarty bowls and forward goes Robson, pushing back a dot ball.
His carer will be back along soon to pick him up.
Moriarty bowls and forward goes Robson pushing back again.
Last ball of the session.
Oh, it is. It is. 55 without loss. Slip and a short leg for Robson. Are they going to bring another one in? Another 2 in? Last ball of the session, you almost think will bring everybody in. Why leave them out? I remember watching Warren and Fleming, always hark back to that, those two captain in. They were always moving things. Short cover's the only one that comes in, but not particularly close, as Robson goes forward and dead bats this one back down the track and turns for the pavilion. Middlesex make a very solid and, from their perspective, encouraging start for Yorkshire. Well, there was a little bit of movement out there for Code, wasn't there? But the problem is the pace of the surface. Kisses the surface and dies rather than skids on, or indeed on a hybrid bounces. I did ask Middlesex about that overnight, whether they expected the hybrid to bounce at all, as it did at Bristol, and they said no, we didn't. It looked too soft for that. We didn't expect bounce. We just wanted variation, putting Cornwall in instead of a second spinner. So there's tea. Middlesex 55 without loss.
See you after the break, folks. Welcome back for Act 3 on day 2. Sam Robson and Mark Stoneman has made their way out into the middle earlier in the afternoon. I'm going to rekindle that partnership at 55 without loss after 14 overs of this Middlesex first innings. And purely to just give you the full state of play in Yorkshire, in response to Yorkshire's 600 run for 6 declared, that means they are 546 runs behind at this stage. Don Bess is going to open the bowling from the Kirkstall Lane NDT. He is alongside for this first half hour.
The big question is, Deutsche, not is that the 16-15 from Croatia, but is a wicket going to fall during this over?
Well, actually,
during this session, I mean.
That was from Vienna.
It was from Vienna, was it? Hey, have you noticed how everybody's going to Croatia? Seems like everybody I know is either going to Croatia or coming back from Croatia.
Even the Croats. Here's Bess round the wicket to the left-handed Stoneman. There's an appeal. Yorkshire trying to create something out there. First ball back after the break, but turned down flat. Slip, silly mid-off. Backward point, square, cover, sweeper. Cover, mid-off, mid-on. Man backward of square on the leg side, plus a mid-wicket sweeper, and that's going to be 4. So it is pretty much normal service resumed straight after the break, because Stoneman cut that one nicely wide of slip. And that takes him on to, he said squinting, 26, 59 without loss. So very solid opening partnership from this Middlesex pair. The last thing after all that time in the field they would have wanted would be a couple of early losses, and they've managed to get comfortably through without that. As Stoneman pushes one to James Wharton, who's under the lid at silly mid-off, and there's no run. It's BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com if you want to get involved and give us your opinions, or at Jonathan at Sporting Lives 1 on Twitter, as he does push at this one, Stoneman. It is aerial for a little while, but nowhere near a fielder. So
I'm not sure whether he got a little nick on that one or not, because
maybe ballooned up over Adam Lythe's head at first slip. Bess in, and solid forward push by Stoneman. Paul Woodhead said in response to my photograph of that Yorkshire field in the third over, not expecting the ball to do much. Bess in again. Stoneman works it into the leg side and picks up 1, 27 to him, 60 without loss at the end of the first over back. 31 remain in the day, and it's very easy at times like this, when next to nothing is happening out there, to write this off as a draw 2 days out. But we love cricket for many things, and one of them is that the unpredictable happens, as we say in just about every situation like this, DT. You've got to be prepared for that. It doesn't look.
You do, but if this was just a flat pitch with the Kookaburra ball, but it's busy time, rush hour for the planes, Deutsche. If this was just a flat pitch and there was a chance that it would break up, then you'd say, well, Middlesex could be in serious trouble on the last day. But a hybrid pitch is not going to have that same deterioration, is it?
That was slightly out of kilter. It's normally coming in on the southeast flight path. That one from south-southeast.
Good old Marty. I haven't seen him this summer. Marty Emerson, the Durham commentator. So it's Moriarty then from the Howard Stand football end. Bowls and covered up by Stoneman, drops it down in front of him. Both these experienced batters, well into their 30s, will be thinking, there's a decent score to be had here. Moriarty bowls, and I was impressed with him last week. That's defended out onto the onside. He's a very consistent bowler, isn't he? Plugs away. A little variation here, a little variation there. Rarely bowls a bad ball. That might have been one of them, but Stoneman misses out on it.
James Wharton taking quick evasive action at short leg.
Yes, it was.
He's got a lot of body to get out of the way, hasn't he, James Wharton, as well? Tall figure.
Here's Moriarty again, left arm over bowls, and James Wharton forward short leg. Fields, so you got slip leg, slip forward short leg. Mid wicket, deepish mid on, possibly still saving the one. Mid off would be saving the one. Sweeper out on the off boundary and backward point, and that's about it. He's just finding a little bit of joy here, Moriarty, finding the inside half of the bat there, but Stoneman experienced enough not to be bat padding that anywhere. James Wharton crouches as Moriarty bowls, and that's again played defensively, no run. I'm waiting for the first coach, George, as far as, you know, you getting out of the way at short leg, demanding that the short leg fielder makes himself big like a goalkeeper does, to, you know. Try and block it.
Yeah, new tactic. Stephen Gordon, having seen that photograph I put up of the Yorkshire field setting as early as the third over, says it reminds him of a thrilling finish in 3 days in Nelson. And it's on the Black Caps social media feed. I've got the shades on, so hard to read all the graphic on there. 184 all out. Who were they playing? Can't tell. Bess bowling here to Robson, meanwhile. He's planting his front foot well outside off stump, and a bit of bat and pad involved. Tattersall round from behind to field.
Yeah, it was a tactic that Patterson used to great effect, didn't he, Steve Patter?
Yeah, he tries something different. Bess in, that's turned into the leg side for Luxton to field.
Is he still playing in club cricket, Patter?
Not that I'm aware of. 2022, of course. We saw the last of Pato in a Yorkshire sense, as Bess fields one off his own bowling. Robson pushing into the offside.
You'd think he could still do a pretty good job in the league side, wouldn't you? Mr. Consistency.
Still do a pretty good job in the county side. Certainly if there's a bit of something in the pitch for him. As Robson gets a full length delivery and pushes into the offside, and Finlay Bean does the fielding.
He'd be, what, 40 now, Patter? He's struggling a little bit at that age, aren't you?
Yeah. No, I'm not saying it'd be easy, but in terms of what he was producing when he let them go of the ball, he was still as accurate as ever at the end, as Stoneman drops one into the leg side and a puff of dust. No run. It would have been hard work for him on a pitch like this, bowling it at just over 70, wouldn't it? Very hard work. As that is turned square on the leg side by Stoneman to complete that Bess over. 3 now since tea, and the score's advanced by 6 more than it was at that stage. Run rate down to 3.59 now, so they are managing to get a grip on that, at least, Yorkshire, and of course Middlesex still playing for bonus points here. 110 overs to try and get that maximum of 5. Yorkshire didn't manage it themselves, in spite of the apparent roadly nature of the pitch.
Yeah, I just wonder whether we will actually see a seam bowler take a wicket in this innings, because
yeah, just one for Henry Brooks in the match so far.
Yeah, that was sort of a short ball dragged on, wasn't it? Moriarty round the wicket. Bowls and pushed back to him. No run there. Heartbreaking, back-breaking work for the seam bowlers. Moriarty to the right-handed. Robson bowls, and Robson oohs and ahs. There's a bit of energy out there from the Yorkshire side. I think even Fred Truman would have struggled on this pitch.
Struggle. Yeah, joking.
Moriarty bowls and defended again. So I didn't see you just slip into the summariser seat there, Fred. Welcome. You reckon you could have winkled a few out early doors here, perhaps?
You know I could.
Moriarty bowls, and that's played back to him. You wouldn't have played on many synthetic pitches in your time, or hybrid pitches.
There'd have been 5 down by now, and that's only because I come off after 3 overs. Give him a chance.
Moriarty bowling, and that's defended back to him once more. So a quiet over this, but he is a consistent bowler, Moriarty. But you've avoided the question, Fred. You wouldn't have encountered a hybrid pitch in your career, surely.
Hybrid.
Next ball from Moriarty again. Defended, very tidy over. Just Robson happy to pat the ball back to the bowler. And,
Hybrid. What is going off out there?
well, the hybrid pitches, obviously they're grass, but they've got a little bit of artificial grass in there as well to help hold them together, which makes it easier for the batter, supposedly, and a more consistent surface. So, you'd have had to have deployed a little bit of swing to have got your wickets, I think.
Wouldn't have made it any easier against me for any batter. 80%, 20%, by the way, in case you're wondering. 80% natural, 20% man-made, as that's turned into pushed into the offside by Stoneman. Quick piece of fielding by Luxton sent Robson back. He'd set off for 1 from the non-striking end. So 61 without loss. Bassing again. Yorkshire trying to make a breakthrough and get it. Outside edge from Stoneman, caught at slip by Adam Lyth, straight in, and Stoneman straight out. 27 for him, 61 for 1.
Yeah, he bowled one similar to that in the previous over, and Stoneman somehow sort of got it overslip. Not quite sure what happened, but that was a straightforward regulation edge. I'll watch it again on the stream, and it did turn. I'm not sure whether that just actually flicked the keeper's pad on the way through to Adam Lyth. So
Mark Stoneman was caught by Adam Lyth off the bowling of Don Bess for 27.
27, as you heard Howard Ferguson say. And, so there you go. Perhaps those few words from FST in the previous over inspired the Yorkshire lads out there to make a breakthrough that, to be fair, didn't look as though it was coming. Another left-hander on the way out. So maybe what they should be looking to do is get these batters the other way round. Get Holden facing the left-arm spin of Moriarty, and Robson dealing with the offies of Best. But that's a good start for Yorkshire.
Best?
Did I say Best?
Tino, is he playing for...
I was thinking George.
Well, in off spin now. Yeah, I mean, as I was just saying, there's that temptation. Everyone's walking around. Just when I was on the way back after the tea break, I bumped into a couple of people, and they're all saying, "What do you think?" Draw written all over this, and you write a game off, not even before the end of the second day. It may still end in a draw, but come on, it's cricket. It only takes. Yorkshire need to find 19 more deliveries in this match. That is all in over 2 days of cricket. Well, maybe more than that. And so, why would you write it off? Here's Bess. Oh, just short of 2 in 2. First push by Holden is an edge, and it drops just short of Adam Lyth at slip. So Bess on the money first up. And Holden survives it. And there you go. As I was saying, Bess in again. There's turn this time, but it's a bit short of length, and he's able to go back foot and punch it to Luxton in the covers. There may be lengthy gaps between wickets, but with so many runs on the board, you know, it's just as attritional in a sense up here in the commentary box as it is out there on the pitch. But you've still got to kind of believe in cricket that, you know, the capabilities there to get the wickets, or if you're a Middlesex fan, that the capabilities there of the batters to do whatever they're going to do from here on in, as Holden pushes another one back to the bowler. Still 27 overs in this day before we even get to tomorrow and Sunday. That's pushed out into the offside by Holden, who will pick up a single. But already evidence in that over with a wicket and then an almost 2 in 2 that this is a long way from over just yet, and don't start chalking up the 8 points apiece plus bonuses until you have to, folks.
No, and that's as we saw there, if you do bowl it in the right place at the right pace as well, which is a often overlooked factor in slow bowling, spin bowling. Best bowling just the right pace at the moment. One edge, and Adam Lyth not quite able to get his hands under the second one. Both of the edges flew very close to Johnny Tattersall's left knee, whether what the first one flicked it or not, I'm not sure. So start of a new over, and immediately Holden takes a single, pushes it into the offside, so the perfect scenario for the batting side of left-hander facing left armour and right-hander facing off-spinner has now been just broken up again. And Moriarty goes round the wicket to the right-handed Robson, who a bit of excitement as he clips that one up towards mid-on. It probably carried 15 yards or so before bouncing a couple of times. Being fielded up there by Jordan Thompson as this next ball pushed into the onside. They're going to get one, nicely timed. I think they'll come back for the second. Chase out into the towards the east side boundary. There's that is that George Hill out there? It is, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
The unbeaten Centurion. Cracking innings from young George. Bess, Moriarty bowls. And just defended and pushed back. Here's Moriarty again, bowls, defends. No run there. Since Doidge is going to be doing an update in the moment, I'll keep going until he gets the cue. If I suddenly stop, you'll know it's about to start. Radio Sheffield?
Yep. Sheffield and Leeds combined in an afternoon these days.
Yeah, okay. Moriarty to Robson. Robson gets a short ball and he'll be a bit disappointed he missed out there. Just cracked it to short extra cover. That's the end of another over. 65 for 1. Yorkshire just getting a little bit of the ascendancy in the last couple of overs, 3 overs. Obviously the wicket helps, but just feel the bowlers are a little bit more confident in what they're doing than the batsmen at this stage. Robson's had a word with Holden and that's a little bit of advice on how to play best. I don't know. I put another close fielder around Doidge.
Are they going to do that?
Oh, 2 slips, that's interesting. 2 slips, no short leg or bat pad.
Yeah, Johnny Bairstow, I think, has gone in at second. First ball of the over. Bess to Holden. Played into the leg side. Finley Bean is up at mid-on, does the fielding. Back with Bess quickly. But here's an update as they push one into the leg side. Yeah, Middlesex just moving on to 66 for 1 in their first innings. You'll recall Yorkshire were going well when you were last with me a couple of hours ago. They ended up declaring their innings on 601 for 6. George Hill with his highest first-class score, 169 not out, 2 sixes, 16 fours, a 257 ball stay at the crease. And Don Bess added 60 not out of his own from 69 balls with him. And so Yorkshire with a massive score on the board, trying to put some pressure on Middlesex. As we know from when Yorkshire were batting, it's a benign hybrid pitch out there in the middle. And so by tea, Middlesex have made it to 55 without loss. But they have now lost their first wicket just a couple of minutes ago. Mark Stoneman caught a first slip by Adam Lyth off the bowling of Dominic Bess for 27. And Bess, with quite a lot of left-handers in the Middlesex side, could start challenging the outside edge of the bat the longer this game goes on. Yorkshire lead by 535 runs at the moment because Middlesex in their first innings are 66 for 1. So here is Bess to Robson, who pushes that one into the offside, and George Hill fields, and there's no run. And Bess in again, turned to the feet of James Wharton under the lid at Boot Hill. Cleaned up by Finlay Bean, who's now moved round to mid-wicket, no run. And Bess is in, floats that one up. Robson quite firm in his push. Yeah, he was trying to get it through the offside as he replays it, but hit it straight back to the bowler. So Bess with 1 for 21 off 7. Middlesex 66 for 1. Robson 28 and Holden on 3.
Glorious evening here in West Yorkshire. Look all the way across there to the city, Georgie, over the top of the... Well, what do we call that pavilion down there? It's like the old rugby pavilion.
That the one in the corner of the ground is the Taverner's stand.
The Taverner's stand. Didn't there used to be a pavilion down there somewhere? Just a little building. I remember Callie, well, maybe Callie was winding me up in days gone by. Moriarty bowls, and that's played back to him.
When a building's put up, it's difficult always. It's not always easy to remember what was there before. I mean, I've been coming to this place for decades, as you know. I can't remember what was in the corner now. That was probably built, I would have thought, in the late 80s, early 90s, something like that.
Moriarty bowls. And it's pushed back to him, and now since the Howard stand, the sort of lower tier, has swept around now in front of it. And a couple of pretty good spot to watch up there as well, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
A second or third tier of that stand. Next delivery played firmly up to middle.
When that stand first went up in the early days, because I remember sitting in the crowd watching the Test match where Graham Thorpe dropped Matthew Elliott early on off Michael Smith, there was a temporary stand in that corner.
Moriarty bowls defended into the offside.
So the old football stand in the members area stopped, didn't it? Pretty much where that one currently stops. And then there was a gap normally when there was no Test match on, but they put up a temporary stand for that area.
Some sort of little pavilion or something there Callie used to go on about.
Probably.
Anyway, Moriarty bowls, and that's defended. I'm sure somebody will know, will come on and say, oh no, that was the whatever.
Yeah, no, your Yorkshire cricket DT will be that one. You're getting too wrapped up in Middlesex, they'll be saying. Who is your all-time favourite Middlesex player?
Well, I have to... that's a tough one. Moriarty bowls, quicker delivery, played into the offside. I don't know, who would be your all-time favourite Yorkshire player?
Well, there's a lot of them that were clearly great that I didn't see. Yeah,
it'd probably be Gatt, I suppose, in Middlesex. Certainly in longevity terms. I mean, in my connection with Ed Joyce, he wasn't there that long. Ed, he was only there for about 10 years, which is a long time, yes, but not in cricketing terms. Gatt would have been there since he was probably started primary school or something. Left when he was nearly collecting his pension, which he is these days, by the way. Old enough now for pension, Gatt.
Is he tuned in today? Here's Bess bowling to Robson, who's right behind that one, pushing back to the bowler.
Here's one for you. 1977 Ashes.
Yeah.
A friend of mine was saying that the England team, about 6 of them are no longer with us. It's extraordinary, really. It doesn't seem that long ago, does it?
No, turned to the leg side by Robson for a single out to the incoming Luxton. No, I mean, certainly there is no Graham Root. I mean, you know, as I mentioned before, played a bit of cricket with him at the back end of his life, as it turned out. Lost him at 60, 2006, I think I'm right in saying. Bess is in, that's turned in front of square on the leg side by Holden this time. And in comes George Hill to field, 1 run.
Apparently the only Aussie for that series who's died is Rod Marsh, if you go back a few years, wicket keeper. But Bob Willis, of course.
Yeah.
Mike Hendrick.
Yeah.
Is another one.
Here's Bess, solidly blocked by Robson.
Bob Woolmer, I think, played in that series.
He did.
And as you said, a Rupee.
Tony Gregg.
Derek Underwood. So that's 6. Extraordinary.
.68 for 1. Robson 29 on strike. 2 to come in the over. Bess floats another one up. Can't tempt him into an injudicious stroke, and he works it past Finley Bean. 4-1. Jordan Thompson cleaning up the debris.
Was Greggy still around in
77.
77? Was that his last?
Yeah.
76 was the Grovel series, wasn't it?
Yeah, 77 he played, didn't he? And then it was it. It was off to Packer.
And his mansion on Sydney Harbour.
I mean, it's a marvellous delivery there from Bess. Pushed out square on the offside, and there is no run. I think I'll toddle off and do something else for half an hour and leave you guys to it.
The easiest one to do, Tony Gregg, Jaminda Boss.
Jaminda Boss. Yeah. Marvellous. I used to love how he said marvellous delivery.
Good night, Charlie. It's good night, Charlie, and things like that are hard to do, but you cannot fail to do a Tony Gregg impersonation. It's just go Jaminda Boss. School tickling along. Bit of slip, slop going on there. 69 for 1. Goes back.
Oh!
You do a Tony Gregg, Jaminda Boss. Very easy.
Daniel Norcross used to do all the impressions, didn't he? And then he got told off doing them on TMS and he had to stop.
Left arm round the wicket. Moriarty bowls and smacked away by Robson, but he's only going to get 1 out into the distance.
Oh, still 23 overs to go today.
Yeah, it's whizzing by.
It's only 20 to 5, isn't it? I suppose. Feels a lot later. Drag of a game at the moment, isn't it? But still 531 behind. Middlesex obviously have a lot of work to do.
Difficult little period, this, isn't it? Next delivery from Moriarty, this time from over the wicket to the left-handed Holden.
Holden was dropped down the T20 order, having been a successful T20 opening partner for Eskenazi, because they said he was so good at playing spin that they wanted him down the order when the spinners came on.
Here comes Moriarty, and that's turned past short leg. Are we going to call that a half chance?
Yes.
Will Luxton's gone over to do
Nearly bought Yorkshire a wicket there, didn't they?
James Walton not quite able to gather that in. Next ball is clipped past the short leg, who is in the action, let's just put it like that. Ball was certainly one of those you can pluck out. And that's clipped nicely by Robson. Again to mid-wicket, again there's no run. George Hill out there after his splendid efforts today. Moriarty, slightly quicker delivery. Played back to him. He's the more consistent of the two bowlers, Moriarty. Whereas Bess is looking to bowl those wicket-taking balls and often gives you something to hit. Not most consistent of off-spin bowlers, but a very dangerous one, as we saw when Stoneman just regulation slip catch, really, wasn't it? Push forward, ball turn, took the edge. Thank you very much. Second slip now going in for this over from Bess.
He's right arm around the wicket, bowls, and a little bit of flight. It's pushed back by Holden. And Elias Deploy to come next, the gun batter at 4 for Middlesex. And comes, oh, Bess again, he's ragged that outside the off stump. And beats the cut of Holden by quite some way.
Really should be looking to get Robson down there, shouldn't they, to replace it?
Bess again bowls, and Holden forward, pushing that one back up the track, top ball. Yes, well, I mean, the stage is set for the match now, really, isn't it? Bess, Moriarty. It's in again, bowls, and this ball's pushed away to just wide of mid-off, and they'll get through for a comfortable single. The stumps were attempted to be thrown down, but Holden was always there. I think there was an ooh and an ah, and there still is, but I think really and truly Holden was comfortably home all the way.
If he'd have hit, they'd have had to make a decision.
This ball is tabbed away, but, well,
No,
big appeal from
it's
Bess around the wicket here with a slip and a leg slip and a short leg.
It's bounced a little bit too much, this, I think, if you look at it.
Yeah.
Yes, I think that was probably going over.
Just pushing forward, it beats the inside edge and falls away into the offside as Bess is in again, bowls, and this is worked to the onside. It's somewhere on the short leg fielder's body. Bounces up, hopefully for him, the shin guard. Dot ball to end the over. 72 for 1. Robson has 31. Holden has 6. And Bess has 1 for 25 from 9. None for 11 from 9 for Moriarty.
He does give it a good rip, and he does seem to land them in, to use the cliche, in the right areas, doesn't he? Quite often, Bess. And he's proving a bit of a handful, especially for the left-hander. 72 for 1. Crowd engrossed in this. Plenty of leg on display there.
Where are we looking?
Old fellow, he's
I see.
on the screen. He's a decent pair of legs for a bloke of his age. Moriarty starts a new over the wicket to the left-hander. Holden, who covers up, pushes that to mid-wicket. Will Luxton fielding. He's really the only fielder saving one on the onside, obviously, other than the 2 catches at forward short leg. And leg slip, Moriarty bowls, and Robson looks for a drive, manages to get it past a diving cover point and chase out to the boundary turn for George Hill there. Pulls it up just inside. So the thing they do at Headingley is that the square, or if you like, or the pitches, they cut them all the way, nearly all the way to the boundary, because the ones near the boundary are practiced on before play. This next delivery is worked wide of mid-wicket. They've got one, they fancy a second, they're coming back for it. So, 2 more. to Holden. And that, of course, causes problems, particularly for the sweeper if the ball's coming quick and it just hits a bit of a foothold or something. Balls again, and Holden drives nicely wide of mid-off. 76 for 1. Moriarty. Oohs and ahs. Holden was a little bit less than precise with that shot. It's gone to Hill at extra cover. Balls again, and that's turned past short leg. Again, oohs and ahs and gasps, but really wasn't a chance. Moriarty takes his sweater, through another over. Stay consistent, but he's not producing the really dangerous balls as much as his spin bowling partner. 10 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 16, and Bess has 9 overs, 1 for 25, and that, I think, just in those figures, perhaps, Kev, shows you the difference between the two. The one who's plugging away is hard to get away, who's consistent, and the other one who's going for near a 3 and over, but he's not
bowling in tandem.
Yeah.
77 for 1. They brought this scoring rate down. It was up at over 4, wasn't it? 26 overs bowled, 20 remain today as in comes Bess. It's defended by Holden. Yeah, probably worth these two bowled through. Will probably finish at 6. But
John Embry always used to say that he took half Phil Edmonds' wickets for him.
Yes.
Consistency.
A lot of flight, and this ball's pushed away into the offside by Holden to cover, and there's no run. That was Corey Collymore and Tim Myrtle on here, wasn't it? Poor old Corey couldn't buy a wicket, but he was bowling absolute chaffers, ball after ball. Mertz won Player of the Year that year, I think. Here's a real ripper from Bess. It's punched into the covers. 77 for 1. Really enjoyed Corey. Saw him earlier this season. He came up to commentary box and did a stint.
Yeah.
Lovely human being, Corey Collymore. Now working with Bangladesh and their bowling academy. So there's some real talent coming through as there's a little bit of flight from Bess turned into the onside by Holden. Had a long period with Sussex as well, didn't he? Of course, the team were going so well. Have you seen the score against Derbyshire? They were 4 down last I looked, just past 30.
A friend of mine said that.
A lot of flight once more. Oh, a little bit of drift on that as well for Bess, and it's dabbed defensively by Holden. I think it was that drift that just caused chaos out there. It ripped off the outside edge of the bat to backward point and Wharton it went. Sharp work from him, appreciated by the crowd. And well, I think there was a little bit of drift on that for Bess, so let's keep an eye on that as he steps in again. Bowls, and yes, there is. That one's pushed back by Holden. No turn on that at all. Perhaps he's going to push on straight on there with that drift and look for the LBW that time. Try and challenge the inside edge. But 77 for 1. Robson 31, Holden 11. It shouldn't, and it won't be a stroll in the park for Middlesex. They are going to have work to do here.
Or as Ebony once said, a cake in the park. It should be a cake in the park from here, DT. I said life should always be a cake in the park.
Indeed.
85 for 5, Derbyshire.
Oh dear. Sussex set to cement their place at the top of Division 2.
Simon will be happy. Start of a new over. Moriarty, of course, continuing. Manages to get an edge there as Robson looks to play that on the onside, and a leading edge to backward point. Bowls again, and Robson plays that one wide of mid-on. Shy at the stumps. Well backed up again by George Hill. That's Don Bess, always likes to get in the action. Picked it up at mid-off, and he just took that half a second, didn't he, just to steady himself. Still missed the stumps. It's the left-handed Holden on strike. Moriarty bowls and Holden pushes the ball back to him. Middlesex certainly haven't had it their own way since tea. Runs easy enough to come by in that little hour or so before tea. Holden drives, so that's a great shot. Lovely shot, slightly over pitched by Moriarty. And he's hit that way down to where the east stand meets the new football stand, and sort of swept around and squeezed a few more seats in. Probably sell about £200 each next time the Australians are here. The seats along the mantelpiece there, Kev, the middle tier we're selling for, I think we're selling £170. Mind you, India are here next year, aren't they? So those seats will be expensive. Next ball brings Holden dancing down the pitch, but he just blocks it up to Bess at mid-on. Talking about the price of seats at Lords, and where England are well on top. Next ball is turned through the onside. They're coming back for a second run. That's good running. Well, I might even spoke too soon there, because Holden's only just got back, but he get back. He does 2 more to the Middlesex total. 84 now, 4-1. George Dubell saying that with the price of tickets at Lords, there are going to be youngsters who never get to see a game at Lords when they're growing up, which again is you go along there for the day. It's an inspiration, isn't it, to the next sort of generation coming along. Oh, I'd love to play here one day. You get that. It's not the same watching it on TV. It shouldn't just be I don't know how you do it, but you should have some ticket there.
Bester Robson, turn through square leg as he just shuffles to the pitch. Well, and they don't even see it on TV anymore. That was how I fell in love with cricket. It was free-to-air cricket on the BBC, watching Tony Lewis and co. Bringing Headingley and Lords and the Oval and Trent Bridge, Old Trafford to life, 5 times a summer.
But if you've got a cricket man, go one step forward, you've got a cricket mad youngster, or cricket, he likes the idea of cricket. Then,
but it's not on TV. It's not anywhere for them. Is the point, isn't it? Now, I'm not denying your point. I'm saying it's nowhere for them now. As Best bowls, a little bit of drift again, and Holden defence.
It is. It's on Sky, isn't it?
Well, how many people have Sky? And those that have Sky, how many people have Sky Sports Cricket? And also, how many kids are actively going to go and look at it when it was on BBC One, BBC Two? As forward goes Holden, tickles into the onside, no run.
Yes,
it was just there all summer long in the background.
Yeah, I'm not just yes. It was the sort of
the sound of the summer.
Yeah, background music to our summers, wasn't it?
Bess bowls, standing up tall. Holden punches that into the covers. That wonderful piece of fielding in there by Luxton, who picks himself up. He was wrong-footed for a moment, so he had to dive then to from pushing his weight from his right foot to his left as he dives to stop that one. Forward goes Holden, this time defending.
I know what you mean. That's how you do get a look at old Dad, can we go along, and or Mum, can we go along and see some cricket, live cricket.
This is punched away for a single by Holden.
But the point I'm making is one step further on. If you've got a youngster who's actually playing, maybe at school or wherever, but I know there's less cricket at school as well, but you've got some idea of the game, and it might cost you, I don't know what, to get Sky Cricket on, it's going to cost you 20 or 30 quid a month or whatever. You've got some kid who's pestering you, yes, you'll probably do that. He's pestering you for a ticket at Lords to a one day and it's going to cost 150 quid or something, then you're probably going to say no. But you're right about certainly getting attracted to the game to begin with, because it's fair to say you don't come from a cricketing family, Kev.
No.
Moriarty bowls to Holden, who looks the less secure of these two, it must be said. I'm not saying he looks like he's going to get out every ball, but it's just once or twice he's not quite where he should be. Pushes that into the onside, no run. Moriarty again. That's played back to the bowler. Far more important to be doing those things. Moriarty bowls, defended, and you know, we've been talking about this experimenting with the Kookaburra and the hybrid pitch. And as Deutsche would say, you can't write this game off yet. It could quite easily produce a result, but next to delivery is played to short extra cover, no run. You know, we talk about England's preparation. You know, it helps the bowlers learn how to bowl in foreign conditions. And these conditions are far more subcontinental than they are Australian conditions. Holden flicks that away. And you know, we've got to disrupt the whole of the championship for 2 rounds to play with the Kookaburra, or the pink ball as they did before. And yet when they come to go to Australia, this all-important Ashes series where we never ever win, we know perfectly well they're going to turn up 10 days before the first test, play a couple of matches against themselves, you know, inter-squad games, and then go into a test and lose it. So next delivery, Robson crashes through the offside. If they were serious about, you know, if they're deadly serious about having a real tilt at winning in Australia, which they haven't done for a very long time, they'd get out there. Every successful side has always played practice matches or, you know, state matches against good quality opposition. Even the 2010-11, I think it was, when the Strauss side, they went in plenty of time. They prepared. They didn't sort of stop off in Abu Dhabi and, you know, have a few nets there and then wander over and rock up and think, oh yeah, we're ready. No, it just doesn't work like that. If they're serious about it, if they're not serious about it, then okay, don't mess about with the county championship.
Best bowls to Robson, it's pushed back and there's no run. Yeah, 100%. 100% right.
You're supposed to disagree with me, otherwise we don't get a conversation. Best
bowls, and this ball's turned fine mid-wicket and there's a run. I don't think we could get a conversation going between anybody about the benefits of the Kookaburra experiment. And we've got another round of it to go, which is pretty solid. We only get 14 games a year now, and 4 of them are robbed by this nonsense this year. Lots of flight, pushed away through the covers for a couple. And 90-for-1 is the score. In fairness, with regards to the experiment that they made, I did think that with regards April and May, maybe play Kookaburras in April and see how they went, because obviously you do get those balls shooting around in April, don't you? And wickets are plenty. This ball's turned through square leg by Robson for a single for the back foot, 91-for-1. And batters walking off telling us it was unplayable, there was a ball with a name on it and so on and so forth. So I did think it was worth a try then. It didn't work, fine, we move on. But then you discover there's another 2 Kookaburra rounds in the end of season running. Really? Oh, goodness me. And you can understand why they did 2 at the start of the season in case one of those weeks was washed out and you don't get your experiment. So another 2 rounds in this stage of the season. As Ford goes, Holden, no runners again. You can understand equally that they did go to another couple of rounds here to experiment it, because as it turned out, April, absolute waste of time with Kookaburras. There's lots of flight, drift, turn and past the edge from Bess as Holden's left searching for that one outside the off stump. Just a gentle prod from him, but what a ball that was from Bess. Real drift on it, and then it ripped past the edge of the left-hander's bat, and no doubt about it, it's a long, long way back for Middlesex, and it's a long, long way to go. So there will likely come a point, as there always does.
Yes, his foot movement was not really there. Was for that delivery from Holden. But you know, at what point did we hand over the county championship that used to be fought for and cherished when you won it, into the hands of this is just purely a competition for preparing players for a Test match cricket? They're not even preparing them for Test match cricket, preparing them for the Ashes. Moriarty bowls and defended by Robson. Moriarty, I like his enthusiasm. Every ball is, had nearly taken a wicket. Here he is. Bowls and Robson back, defence.
And of course the great fear is in 10 years' time there'll only be England, Australia and India playing Test cricket anymore.
Well,
loss making for the rest, isn't it, at the moment? The lunatics are running the asylum. I mean, there will come a point where T20 just becomes too much.
Next ball defends and pushed into the onside. He timed that nicely. George Hill chases back over the practice wickets down in front of the East Stand, and they come back for a couple of runs.
If Test cricket does go down to 3 teams globally, I mean, what does happen to the Championship? What are these players playing for and aspiring to?
They're playing for the County Championship.
Yeah, but
next ball nearly gets through Robson. A quicker delivery, played back, and well,
tight.
Yeah, he did. It's just one of those where he brought his bat down on it at the last moment and saved himself being bowled.
In 10 years' time, if there is only England, Australia and
you
India.
don't play the County Championship with the view of playing for England. You play it so that you win the County Championship for Middlesex or Yorkshire or increasingly Surrey, unfortunately.
If England, Australia and India are the only 3 teams playing Test cricket in 10 years' time, that means that all of these leagues, domestically and internationally, around the world.
Moriarty bowls. That's a lovely little dab. Late cut. Doidge's favourite shot, running away down to the boundary. Sam Robson just waited for it. Played it very, very late, little dab. And gets his boundary for that.
It means those leagues have completely taken over, as everybody kind of suspects they're going to now because of the financial challenges that Test cricket faces outside of the 3 named countries. And that means just the generations coming through. It's just non-stop T20 being fed to them. So where do they see this? How do they see the Championship? They'll see it as an archaic. It's a fear. It's a real fear. It's a real concern.
Does it become a little bit like even something like tennis and real tennis or something like that, where one becomes very much a minority?
Well, let's hope not. Let's hope not, because it's still by far the greatest. It's not even. There's not even a close contest between first-class cricket and T20. There just isn't. T20 is a bit of fun. You turn up and you enjoy it and you move on. This is serious stuff. Here's Bess to Holden, 2 slips crouched down. Bess is in, he bowls, and this is left alone outside of the off stump.
That's what he should have done with the last over.
Yeah, this one didn't have any drift on it though, did it? The last one just enticed him in and then sucked it away from him off the surface. Bess, no drift on that one. It's punch 2 cover and no run. But yeah, you just can't. You can't beat this. T20 is fun, it's great, it's wonderful. But you just don't remember even what happened last month, let alone last year in a T20. Forward goes Holden, pushing back up the track, there's no run. Yet we all revisit in our minds and our conversations things in the Championship over and over again, don't we?
Yep.
Remember when?
Indeed. Oh dear, the chance
Bess
of Yorkshire.
Bowls and Holden defends.
Chance of Yorkshire have struck up, Go. Music to your ears.
Bess bowls again, defended by Holden.
The drunken strains. They start a lot earlier in Scarborough. Scarborough, you'll hear occasional Yorkshire before tea. Final hour here.
I'm surprised it's taken so long, to be honest. It's Bess bowls and
they're just turning it on for you now. Look, they must be listening to the commentary.
No, it's wonderful. I really take that long usually to start up. I'd have thought mid-afternoon. Friday as well.
Scarborough definitely, you'll get the first strains before tea. But, 97 for 1. The cricket itself isn't encouraging the excitement in the crowd, is it? It's just a very absorbing, I suppose, in some ways, but dull in others. Moriarty, though, he'll keep plugging on. Bowls, and that's defended back to him by Sam Robson. Holden leaning on his bat at the far end as Moriarty comes in, bowls, and that's Robson making room for himself, trying to force it through the offside. Doesn't get past Will Luxton to extra cover. He's done that a couple of times, hasn't he? Sort of stepped well outside leg stump and forced it through the off, or tried to force it through the off. Bowls again to him, and again he's looking for that gap out to the sweeper, but again he doesn't find it. Luxton cuts it off. So we've got another 12.5 overs to be bowled tonight. Next delivery is a similar reaction from Robson, but this time he just does find that gap out to the cover sweeper, gets a single. Moriarty bowls to Holden, pushes to extra cover. Doidge is back. My voice is about to go.
Does that mean I need to switch seats before you go somewhere, DT? Otherwise we're going to be voiceless for a moment. You finish this over and I'll get out of Doidge's way.
Musical chairs. Struggling a bit with a need to have a cough in a minute. It's the next one is played firmly up to mid-arm, deepish mid-arm. That is the end of the over. The score is a 98 for 1, and it'll be Jonathan Doidge.
As long as it's a cough, and not a coffin, DT. Not just yet. So 98 for 1. And Don Best to continue at this Kirkstall Lane end of the ground. Leg slip, orthodox slip, short leg. Around the bat, hoping for an opportunity, not with the first ball of the over, which is turned back at a square leg by Sam Robson. Single takes him to 45. Still a 503 run lead for Yorkshire. So 350 plus still needed by Middlesex to avoid the possibility of being asked to follow on. Bess bowling there to Holden, who punched the ball back along the deck to him. Scoreboard seems to have stalled at 98 for 1 after that single, and that is cut through the gap between first and second slip. It was closer to Headingley than it was to Johnny Bairstow. It's 4 runs down through third man to the Howard stand end of the ground. A ripple of applause for the 100 up for Middlesex, 102 for 1 now.
I think you're right, scoreboard got stuck. Is that going to be 103 for 1? Because they've given the 4 to Robson as well. I don't think they added the single to Robson. And then Holden's cut that. But it was the 100 up nonetheless, whether it's 102 or 103. Oh, there you go. You just got the commentary from down below. Slower than any of our 50s. 76 for the first 50.
Best to Holden.
Was it 120 for the second 50?
Yeah. They've really slowed this scoring rate down, haven't they? Got it down below 3. So if they can maintain that, then that will obviously reduce Middlesex batting points, I guess, as Luxton fields one at cover, drilled into that direction, or in that direction by Holden. Yeah, once there is one of those glitches on the scoreboard, it seems to take a little while here to rectify it. As Holden pushes into the offside for Luxton to field final ball of the over. Some lively Yorkshire supporters away to our left somewhere. Can't quite identify exactly where they are. With the call of Yorkshire, Yorkshire.
But yeah, twofold for Yorkshire slowing it down. One, keep Middlesex away from that follow-on target. Keep it significantly away. We talked about going at 4 and over, didn't we? And tomorrow tea time being close to avoid the follow-on. Well, 3 and over. They'll be won't be there until nigh on stumps tomorrow. And also the other part, sorry, Doigi, the other part is slow Middlesex down in terms of the 110 overs and batting points, which could bring wickets.
Yeah, scoring rate may change now. Adam Lyth coming on. He might go for 1 or 2 more, maybe, than the 2 frontline spinners, but he is capable of picking up wickets. Can bowl wicket-taking deliveries, so see how this one goes.
And he comes, slipping a short leg, bowls, and this is eased by Robson. Back into the offside, no run. Lyth who took the catch to get rid of Stoneman. Bowling a best for 27. 61 for 1 that was. Partnership worth 41 then for the second wicket, which Holden has 19. Robson's on strike and turns, a dot ball straight to short leg. It ricochets up off short leg, taken by Tatchell, who immediately turns and tries to throw down the stumps one-handed. Stump, or run out it would have been Robson, wouldn't it? Rather than stumping. Look, he was off, just kept that back foot in. Not sure Tatchell let go of it in the end. Lyth bowls, it's pushed back by Robson, a dot ball.
It could be just a matter of giving an end change to the other 2 spinners.
Ooh.
Of course, this, maybe.
Lyth bowls, forward defence from Robson.
Well, they might give him, 2-3 overs just to see if he can hit on anything wicket-wise and then bring one of the others back on. We'll see. Looks like we could get a finish.
6 o'clock.
In plus overs here. Could be maybe more than 96 bowled in the day.
Oh, Lyth once more. Floats it right up there. It grips and beats the inside edge, but it was a long way outside off stump as Robson plunged forward and across with the forward defence. So a muted appeal. He was offering a shot on a long, long way outside off. And it's come with the over, 1 to come. Lyth's in, bowls, and Robson backs up to this one. He tucked himself up for room, didn't he? End of the over, 102 for 1, and that was a maiden. Robson's 48, Holden is 19, I think. Because I think that scoreboard seemed to get a little confused earlier, didn't it? Was it 97 to 98 you were saying, or 98 to 99 that you were thinking?
Yeah, I think it should be 103 for 1 at this moment in time, as you said.
Holden should have 23.
Yep. Yeah, 103 for 1 after 36. And there we go. Dan Moriarty has switched to the Kirkstall lane end. Remains to be seen if Don Best will do the same and try his luck from the Howard stand end.
You're good, you, Georgie. No matter what TT says.
You watch enough cricket, you kind of sometimes see these things. Are you on his list of those who've got half a clue? You've not passed 50 yet, so I don't think you'll qualify for having the full clue. Got to make your way into that category, I think, first. Otis Gibson is out on the east side boundary along with Ali Maiden.
In DT's mind, nobody has the full clue apart from DT.
So here's Moriarty. Left arm spin from Yorkshire's point of view for the first time at the Kirkstall lane end today. First ball patted back by Holden. And Otis Gibson just having a chat with Finlay Bean out there with the floppy on the boundary edge. It's the other boundary that is going to be passed here by Max Holden's square drive to a ball that's too wide of off stump from Moriarty. He was trying to kid us all. He's not quite got the fingers loosened up yet, but he has, of course, bowled 14 overs at the Howard stand end already. Still slip, leg slip and short leg. Left armour to left-hander. Natural turn in towards the lefty, of course.
You don't often see that at HQs, do you? The
dot ball.
The coaching staff doing a lap of the ground. You always sit at the outgrounds. Merchant Taylor School, Mercer. And Mercer lost about 3 stone last week.
Moriarty and swept by Holden. It's not got fully hold of it because Finley Bean has to come in 20 yards to field it. They get 1. You do hear, actually, Kev, you do often get the Yorkshire coaching staff in particular having a stroll around the boundary edge. It will tend to be back session of the day. So 108 for 1 at the moment. And a change now attack-wise. He's going round the wicket to bowl to the right-hander. They've dispensed with leg slip. Johnny Bairstow's just gone into a backward point position. Evidence of some turn for Moriarty to the right-hander. But Robson was well capable of smothering that. Ben Cliff is out there at the moment in the field. He was the man who fielded it at cover. I think George Hill could be the one who's gone off as Moriarty's in again. And Robson pushes back to the bowler to complete over number 37 of this Middlesex first innings. They're 493 behind at 108 for 1. You can get your emails in if you so desire. BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. Ned Kelly did that after a question earlier about what ball the second 11 are due to be using at Scarborough next week. Ned says seconds are scheduled to use a Dukes. They're using a Kookaburra today at York, possibly on a hybrid pitch too, question mark, not sure on what the surface is, but they're also using a Kookaburra.
Speaking of Ned Kelly and tin hats, DT will be back on in about 20 minutes or so.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you very much. What, when can we buy tickets for the next offering?
What was it he wore, Ned Kelly? It was like a metal hat, wasn't it? Like a body armour, but for your head, wasn't it? Was that the theory, or was he was he thinking nobody will know it's me if I wear this tin hat on my head?
I thought,
I've lost you here, haven't I? Have I? Here's Lythe, he bowls, and this is driven away by Holden into the offside, and there's no run. Look, there he is with his tin hat on. Ned Kelly, famous outlaw.
yeah.
The outlaw who divides a nation, wrote BBC News. Different type of tin hat for DT. This is Lythe bowls, and forward goes Holden.
Apparently Heath Ledger played him in the 2003 film. Surprisingly called Ned Kelly,
Yeah.
and there's a replica of the helmet worn in the National Film and Sound Archive.
Ah.
How about that?
Lies in bowls, and forward goes Holden, edging just short of second slip. How close was that? Is that Luxton at second?
Bean.
Bean, apologies.
He's been there a while.
Live bowls, and Holden eases away into the offside. I'm trying to watch the replay at the same time. It's just short, isn't it? I thought Bean was on the boundary. Oh, so the bowling from the other end. So he's second slip with the bowling for Lythe, but he's a boundary rider for...
He's usually in the cordon.
Here's Lythe bowling, and it's clipped away out to deep mid-wicket, where Holden's going to get a couple here. Moves to 30, and it's fielded. Oh, he's back for a third. Well run. Code does the fielding. Back they come. It's fielded just in front of that coaching. I thought you said it was Bean out there talking to the coaching on the other side. Oh, it was. Okay.
It was, yeah. Yeah, he usually fields at third slip. Took a really good catch there last week, actually, didn't it, Scarborough?
111 for 1 it is now. And that's the 50 partnership. 117 balls. 31 of 71 balls for Holden. 19 of 46 balls for Robson, who's on strike now as Lythe bowls. And this is turned out to deep mid-wicket for a single by Robson. He's on to 46. Cry of Yorkshire rings around Headingley.
second 11. Let's check in on how they are doing over at York. I would do if
It's internet.
the scoring system would take me back to their scores. No, not showing on there. Come on, Deutsche, let's find this.
So what is it? 340 more runs to avoid the follow-on for Middlesex. Robson on 46, Holden 31.
And Moriarty to continue at the Kirkstall Lane end with none for 37 off 15 overs and 3 maidens against his name at the moment. Left arm round the wicket. Robson pushes into the offside, no run. Yorkshire will be sick that the first ball that Holden faced didn't carry to second slip and he got a clear nick on it. Yorkshire 2's 363 for 3 after 81 overs, needing a further 45 off 15 with 7 wickets remaining then to beat Surrey's second 11. That would be a heck of a chase, wouldn't it, as that is turned into the leg side by Robson. There's no run. Checking on who's got what there. As Moriarty's in and bowling to Robson, who's flicking off the legs. That's going to be 4 down through fine leg, just straying down the leg side. 5.
50 up for Robson.
Well played, Sam. Doing the job. 120 minutes, 105 balls and 6 fours. And the main thing is, irrespective of scores, that he's still out there. Harry Dukes made 100. He's just got to 100 in the second team, and Will Bennison 94 not out.
Ooh.
So that's played nicely enough. There's a few hands on head from Yorkshire who were thinking that there was an element of risk involved in that Robson cut shot, but he's got 4 through third man.
Best OS late cut that from Robson, wasn't it? Got a few away down there. They put in a backward points and a short third, didn't they, for a little while, Middlesex against Bairstow, to try and stop that shot. He's on to 54 now, Robson. 120 for 1. A lot of work to do here for Middlesex, isn't there? They've got to avoid that follow-on. Otherwise, the Division 2 promotion race will be swinging dramatically in the favour of Yorkshire. And indeed Sussex.
Moriarty in again. Better delivery because it was straight. Would have challenged the stumps. Robson solidly behind it though. .54 to Sam. 31 to Holden as Moriarty's in again. Once more this turn. But Robson well up to the task and Code fielding at square leg. They've got a single off that final ball. 7 overs remain. 121 for 1 Middlesex. 480 behind.
How long has Moriarty been here with Yorkshire?
Good question. When did he arrive? Back end of last year on loan.
Right, okay.
And signed permanently.
There was a Surrey spinner last year, and I'm racking my brains to think who else it could have been if it wasn't Moriarty, that really had a lot of needle with Middlesex. It really was. It was quite heated out there at times. Thinking of Holman, I'd imagine Higgins as well. But it must have been Moriarty. So, you know, through this match, it's something to keep an eye on because I do seem to remember there was a fair bit going on. You know, a couple of blast fixtures between the pair. He's live in, bowls, quite catch it. It's plunging forward. Robson gets an inside edge onto the pad. It falls away in front of Walton at short leg. One, 2, 1 for 1. So yeah, as this innings goes on, it's certainly worth keeping an eye on. Any little bit out there. Live bowls and Robson backs up, turns to short leg. There's no run. There was certainly a little bit going on with Bairstow at the start of his innings, but Middlesex soon settled down once Bairstow got going, didn't they? Don't keep poking him. Slip.
We had mutterings from the back of the box there.
I've had my tablets. This ball's left alone outside the off stump. by Robson, padding up. It's taken by Tatzel. Bairstow and Robinson, do they ever go at each other at some point? Isn't Robson,
Oh, last week at Scarborough, yeah.
Oh, did they? Lyth. Bowls. Oh, look at that turn. Thick inside edge saves Robson. It falls to the fielder at 45. Nearly ripped that one past the inside edge, and then there'd have been an almighty scream then. Let's see how far across Robson was. It was a fair way across, wasn't he, to be fair? Oh, could have been tight. But inside edge it was. Must look up to see if it was Lyth that immediately replaced Robson in the England side. He bowls now, and Robson's forward, smothering this again. You got an idea? Lyth's Test debut. Robson was 2014, but didn't see out the year. 2015 for Lyth. It'd be there or thereabouts, wouldn't it? That was the.
He certainly played in the 15 series.
He's in now, bowls, and this ball's turned through mid-wicket for a single off the back foot by Robson. He moves to 56, 1-2-2 for 1. End of the over. Holden has 31. Yeah, I mean, maybe there'd have been someone in between them, but you'd imagine it. Lyth would have been given a year or so as well. Then would it have been Stoneman, 2016 thereafter?
Possibly. Let's just check in on Adam Lyth's Test career. Made his debut, 2015, thought so, against the Kiwis at Lords.
Oh, there we go. So, I wonder who had the winter then. Who had that winter? Maybe Stoneman had that winter.
I'm not sure, but he played his last appearance at the Oval against the Aussies in the Ashes series. So
Stoneman got an Ashes.
7 tests he played in total. And he's watching on as Moriarty bowls the first ball of this 41st over at the Middlesex first innings.
Poor old Robson did not.
Blocks.
I think he'd have thrived on an Ashes series, Robson, wouldn't he? Imagine down under as well.
Moriarty in again, and Robson blocking. Adam Lyth 265 test runs, 107 of them came in one innings against New Zealand. Moriarty wide on the crease, around about leg stump. It's turned away backward of square and fired back over the top to the gloves of Tattersall.
Interesting
that run.
Both Lyth and Best seem to be carrying a little bit more threat than Moriarty. Is that fair to say? The off-break bowlers?
Yeah, I think that's fair to say.
Even to Robson.
Moriarty's been sort of tidy, but no more than that. He's not really created opportunities so far. I just saw those watching the streaming. Otis Gibson having a chat with George Hill and looked to be making gesticulations to the effect of drawing them forward, the left-handers, as Moriarty's just tried to do with Holden, and draw forward and challenge in the outside edge. I'm not sure if that means that George is going to come on and have a go at doing that, or if he's just asking for that message to be imparted upon his players. I'm sure they'll be fully aware of it already, as Holden turns one out towards George, going in off the east side boundary, and they pick up a single. 124 for 1. 2 to come in the over. Back to the right-handed Robson. Moriarty in, and he's angling the ball in, and you can't really call it turn, can you? It's sort of holding its line, turning enough to do that. No, not much more. There's nothing that's landing.
Well, bizarrely, it's the off spinners that are getting a little bit more, and you don't often say that. Usually, you think the wrist spinners and the left armers just seem to tweak it that little bit more, but the off-break bowlers just seem to be getting a little bit. Max Holden was the only off-break option for Middlesex, other than De Carey's, who missed out on this one. Nathan Fernandez, left arm spinner. But neither have quite done it with the ball this year, De Carey's or Fernandez. But time's on their side, all of them. Young players, there's plenty of time ahead of both. It's just the conundrum that Middlesex find themselves in with youth at the moment, isn't it, really? Which financial constraints placed upon them by the ECB. No overseas players. It's about building a nucleus of homegrown talent. for Middlesex now as they look to rebuild to days of yore. Think of that side that won in 2016. Homegrown, there was Finn, Gubbins, Compton, although he went to Somerset and back again. Here's Lythe to Holden, leaves alone one that darts through outside the off stump, 2 slips in place. Who else was there? And Rayner from Sussex, Harris from Glamorgan, Franklin, New Zealand overseas, Voges, Bailey, a couple of overseas came in as bats, exchanging places that year. A lot of flight once more from Lythe, and he's bowled no ball. He's oversteps. 1-2-6 for 1 Middlesex.
He did a couple of those last week. Not uncommon.
Simpson brought in from Lancashire, but yeah, I think the very much Middlesex's plan now is homegrown talent, the nucleus of their squad and their team. Here's Holden punching into the offside. 1-2-4 for 1, and fair play to them. They're holding their own at the moment, aren't they, in Division 2, which I think it's a strong Division 2 this year. I think Derbyshire have a very good bowling attack, as I've said. They've not had much of a time against Sussex this week, have they? But here's Lythe, bowls, forward goes Holden. Leicestershire in 3rd spot. Glamorgan's bowling attack looked useful as well.
3rd.
Leicestershire, 4th. What did I say, 3rd?
Yep. Derbyshire bottom, so...
Lythe bowls, Sue Holden strokes this one away out to deep cover, single taken. There's a little bobble on one of the dusty surfaces in front of... That is Bean out there now. No, it's not. Who's that out there now? Number 47.
It is Don Bess.
Bess, thank you. DT, turn it up. The rest of the UK can't hear. Was he this bad at Scarborough last week?
He's the same every time. He's consistent at least.
Forward goes Robson, defending to mid-off. Yes! Where's comms cam when you need it? Who said that? He's Lythe, he's in, bowls. And this is eased into the offside. Quick single by Robson. Skips away off the track and then up to the other end. So he'll keep the strike. He moves to 58, 1-2-8 for 1. 25 minutes left of play. 4 overs remain. Overtime.
Yeah, overtime.
Well, not
today.
overtime.
But
undertime. No, undertime would mean we would get away early, but they'll bowl more overs, won't they? Additional overs. How do we phrase it? We're so young, it's so uncommon for us, we don't even remember how to phrase it. The last time we saw more overs in a day than...
Well, they're playing to time rather than to overs, I suppose, is the way to say it. It's been a while. I think there was 1 day's play last season where they finished in a Yorkshire match when they finished on just about bang on time at 6 o'clock. Moriarty is going to continue at the Kirkstall Lane end then. Shadows beginning to lengthen from the western terrace side of the ground as Robson steps away to the leg and pushes a ball to Don Bess in the offside. And there is no run. Yeah, I mean, table-wise at this moment in time, Sussex 10 clear, 158 over Middlesex and Yorkshire. Middlesex in 2nd on account of the fact they've won 4 matches and Yorkshire 3. Who knows how important that could be come the end of the season as Moriarty is in, and that's turned into the leg side by Robson. And there's no run. Leicestershire are 19 points behind Yorkshire in 4th place. Further 10 back to Gloucestershire. Moriarty in. Robson defending. And Yorkshire still to play. Leicestershire away. Glamorgan, who are down 3rd bottom, also away, and then 2nd bottom Northamptonshire in the last match. Moriarty is in again, and Robson does the fielding. Robson does the defending, I should say. Moriarty does the fixing. I'm going delirious now with so many defensive pushes.
Oh, you've had 6 days back-to-back with DT, haven't you?
And that as well.
Delirium's the least of your problems.
Robson waits. Moriarty again throws him a full-length delivery, which he defends.
I've been corrected by he who does not want to be named. Will Jacks, we think, was actually the bowler that upset Middlesex greatly, and there was a bit of back and forth.
Moriarty is in, edge this time by Robson. Bairstow with a tumbling stop down at backward point, and they end up with another maiden there for Moriarty. 18 overs, 4 maidens, none for 48. 3 overs of the 96 remain in the day, but as Kev says, we'll get play right through until 6 o'clock now. It's 128 for 1, Middlesex trailing by 473.
Yeah, it's a good start, isn't it? But that's the thing, it's still nothing more than a start. As bad as this Kookaburra nonsense is, what it does mean is it's just an awfully long time before Middlesex are anywhere near safe. And we all know 1 wicket brings 2, and it's around this stage of the Yorkshire innings where things just became a little tense for a while, and we were thinking 200 for 5. It was 250 for 5, and then the Bairstow show got going with Hill. But yeah, was it 190 for 4? You're thinking, well, if they get another one now, and if it's Bairstow as well, well, they thought they had him early on, and then they did get an edge, but it wasn't taken when he was in the 20s. So there's usually just a little bit of tension usually comes in from somewhere, isn't there, at some point in an innings? And with so far to go, every chance that will happen in this innings for Middlesex. Is Bess in, bowls, and Holden punches this into the offside, and there's no run. And nobody in that Middlesex dressing room will undermine that for a moment. They won't take this lightly at all. They know just 1 or 2 bad overs, and all of a sudden you could be in a bit of trouble as Bess bowls and Holden leaves alone outside of the off stump. They'll be reiterating it to themselves. There's a lot of work to do here to save this game, and you never know, if they do, might even have a little late dart at Yorkshire, but that's a long way off, isn't it? It's Best bowls, this is left alone. Most pertinently though, it is the fact that they've got to avoid this follow-on, which then at that point Middlesex's chances of losing the game almost disappear altogether, don't they, because of the time left.
Yeah.
Best bowls again, and this is dabbed into the onside, and it means oh so much, because a Yorkshire win here, you couldn't say it would seal it, but boy oh boy, box seat would be an understatement, wouldn't it, for that second promotion spot. If Yorkshire were to win this, as Holden bowls outside of the off stump, Holden awaits Best bowls outside the off stump, that turns away. All of a sudden you're then looking at next week and a match at Lords. It's not next week's week after, isn't it? Match at Lords where Middlesex would have to win a Kookaburra round really against Gloucestershire. Forward again goes Holden, pushing back. Forgive me, who is it after Leicestershire for Yorkshire?
Glamorgan away.
Glamorgan away. Which Middlesex will be doing rain dances, driving down to Cardiff the night before.
Yeah, you'd think that Yorkshire would probably be taking a coach load of spinners down there, the way things often go at Cardiff.
Yeah.
Who knows? But Bess, Moriarty, Lythe, maybe even Jaffa Chauhan. James Wharton bowled there last year. Maybe at least said soonest mended on that front. But he did have a go in a game that was petering out into a draw. Here's Moriarty, and he's had one patted back to him by Robson. Johnny Tassel has been known to bowl some leg spin on an odd occasion in the past. I think he might have done that down there last year. Took the gloves off and had a go for an over 2. Took a couple of wickets at Old Trafford 2 seasons back, last season in Division 1 when the match was heading nowhere. Moriarty to Robson, who pushes one back to him. So 128 for 1, partnership worth 67 so far. It's a grind, as we expected, 2.89 the run rate at this moment in time. Moriarty in again, and Robson pushing back to the bowler. Attritional cricket.
Yeah, it is, but like I say, we've got a game within a game for a little while now, haven't we?
Moriarty in again. Robson goes back foot and works to leg, but Will Luxton is there right on cue to field. Pretty much for another 324 runs. We've got a game within a game. Until they're over that line, Middlesex, the game's afoot. Robson pushing forward again. Jordan Thompson coming into play from mid-on. Didn't see much of JT with the ball, as was what we all expected. Sparing use of the seamers. In fact, just 3 overs from him for 12 and 4 for Ben Code for 16, both going at precisely 4 and over. As Robson drops one into the offside final ball of that Moriarty over. He's finished it with 19 overs, 5 maidens, none for 48 against his name. Don Bess, sole wicket taker so far for Yorkshire, 1 for 35 off 15, and Adam Lyth 4 overs for 9.
So Middlesex, what are we saying? Oh goodness me! Look at this. Oh, it's a snap. Is he a snapper working away under the under a blanket out there? Yeah, he's got his laptop. Maybe somebody working in the stands have made a little tent for themselves above their lap. So his best bowls. Forward goes Holden, pushing back, and there's no run. 128 for 1. Yeah, well, another 324 runs. 3 and over, so another 100 overs. Forward goes Holden, pushing into the onside. So it's basically, again, stumps tomorrow, isn't it, where Middlesex avoid the follow-on. It's a long, long way. A lot of flight. Forward goes Holden again, pushing back. And the starts that both Holden and Robson have given themselves, they've also got to come back in the morning and do it all again. How often do you see a not-out batter overnight come back and quickly go in the morning? Let's get both of these. Bess bowls and an inside edge from Holden. It goes past the leg stump. That wasn't far away at all. It's fielded at roughly the 45, which gives you the angle. Around comes Moriarty to collect.
Playing away from his body. He got lucky there.
Middlesex's best player of spin, Max Holden. Was just found in, well, I mean, I'm trying to think of who could be better, because they specifically moved his place in the T20 lineup so that he was the one facing the spinners. Having had an excellent opening partnership with Eskenazi.
Need to bring Gap back.
Bess in bowls, and a little bit of drift on that, was there, for a little bit of dip for Bess. Forward defence from Robson.
Andrew Strauss good against spin. Can't really remember too much in that respect.
I barely saw him for Middlesex. Once he was gone, wasn't he, with England? Bess, lots of flight. Clipped away to mid-wicket. Of course, it was a different time then. The Test team and the one-day side were virtually the same side, weren't they? So once you're an England player, you were gone. 2005, my first year doing it, and then Strauss had been done sometime around 2011, 12. Yeah, Robson was 2014, wasn't he, with Cook? So sometime around then.
Andrew Strauss very obliging when he was the England skipper when they came here for a Test match, because I brought my boys the day before when they were netting, and there is a selfie with the pair of them, with Andrew Strauss in the middle as he was dashing off up the steps into the East Stand. One of those moments that they'll remember. Now then, they're trying to get the field sorted here for Moriarty to bowl, or before he bowls, to Holden. One slip, short leg, backward square, sweeping square leg on the boundary, and the man at mid-wicket who's coming into play there, Don Bess, to field that first ball of the over. Finlay Bean at mid-on, Jordan Thompson mid-off. Will Luxton at cover, Ben Code deep out on the point boundary. Luxton coming into play here with the ball dropped into the offside. So, overs for the day bowled, down to a matter of time, 13 minutes before the end of day 2. Can Yorkshire take one with them? Can Middlesex see it through to the end of the day? Holden trying to do that, works one up to Finlay Bean at mid-on, no run. Best with some suggestions, as is just about always the case. He's always thinking. And he managed to get himself brought in to short mid-wicket into a catching position. Not going to come into play with that delivery, which is just pushed back down the pitch to Moriarty. Still a fair few in at the back end of the day. A few people topping up the tans today. It's been virtually unbroken sunshine for the entire 2 days, hasn't it? As that one's turned into the leg side by Holden. One to come in this Bess over, in this Moriarty over, I should say. Run rate has continued to plummet as the afternoon has gone on. Moriarty over the wicket. Holden defends. 47 overs complete at 129 for 1.
Yeah, what do we got? 11 minutes to go. Closing up time now, isn't it? Shut up shop for Robson and Holden. Get all this way. You don't want to do it too early because you get into a negative mindset then, don't you? And all of a sudden it can consume you. But stay positive. Mindful, but positive at all. Now they've got these 10 minutes now. Just this is the point where really you're thinking, right, don't give it away now. Don't give it away now. Dig in. I wonder whether that bat gets surrounded by Yorkshire at this point. 129 for 1. Slip and a short leg crouch down as here comes Bess. Right arm over the wicket, he bowls, and this ball's dabbed away into the offside for a single. Mid-off coming around to collect. Robson on to 59, 130 for 1.
8 runs off the last 8.1 overs.
All right, they've been in a negative mindset for a while then. No, they haven't. They've, but this is, it just sharpens your mind, doesn't it, at the end of any session, not just the day, the end of the session as well. Not the moments, give it away. As much for them. Player in next, as opposed to yourselves as well. Doing it for the team. Forward goes Holden, pushing to extra cover. Who's under the lid there at extra cover?
James Wharton.
Ah, yes, he was short leg, wasn't he?
Yeah, which is the antithesis of what he really is.
Yes.
A giraffe in there.
Oh, an attempted sweep from Holden. Now, where did that bounce? Did that bounce back off the keeper? I think they're suggesting that's just missed the stumps, hasn't it? Nearly bowled him around the legs. Yes, it did. Oh, goodness me. We're watching from behind the keeper, so our view was blocked for a moment, but he went down to sweep, missed it, and it just beat his pad, and it only just beat the leg stump as well. That was the hands on head, which was our suspicion. Confirmation from the replay at the other end as forward goes Holden, dabbing into the offside, and there's no run. 2 slips in place, short extra cover. He's going to come in closer to silly point, silly mid-off. He'll be, so slip is Lithe, second is Bairstow. And comes Bess again, bowls. Oh, and that's driven away by Holden just under the legs. He jumped up out of the way of it, didn't he? A leaping giraffe. Actually, that reminds me of one of the former Yorkshire players, actually, Jack Leaning. As this one's short. It's punched away through the club as he gets that one through. And again, leaping out of the way is the silly mid-off as Holden punches 4 off the back foot. And he moves to 38, 134 for 1. Robson, 59. And we have 9 minutes to go. Yeah, Jack Leaning, who's got the most upright stance you could imagine as a batter.
Yeah. Formerly of this parish, of course. England, by the way, have bowled Sri Lanka out for 196 in the match taking place down at Lord's. Gus Atkinson and Ollie Stone, a couple of wickets apiece. Who else picked them up? In fact, 2 apiece for Wokes, Atkinson, Stone and Potts, and 1 for Shoaib Bashir, plus a run out to finish things off. Fashioned by Ollie Pope, only Joe Root finishing wicketless, and Joe, of course, well, what a great day for him yesterday to go level with Sir Alistair Cook on 33 Test centuries.
Oh, look at this.
Fantastic.
Bit of seam attack back on at the end. Thompson's going to get a fourth over.
DT says the man that makes things happen. Back on at the Kirkstall Lane End, the big show. I think it was David Willey who gave him that nickname when he was around. And so we're going to see, it's almost like one of those join the dots in a kid's book, isn't it? Join the dots. Take the bowler out, and there's 10 of them out there. And number 10, Ben Coad at mid-off.
A little bit of chatter behind the stumps there. Robson pulled away, and again. Well, there you go. He's pointing, and then they're nattering. First he looked back at the keeper, and now he's looking at Bairstow's at mid-wicket, and Bairstow's clapping his hands. Bairstow's starting a slow hand clap as he at mid-wicket.
All runs down the clock, 7 minutes to go.
He's trying to get in Robson's mind, isn't he?
So Jordan Thompson. First up, good first effort as well. Ball that looked like it might have just tailed in a little. I wouldn't go overboard about swing, but just offering in towards the right-hander. It was a full-length delivery, and there was a large puff of dust as it was dug out. Here may be our final call to head to the gates for the 1758 coming in here from Slovakia. As Thompson's in, it's flicked through mid-wicket, and that's going to be 4.
Lovely shot by Robson, that, wasn't it? Right into his scoring area. He loves a little clip through the onside. He's expecting full and straight here at the moment, isn't he, from Thompson? And he won't be afraid of anything that is banged in shorts, because the pitch isn't the quickest, isn't it? It's an area that he's extremely strong as well off the back foot. So you can imagine plunging forward at the moment, Robson.
Thompson again. Robson solidly blocking, but Jordan Thompson has conceded a 4, but he's been there or thereabouts asking the batter to play, and there's nothing more annoying, is there, when you're watching on in matches like this and you get ball after ball that's easy leave, wide of off stump. You can only do your best to ask players to play, and if they're good enough to deal with it, then that's the game. And he's been straight as an arrow at the stumps so far, so fulfilling that obligation. JT, 4 men now in front of the bat on the leg side in the arc as he comes in again, and that's finding one of them in James Wharton, number 3 of the 4, looking from left to right from behind them as we are in the commentary position.
Oh, look at them in a huddle now. There's lots of chatter out there, isn't there?
We're getting out of here tonight, lads, on time. This is 4 minutes to 6. Booked yourself a table anywhere. Thompson in again. Robson does have one to leave here. There's a new body of disappointment.
Bairstow wants the ball. He's down towards short leg to receive it from Lyth. You can imagine the conversation that's going on there right now, trying to get to Robson. Apparently, I'm told, Robson is one of the absolute best at shutting out everything when he's in the middle. Now he stepped away and made the gesture that it was behind the stumps first, and then he stepped away the second time and pretty much pointed straight to Bairstow, didn't he?
Thompson again, flicked off the legs this time by Robson, who's going to rotate the strike with a single down into the distance where Moriarty did the fielding. End of the over. And Jordan Thompson conceding 5 within it, but at the moment runs immaterial. They're still trying to find wicket-taking deliveries. 4 overs for 17 from him. 49 bowled in this Middlesex first innings, 139 for 1.
Yeah, apparently if there's one player that you will not get into his mind in the middle, it's Robson. He's switched. He doesn't hear it. He doesn't acknowledge it. It doesn't worry him at all. But clearly, if someone's having a quick last-minute one, as you do, just as the bowler's about to run in, anyone step away, won't they? Got the big cry of "come on" from somewhere down below, didn't it? This should be the last over now. Bess from the football stand end. The motorcycle rips up one of the roads around the ground as slip and short leg go down. Lots of flight, and this ball's clipped down to long on. The single's rejected. It wasn't really there, actually. It would have been I say it's rejected. He's a deep mid-on, isn't he? It would have been a risk not worth taking at this time of day or at any other, perhaps, as his Bess bowls a quicker one, ripped down once more. Robson rocks back to work a single out to deep mid-wicket. 141 for 1. Robson moves to 60. Have I jumped ahead of the scoreboard there? Oh, it's gone wrong. It's gone up, it's gone down. I'll tell you the score in a moment. They're correcting it now, aren't they? They're taking it back down to 139 for 1, but it's back up to 140, and Robson 65. We'll go with that for now. Here's Holden on strike. 2 slips and a silly mid-off. And Best the off-spin around the wicket. The left-hander's forward. Defends into the offside. 2.83 the run rate. It was up over 4, wasn't it, when Holden, Robson and Stoneman were going. Bess again bowls, and Holden forward defends. Bumps it past the silly mid-off. DT's reckoning on another over. It's just gone a minute 2. There's 2 balls left.
Yeah, look, he's
now Holden steps away.
Done it twice in the over so far.
Bess in bowls, and Holden dabs at this one. It goes skirting away across the turf, just backward of points. Second slip is Bairstow retreating to collect again. They don't bother with the single. Robson spotted a bit of dirt halfway down the track. Off he goes. And here's Bess, and Holden pulls away as well, pointing to mid-on. It's all going on out there in the middle at the moment.
Yeah, they're not going to get another over in here, are they?
Hasn't ticked to 6 o'clock. Bess is in, bowls a quicker one, and Holden strokes him away out to deep point for a single. All eyes on the clock. 50 overs completed. Yorkshire rush around to be in position before that clock hits 6. And it looks as though we're fine.
Yeah.
The umpires are having a look. Oh, it's 6. No, bails are removed. Was there a groan?
Lads.
There was a little bit of a groan downstairs, wasn't there?
Yeah.
Bit. But 141 for 1 Middlesex. Robson 65, Holden 39, and well, they couldn't really have hoped for a much better start, could they? Good job from Robson and Stoneman to begin with. They got a 50 partnership, just settled things, didn't they? Any nerves of that kind of 10 for 2, 20 for 2 score at the top, which you can get in any situation, in any ground at the start of an innings against any ball. But Holden 39 from 93, and Robson with a 50 to his name. I don't know why they're just focusing on Robson at the moment. Second wicket partnership, 80 from 191 balls. 39 of those to Robson of his total 65. 39 to Holden as well. 103 balls he's taken for his 39. Robson 88 for his 39 in the partnership. But yeah, well bowled Yorkshire. I think they've been extremely tight, haven't they, in this spell? I don't think they've done much wrong.
No.
And they've persevered with the spin.
Yeah.
The applause is for Hill, who leads the players off, I think, is it? For Yorkshire leads them off for the day?
Probably, after his highest first-class score. Johnny Bairstow doubtless getting another round of applause as well. So yeah, we're back to do it all again tomorrow, but Robson 65, Holden 39, Yorkshire still 460 runs to the good. Still favourite the draw, but still 19 wickets to take. A lot of cricket to play over the next couple of days. And we shall be back to do it all again tomorrow morning from around about 5 minutes before the start of play. 2 wickets fell in the entire day.
2 wickets in the day.
That's how tough it is out there for the bowlers, irrespective of the fact that there's still.
But look, the difference with tomorrow, though, it's what do we say? It stumps tomorrow before Middlesex avoid the follow-on. So it's a long, long way to bat. They've got a lot of work to do, and it will be an incredible effort if they do. Because Bess and Moriarty, Bess in particular, a little bit of drift, but even Lyth found some drift and found some turns. So, and of course they'll have Code and Thompson running afresh at 11 in the morning, and there'll be a second new ball at some point. So there's a lot of work to do for Middlesex. I wouldn't be writing this off at all. I think it will be an outstanding job if they avoid the follow-on in this innings, because of the pressure that comes with it and the pressure that the table has on the game and on the match situation and on tomorrow alone. Scoreboard pressure, as DT says.
Yep, don't forget, bring a book with you tomorrow. Bring a game, something like that, to keep yourself amused if there are some inevitable quiet periods, although the chatter from you two will, I'm sure, keep keep all of us going. And we'll see you in the morning about 5 to 11. Cheers, Kev. Cheers, DT. Cheers, everyone.